Hey guys, welcome to Reporter Room. Good morning. We're going to be doing the Chad Daybell case today. How are you? Come on in, come on in. My name is Jessica Della Davies. I'm an investigative journalist. Today we're going to be talking about the Chad Daybell case. Specifically, we're going to be watching the trial. It's going to be starting momentarily, and today is opening statements. So this should be very, very interesting. My name is Jessica Della Davies. I'm an investigative journalist. My job is to show you how to investigate crime scenes, potential suspects, consider evidence. But today we're going to be watching the Chad Daybell trial together. So I just want you to come on in, smash the like button, and I want to thank our subscribers, our mods, and our channel members. You'll see our channel members are the ones with the blue, red, and green verified check marks. So we're going to be talking about Chad Daybell. Rumor has it, we have opening statements today, that Chad Daybell's defense team is going to be throwing Lori Vallow Daybell under a bus and backing over her. So we'll see if that is what's going to be happening today. As you can see, we're ready to get started. Hey, Holly. Hi, and Jazz. If you guys could help me out by getting this out on your socials, that would just be awesome. We're just waiting for the judge to get started on this. So while we're doing that, let me go ahead and grab a couple of packages and just give you a quick overview. Chad Daybell was moved to the Ada County Jail about 2 weeks ago. And jury selection took place all of last week. We kept thinking the trial was going to start. He is being charged specifically in the state of Idaho. It's a capital case with conspiracy to do away with his late wife, Tammy Daybell, and the children of his current wife, Lori Vallow, and that would be JJ and Tylee. Now, Chad Daybell originally pled not guilty to these charges back in June of 2021. And so this trial is coming almost a year after his wife, Lori Vallow Daybell, was sentenced in these exact same cases. So I think he is going to be working hard to try to put the blame onto Lori. Now, Lori was sentenced to life in prison, and because capital punishment was not an option for her. But Chad Daybell, it is an option if he is convicted. The jury does have the option to implement that. I don't know if they will or they won't, but it should be interesting. And Chad Daybell's trial will be lasting somewhere around 6-8 weeks. And the sentencing will take place about 10 weeks after the guilty verdict. So we're going to be following this the whole time. Larry Woodcock, he's the grandfather of JJ and Tylee, celebrated Lori Daybell's verdict. And he is really hoping for justice in this case. So I hope that for him also. So prosecutors said that the Lori and Chad basically justified their actions, I'm watching my words, with doomsday beliefs as part of an elaborate scheme to eliminate any obstacles to their relationship and to obtain money from survivor benefits and life insurance. Now, Lori referred to her two youngest kids, that's Tylee and JJ, as zombies, and one of her friends testified against her during the trial. So Chad Daybell was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That is a Mormon church, but I want to make it clear that this is not part of their teachings. He made it up his own teachings, and in the fall of 2019, he fraudulently tried to collect on Tammy Daybell, his wife's life insurance policy, just days after she mysteriously passed away. It was originally ruled as natural causes, but that verdict was changed. They exhumed her and redid it because Chad went running off with Lori Vallow to Hawaii to get married. So that wasn't suspicious, right? All right. So Holly's in the chat, and NJazz is here, and Create Good Music is here. Glad to see you guys. So I'm just waiting on the judge. Let me go ahead and share this one. To post. And then we'll get started. Hold on one second. Let me grab something. Okay, I wanted to grab my trusty coffee. It's very hard to get going in the morning without coffee. Yeah, so let's see what you guys have to say about this. So Create Vids Music says, I believe that Chad was a mastermind behind the situation. Did Lori pursue Chad? Well, I think we're going to hear a lot about that today. And Jess says, I think she flattered him. Yes. Holly's has LOL. And Cravid News thinks that it is sleazy. So while we're waiting on the judge, let me just go ahead and go through some more stuff just to kind of give you an overview of what we're looking at today. So on March 9th of 1990, Chad Daybell and his wife, Lori Daybell, and that's who we're talking about. But he got married back in 1990 to another woman named Tammy Daybell. This was his longtime wife. I'm going to refer to her as his actual wife. And I don't know why he just simply couldn't have gotten a divorce from Tammy, other than the fact that there was a very large life insurance policy on Tammy that he cashed in on. He apparently was down there trying to cash in on it before a certificate of the fact that she had passed away, I'm watching my words, was even issued. So then go forward to October of 2018, Chad was speaking at a conference, and he's at this conference, and who's there back in 2018? Lori Vallow. Now, at this time, she was happily married, supposedly, to a guy named Charles Vallow, who is a very nice, good, and decent man. And again, why Chad and Lori could not be happy with their spouses, because Tammy seems like a perfectly lovely woman, and Lori's husband, Charles, also seemed like a very devoted, kind, caring man. Why they couldn't just be happy with who they were married to, I do not understand. Why they could not just simply get a divorce, I do not get it. But as you will recall, Lori is accused of doing away with Charles Vallow. She's been extradited to Arizona, as she's standing trial for all the crimes that she committed there. Watching my words. But Lori Vallow didn't get Charles Vallow's life insurance. Much to her surprise, when she went to try to go get it, she found out that Charles Vallow had changed the beneficiary from her to his sister. So, boy, Lori was really shocked when she found out she was not the beneficiary of that policy. So just like in the Jody Hildebrandt and Rudy B. Frankie case, Chad and Lori did not bring out the best in each other. It was the opposite. They brought out the worst in each other. So Chad Daybell, just like Jody Hildebrandt, saw visions. He thought they were visions from God, but I don't think God would be encouraging people to do what they did. But Chad told his neighbor back in 2019, and this neighbor's name is Gilbert Todd. So Chad told his neighbor, Gilbert Todd, that he had seen a vision that Tammy was going to pass away or move on before her 50th birthday. Probably because he had plans, right? But Tammy passed away on October 19th of 2019. She was done away with. And just a few days before she passed, someone took a shot at Tammy. She posted on her Facebook group that she thought it was someone with a paintball gun. Now, I believe this was Lori's brother, Alex, but I can't say for sure. So we're going to find out more during the trial. So Tammy managed to survive that, only to be done away with on October 19th of 2019. It was ruled natural causes, as I shared with you a moment ago. But it was really strange. Chad had declined to have an autopsy done, and apparently the coroner didn't push for one either. So that's too bad. But Tammy was laid to rest on October 22nd of 2019. And Gilbert Todd, the neighbor, also shared during Lori Vallow's trial that Chad Daybell didn't seem really sad. He went on to say that if you know someone whose wife's just passed away, you'd think he would be upset. And what is Lori doing during this time? She's looking up wedding dresses. Reminds me of Nicole Kessinger. So on the Monday after Tammy passed away, life insurance agent Angela Yancey says that Chad came into her office to collect Tammy's life insurance, and she testified during Lori's trial that she thought it was unusual for a spouse to come in that quickly. Remember, Tammy had just passed away on Saturday night and Sunday morning, somewhere in that time frame, and Chad is in her office on Monday to get the money. So he's trying to get the money, and the life insurance agent had to explain that they could not issue it without a certificate proving that she had passed away. And Chad's response to insurance agent Angela Yancey was, "Oh, that's okay. I've ordered 8 of them." He ordered 8 of them. So a week and a half after Tammy allegedly passes away, Gilbert Todd sees Chad with Lori Vallow, and he's rubbing her leg, and they seem super cozy, like a couple of teenagers, is how he described them. So Chad might have gotten away with what he did to Tammy if he hadn't have gotten married to Lori so quickly. But I think visiting your neighbors a week and a half after you've buried your spouse with your brand new love, and then running off to Hawaii to get married to her, and that was just 2 weeks after Tammy Daybell was done away with. That probably raised some red flags, because Lori and Chad got married on November 5th in Hawaii. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Let me refresh this, because we are supposed to be getting started. I don't see anything yet. So let's keep going, because I have so much stuff to share. Okay, so they exhumed Tammy, and the forensic pathologist, Dr. Eric Christensen said in conducting the autopsy on Tammy Daybell, he determined that her actual cause was actually asphyxia. So that's just a fancy way of saying no oxygen. She was deprived of air, in my opinion. So let me know what you think about all of this, you guys, because we have so much stuff to dig into. And we're going to be watching this trial together as a reporter room community. And it is one of the most bizarre cases in the history of the world, in my opinion, in the history, at least, of the United States, is the Lori Vallow Chad Daybell case. So we will, Lori grew up in San Bernardino, California. Her maiden name was Lori Cox. She had 2 brothers. Both were older than her. One was named Alex. That's the one I just referenced to, I believe, was the one that shot the paintball gun. The other one was named Adam. She had 3 sisters. She had an all-American happy childhood. Her siblings turned out fine. When she was 19, she married her high school sweetheart, Nelson Yanes, but this marriage did not last that long. She moved on quickly. Once again, got engaged, got married for a second time to a guy named William LaGoya. That marriage didn't last, but they had one son named Colby, who is an adult now, and he was featured on the Netflix special, if you saw that. So after 3 years, Lori once again got divorced and moved on to her next husband. Her third husband was named Joseph Ryan, and with Joseph, she had a little girl that she named Tylee. And in 2004, she ended her relationship with Joseph Ryan, made some accusations that have not been substantiated. Who knows if anything Lori has said is true? But she made accusations regarding DV, and her brother intervened on her behalf. So this was not the first time that Alex went after one of Lori's husbands, and it wouldn't be the last, because it was Alex who actually did away with Charles Vallow, who was Lori met in 2005. He was her 4th husband by all accounts. He was a kind and caring man. He was a good provider. He was stable. He offered financial security and love to both Colby and Tylee. And together with Lori, they adopted one of the relatives of Charles Vallow, JJ, who has autism, which, by the way, April is Autism Awareness Month. All right, I'm going to just refresh, because I don't want to actually miss the trial. I don't see anything. Okay, let me say hello to chat. Let's see. We have Leo here. And Creavid's music says Charles was an amazing man who loved their children. Lori Vallow turned Tylee against Charles. Hey, brother Mike, good to see you. Hi, Carrie. Carrie says it was on the jury poll. I'm so glad I was dismissed. Oh, were you in the jury? That's really interesting, Carrie. And Jazz says hello. Holly says hello. Holly says hello. She says I wouldn't want to be there either. Yeah, I can understand that. So we're just waiting for everything to get started. And while it does, I'll just continue doing an overview. So by all accounts, Charles Vallow was a really steady guy. He became Lori's fourth husband, and it started off as a really happy union, but it ended in a catastrophe. So Charles worked hard to provide a good life for all four children and for Lori because he had his own children. Lori quit her job as a hairdresser. She became a full-time mom and homemaker. And in 2014, Charles and Lori made the decision to adopt Charles's grandnephew who had autism. His name was JJ. Now, JJ is short for Joshua Jackson. And at this point, this is back in 2014, Colby, Nicholas, and Zachary were all beginning their own lives as adults. So the only two children remaining in the care of Lori and Charles were JJ and Tylee. So by the end of 2014, Charles and Lori decided they were going to have a big change. They packed up everything that they owned and moved to beautiful Hawaii. They opened up a juice bar together. Lori reportedly loved living in Hawaii. She loved the beautiful landscape, the weather, but unfortunately, the juice bar was not successful, so they ended up returning back to Arizona around 2 years later in 2016. But while living in Hawaii, Lori became obsessed with a series of books written by Chad Daybell. So Chad Daybell was a self-described writer and journalist. Lori and Charles were LDS, which is Mormonism. Lori was reportedly very religious, and at this point, these books seemed to escalate her love for religion, and she went from just practicing Mormonism, and most Mormons are, do not believe anything like what Chad and Daybell. This is not normal. This is extreme. Their religious beliefs are bizarre. But her behavior became really bizarre and dark, and Charles, who had been married to his wife, Tammy Daybell, for their entire adult lives also was becoming more bizarre and dark. So it seems like Chad and Lori brought out the absolute worst in each other. So Lori went with her friend, who was named Melanie Gibb, to a religious event called Preparing a People. And Chad was a speaker at this event. There, Chad and Lori met in person for the first time. Chad was reportedly enamored with Lori, and Lori would have come across as very vivacious and beautiful. She would have made Chad feel important because she was a major fan of his books. And Charles went on to make Lori feel very special because he told her that he believed that they were coming to the end of times, that only 144,000 people were going to survive, and he believed that Lori was going to lead the 144,000 people along with himself. So if you are somebody who's narcissistic in your beliefs, that would just be so delightful to hear, wouldn't it? All right, I'm just going to refresh and check. I just don't want to miss the beginning of the thing. I said it was supposed to begin at 10:30. I don't see anything. The trial has begun? Then why isn't it up? Where are you seeing this creative music? Because this is the judge who's supposed to be doing it. This is his link and I don't see it. Am I missing something? Let's see. I'm just going to check. It's not going yet. It just says court will resume shortly. That's the only message I see. So it's not going yet. So it's not going without us. I mean, I'm on the right page. So just, I'll, okay. Yeah, it's just not there yet. It just hasn't gone. He just hasn't started. It was supposed to start at 10:30, but I guess originally I was told 11 and then I was told 10:30, so I don't know. Um Carrie says it was supposed to start 8:30 Mountain Time. Maybe that's when the jury was due to arrive. Yeah, it could be somebody who's late. This is not showing on Court TV. No, it's not on the air because I'm on the channel. I'm on the channel, right? I will, let me grab it. I'm just waiting for it to come up. Maybe somebody's running late today. So it's not showing on any of the other networks. I just thought I would check. I was like, well, maybe if it's showing and I'm not, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. But I don't think I am. Let's see. Yeah, just hasn't started yet. And Jess says we can have a sing along. Hey, Carrie, good morning. Yeah, I thought it would be starting by now. It's due to start any second. So it could just be somebody who's running late. We could have just like a juror that ran late, or the judge could have just gotten stuck in traffic. I mean, stuff happens, life happens. So I'll keep doing the overview while we're just waiting, but I will stay on this page so you guys know what as soon as it starts, we're going right into it. So listen to this. He told Lori that they had been, this is Chad. He told Lori that they had been married multiple times in a previous life, and to, a narcissistic personality, this would be like, oh, it would be like getting, chocolate brownies or something just delicious. It would have made her feel so special. Because, I mean, who doesn't want to hear they're chosen by God to lead 144,000 people, especially if you're narcissistic? But Lori also fed Chad's ego. She was a big fan of his books. She was very, very beautiful. And the two of them reportedly began having an affair together. So the affair probably started out as emotional, with Chad and Lori sending messages to each other. Well, I don't know at what point this turned out to be a physical thing, but as we delve more deeply into this trial, I think we're going to learn more. So a few weeks after this event, Charles goes out of town to work and provide for his family. This is Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, and Charles invites Chad to come to town. She also invited a couple of other people, including her friend Melanie, who I believe will be taking the stand in this case. Charles only had eyes for Lori. This is reportedly gave her lots of narcissistic supply by making her the center of his attention. So to somebody with Lori's personality, this would have been intoxicating. So let's talk about Chad Daybell, because he's really an odd person. Also, he was born in 1968. He grew up in Utah. He married Tammy Daybell when he was just 22 years old, and he and Tammy had 5 children together. And I'm really curious if these children believe the same beliefs that he did, or are they standing by him? Are they standing by Tammy? Like, where are they in all this? We're going to find out. So he was a graduate of Brigham Young University, and he got a degree in journalism. So that's really scary. So, like many journalists, Chad liked to write. He reportedly was not working as a journalist or a writer at this point. Instead, he took a job digging graves. Put a pin in that. So Chad went on to found his own book companies to self-publish his books, and his family moved to Idaho in a small community called Rexburg. Now, he published around 20 to 25 books, and many of these books were what caused Lori to become obsessed with what Chad was teaching, and Chad himself. So Chad began categorizing people as either light or dark. This is really dehumanizing, in my opinion. And conveniently, hold on one second. Conveniently, he categorized Lori's friends and family also as light and dark. So anybody that Lori didn't like was conveniently categorized as dark. So I think that's interesting too. Again, this would have played into the narcissism of both Chad and Lori because they were special. They were going to lead the 144,000. And by categorizing other people and judging other people, this would be a way to be superior to them. This would have given them a sense of grandiosity because they were the leaders of this 144,000 in their own minds, of course. So Chad fed Lori's ego by telling her that she was an eternal beam. And of course, who would not want to hear that you're an eternal beam? I mean, I think all of us would like to hear that. So, of course, Lori becomes more obsessed with Chad's teachings, Chad's books, and ultimately she becomes more obsessed with Chad himself. So, this was the beginning of the downfall, the descent into darkness for Chad and Lori. I'm going to just check this and then I'll move forward to 2019. I just want to refresh. I do not see anything. Okay, just wanted to make sure it wasn't just me. Let me say hello to chat. Hey, Grunge. If you guys would share this on your socials and help me get it out, it would be great. It's the first day. So a lot of people probably don't know I'm doing this today. Hi, Holly. Hi, Amber. This case is a hard one for me to stay focused on. I have a 14-year-old and a 3-year-old, and I just don't understand. Well, that's why I'm going through it. So it'll make it by just giving you guys this little overview this morning. Sorry, there are going to be little things because when I'm on all day, life is happening still at my house as well as yours. So, and yeah, that's just YouTube announcing to me that we're going live. Okay, so notifications have been sent out. All right, so sorry about that, guys. So yeah, just like you guys, I have life happening too, but I'm here with you, and we're gonna have a nice day together. Hey, Grunge Truck. Maria says that was crazy insane. Wait, there's more. And Jazz says hello. Grunge Truck says hello. Holly Golightly says hello. Create Vids Music says, did y'all know Charles built Lori a special room for her to have a place to practice her religion? She was recording dances and sending videos to Chad. I watched it on a documentary. No, that's very interesting. Okay, I'm hearing from Cat 8 that it's starting. Let me refresh. I'm not showing that it's starting. Let me just pull up. Oh man, it is starting. Why don't I have it? This is Judge Farron Eddy's Facebook page.
We will not pause the trial longer than necessary to make that accommodation. At this time, I'll note also for the benefit of counsel, we do have all 18 jurors, our 12 jurors with 6 alternates have arrived this morning, and everyone has submitted their juror affirmation sheet regarding following the court's admonishment while they've been gone. No issues to bring up on the affirmations of the jurors. So with that in mind, then let me go to the state, knowing the state is here present. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
And is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thanks, counsel. All right, before we bring the jurors in, which we'll do very shortly here, I also, as we are getting started and before the jurors are sworn and we take evidence, is there, I believe we've already had a motion to exclude witnesses. Let me just clarify on the record, is there going to be a motion to exclude witnesses through evidence portion of the trial made by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. So,
Very well. The court will reaffirm then there has been a motion to exclude witnesses. So as the state begins with its case in chief, keep that in mind that they are not permitted to observe the trial proceedings, including the live stream. The only exception would be for a witness if they statutorily qualify as a victim, then they are permitted to observe the proceedings. So each witness is going to be questioned whether or not they've observed any trial proceedings, and I would instruct the state and then following the defense, if they have witnesses, to make sure that the exclusionary rule is followed. Does the state have any questions on that matter?
Your Honor, the state would just clarify and just make counsel and the court aware. It's the state's understanding that through the Constitution and statutorily, victims have a right to remain in the courtroom throughout the proceedings, regardless of whether or not they are victims. And we have discussed that with defense counsel and made the court aware of who we think there may be a crossover with, meaning individuals that may be present and also witnesses. But statutorily, they would have the right to be here. So including any of the defendant's children, as well as, since they were Tammy's children, as well as siblings, sometimes grandparents. The court made a ruling last year in the Lori Vallow case. I think if we're following a similar guideline, those are the individuals that we would just note for the record may be present at times, but should have the right to be present throughout the proceedings. In addition, I would just note for the record that we do have our case agent who will be present for the duration of the proceedings, and that's Chief Deputy Vince Kaikamani.
Okay, and the state's permitted their case agent. As it relates to victims, the court agrees they are permitted to see the proceedings, including if they are a witness. We would take up on a witness by witness basis whether or not they fall within the statutory qualifications permitting that. And I know the state's aware of the issue. We'll make rulings tested as to whether or not they would qualify and later called to testify. Mr. Pryor from the defense, any further comment or questions on the exclusionary ruling?
nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, this time then we will have the jurors brought in.
Yes, sir. All rise.
So this is the jury coming in. Yeah, he did warn Lori.
Oh, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Daybell. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We're on the record on Fremont County case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. We're ready to proceed with opening arguments and initial instructions this morning to you as jurors. The court notes that the prosecution is present as well as the defendant and the defense attorney representing him as well. We have qualified this panel of 18 jurors consisting of our 12 jurors with 6 alternates, and they are now seated for trial. Let me start with the state and ask, will the state agree that the jury has now been properly seated and ready to be sworn?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Will the defense agree as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning this morning. You're now seated as jurors in the case before us. As previously been told, I'm Stephen W. Boyce, the District Judge of Fremont County in charge of this courtroom trial. I'll briefly reintroduce you to some of our court personnel assisting here today. Shannon Holstein, seated to my right, is the clerk who is keeping minutes of the trial proceedings, will be marking trial exhibits and administering oaths to you as jurors and to the witnesses. We do have our courtroom bailiffs as well who assist with keeping order in the courtroom and helping the jury move about where they're supposed to throughout the day, and then enforcing any conduct orders we have in effect here for the trial. Our court reporter today in Bland is taking a stenographic record of everything said during the trial proceedings, and my staff attorney, Courtney Stallings, seated to the far right, who assists me with legal research and administrative matters that come up throughout each day of trial. Each one of you has been qualified, examined, and selected to serve as a juror of this court. The clerk will now have a roll call of our seated jurors. Please, Madam Clerk, if you would conduct the roll call. As to each juror, once your juror number is announced, please just indicate present or here verbally so we acknowledge that on the record. Madam Clerk.
Juror 27, present. Juror 219,
Here.
Juror 505,
Here.
Juror 631.
Here.
Juror 653.
Here.
Juror 686.
Present.
Juror 752.
Present.
Juror 1680, present. Juror 823.
Here.
Juror 1358.
Here.
Juror 1365. Here. Juror 716. Here. Juror 751.
Here.
Juror 997.
Here.
Juror 1078. Juror 1577. Here. Juror 1271. Juror 1382.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This case has been brought by the state of Idaho. I'll sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. The state is here represented in this trial by Lindsay Blake, the Fremont County prosecutor. Ms. Blake, could you please stand briefly? Also, Rob Wood is the Madison County prosecutor. Ingrid Beatty is a special assistant prosecutor. And Rocky Wixom is a Fremont County deputy prosecutor. The defendant in this case, Mr. Daybell, is represented by his attorney, John Carter. Thank you, counsel. In a few moments, the clerk will read you a redacted version of the amended indictment in this case. That document is not to be considered as evidence. It sets forth the charges against the defendant. You must not consider it as evidence of guilt and not be influenced by the fact that charges have been filed. Mr. Daybell has pled not guilty to the charges contained in the amended indictment. And please remember, again, it's a description of charges. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The duty of the jury is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in the instructions I will later give you to those facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying the court's instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is or what the law should be or what any lawyer may state the law to be. During this course of the trial, including opening statements, you're instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including using the internet or social media or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet, and do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. The court's given you that instruction now multiple times, and I will continue to give you that instruction. And again, that's not because I don't think you're not paying attention. It's just important enough. We'll keep reiterating that. And I will note we received the juror affirmations today from each of the jurors indicating they have followed that instruction. So thank you for that. At this time then, the next matter we'll take up is to have this jury placed under oath for trial. At this time then, normal schedule is to run trial from 8:30 each day until 3:30. At times that will need to be modified for certain reasons. Sometimes we have matters to be argued outside of your presence. Sometimes during the recesses, they may seem to go long because we're conducting other court business outside of your presence. But we will take recesses through the morning and also in the afternoon. If anyone is uncomfortable, needs a break or recess for some specific reason, please notify the bailiff and we'll do our best to accommodate each of you and keep you comfortable while you're here. In addition, if anyone has any kind of accommodations they need, for example, assistance with a hearing device, other matters, please notify the bailiff again, and we want to make sure you are as comfortable as you can be and able to be alert and attentive throughout the presentation of evidence in the case. These seats that you have been assigned to at this time will be your specific seat throughout the trial. Please return to that same assigned seat each day or after each break so that we are able to determine who's here and if someone's not for some reason who's not here. If there are interruptions at times during the trial, I know that can be frustrating, but we'll work our best to keep those to a minimum, move the trial as long as efficiently as possible, but at times it just takes time to hear motions that are necessary outside of your presence. And then the courtroom and your location for deliberations, as well as during the trial where you'll be held. We've provided, of course, access to restrooms and other needs you may have. I'll address your compensation here. State law allows you for $10 a day for your jury service. However, after 5 days, that bumps up to $40 a day. So this trial is expected to go some time. You'll likely get into that increased range of compensation, and that's pursuant to Idaho Code 2215. You're also entitled, I believe, to a mileage reimbursement for travel each day, and that can further be explained to you if you have any questions. Also, you may notice from time to time, or a lot of the time, I'm looking at monitors here during the trial. I do have case information here, availability to access and research things from the bench, and so if you notice me looking at those monitors, it's generally to assist me in trial issues that come up. At this time, then, the court will provide the jury with some additional jury instructions. As I read through these, it's somewhat lengthy, and I will notify you that you don't have to necessarily memorize everything I'm saying when the trial is concluded and you deliberate. You will have printed copies of these instructions to return to for reference. And if you'll give me just a moment here, I have a brief inquiry to make with my staff attorney.
Get your coffee, get some snacks. Yeah, I'm feeling better. Thanks, Mike. settle in. It's going to be a nice day.
All right, thank you. Now that you've been sworn as jurors to try this case, I'll go over with you what will be happening. I will describe how the trial will be conducted and what we will be doing. At the end of the trial, I'll give you more detailed guidance on how you are to reach your decision. Because the state has the burden of proof, it goes first. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement or may wait until the state has presented its case. The state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The defense may then present evidence that is not required to do so. If the defense does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence. This is evidence offered to answer the defense's evidence. After you have heard all of the evidence, I'll give you additional instructions on the law. After you've heard the instructions, the state and the defense will each be given time for closing arguments. In their closing arguments, they will summarize the evidence to help you understand how it relates to the law. Just as the opening statements are not evidence, neither are the closing arguments. After the closing arguments, you will leave the courtroom together to make your decision. During your deliberations, you will have with you my instructions, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and any notes taken by you in court. The defendant is charged by the state of Idaho with a violation of law. The charges against the defendant are contained in the amended indictment. The amended indictment is simply a description of the charges. It is not evidence. Jury instruction number 3. The defendant, Chad Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Vallow Daybell and or Alex Cox and or other co-conspirators. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by 2 or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant, Chad Daybell, in this case, and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving any alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant, Chad Daybell, has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. Instruction number 4. It is alleged that the crimes charged were committed on or about or on or between a certain date. If you find a crime was committed, the proof need not show that it was committed on that precise date. Instruction number 5. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. Presumption of innocence means 2 things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Jury instruction number 6. A defendant in a criminal trial has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant may not testify, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Jury instruction number 7. If during the trial I may say or do anything which suggests to you that I am inclined to favor the claims or positions of any party, you will not permit yourself to be influenced by any such suggestion. I will not express nor intend to express, nor will I intend to intimate any opinion as to which witnesses are or are not worthy of belief, what facts are or are not established, or what inferences should be drawn from the evidence. If any expression of mine seems to indicate an opinion relating to any of these matters, I will instruct you to disregard it. Jury instruction number 8. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instructions to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In doing so, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence you in your deliberations. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted in this trial. This evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits offered and received, and any stipulated or admitted facts. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the trial, an objection may be made to a question asked a witness, or to a witness's answer, or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and are not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question, or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the trial, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law which should apply to this case. Sometimes that will occur over on the corner there, and we do have a device here that whites out the noise so you can't hear us speaking there. At other times, I'll excuse you from the courtroom so that you can be comfortable while we work out any problems with evidence. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time to help the trial run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with these terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted in this trial. However, the law does not require you to believe all of the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you must apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decisions simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to be given such an opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Jury instruction number 9, at the conclusion of the trial, you will decide as to each charge whether the state has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you in making these decisions. That is a matter which must not in any way affect your verdict. Jury instruction number 10. The state is seeking the death penalty in this case. If the defendant is convicted of murder in the first degree, there will then be a separate sentencing phase of the trial. At that sentencing phase, additional evidence may be presented and the jury will be given additional instructions. At the conclusion of that hearing, The jury will then decide if the defendant will be sentenced to death. If the jury decides that the defendant will not be sentenced to death, either the defendant will be sentenced to a term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, or the judge will sentence the defendant to a term of life imprisonment during which the defendant could not be paroled for at least 10 years and possibly for life. Jury instruction number 11. If you wish, you may take notes to help you remember what witnesses said. If you do take notes, please keep them to yourself until after you and your fellow jurors go to the jury room to decide the case. You should not let note-taking distract you so that you do not hear other answers by witnesses. When you leave at night, you'll leave your notes here with the videos. If you do not take notes, you should rely on your own memory of what was said and not be overly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, you cannot assign one person the duty of taking notes for all of you. Jury instruction number 12. It is important that as jurors and officers of this court, you obey the following instructions at any time you leave the jury box, whether it be for recesses of the court during the day or when you leave the courtroom to go home at night. First, do not talk about the case among yourselves or with anyone else during the course of the trial. You should keep an open mind throughout the trial and not form or express an opinion about the case. You should only reach your decision after you have heard all the evidence, after you've heard my final instructions, and after the final arguments. You may discuss this case with the other members of the jury only after it is submitted to you for your decision. All such discussions should take place in the jury room. Second, do not let any person talk about the case in your presence. If anyone does talk about it to you, tell them you're a juror of the case. If they won't stop talking, then report that to the bailiff or courtroom staff here as soon as you're able to do that. You should not tell your fellow jurors about what has happened. Third, during this trial, do not talk with any of the parties, their lawyers, or any witnesses. By this, I mean not only do not talk about the case, but do not talk at all, even to pass the time of day. In no other way can all parties be assured of the fairness they are entitled to expect from you as jurors. Fourth, during this trial, do not make any investigation of this case or inquiry outside of the courtroom on your own. Do not go to any place mentioned in the testimony without an order of the court to do so. You must not consult any books, records, internet, or any other source of information unless I specifically authorize you to do so. Fifth, do not read about the case in the newspapers. Do not listen to radio or television broadcasts about the trial. You must base your verdict solely on what is presented in court and not upon any newspaper, radio, television, or other media account of what may have happened. Each day you will be required, as I mentioned, to sign an affirmation that you will follow this admonition of the court. That concludes the court's first instructions then, and as I mentioned, you will be providing copies of those when you deliberate for further reference. Next, at this time then, I am going to have the clerk read the amended and redacted indictment to you. Madam Clerk, if you're ready to read the amended indictment, please do that at this time.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and in for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho Plaintiff versus Chad Daybell Defendant, case number CR 22211623, amended indictment. Chad Daybell is accused by the grand jury of Fremont County of this indictment as follows. Count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder with grand theft by deception. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, in the County of Madison, State of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction and common scheme or plan in Madison and Fremont counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tylee Ryan and to commit grand theft by deception. Count 2, first degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2019 in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, and as part of a common scheme or plan for continuing criminal transactions in Madison and Fremont counties in Idaho, were concerned in the commission of a first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, or not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being, to wit, either kill Tylee Ryan and or assist in the killing of Tylee Ryan and or did encourage the killing of Tylee Ryan and or did command another to kill Tylee Ryan in violation of the Count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, excuse me, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Fremont County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction and common scheme or plan in Madison and Fremont counties, Idaho, that willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Joshua Jackson Vallow, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, and to commit grand theft by deception. Count 4, first degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or between the 8th and 9th day of September 2018 in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, and as part of a common scheme or plan for continuing criminal transactions between Madison and Fremont counties in Idaho, were concerned in the commission of a first-degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, were not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being. To wit, did either kill J.J. Vallow and or assist in the killing of J.J. Vallow, and or did encourage the killing of J.J. Vallow, and or did command another to kill J.J. Vallow in violation of Idaho code. Count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendants, Chad Daybell and or Lori Vallow and or Alex Cox, deceased, and or other co-conspirators, both known and unknown, on or between the dates of October 26, 2018, and continuing until January 15, 2020, in the county of Fremont, state of Idaho, and elsewhere, including Madison County, Idaho, and as part of a continuing criminal transaction in common scheme or plan in Fremont and Madison counties, Idaho, did willfully and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree to commit murder in the first degree of Tammy Daybell, and did combine or conspire to commit murder, and one or more of such persons did enact to effect the object, combination, or conspiracy. Count 6, first degree murder. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on October 18 to 19, 2019, in the county of Fremont, state of Idaho, was concerned in the commission of first degree murder and did aid and abet in its commission, or not being present, advised and encouraged its commission, or by command compelled another to commit the crime, and did so with malice aforethought, and did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, which resulted in the death of a human being, to wit, did either kill Tammy Daybell and or assist in the killing of Tammy Daybell, and or did encourage the killing of Tammy Daybell, and or did command another to kill Tammy Daybell in violation of Idaho code. Count 7, insurance fraud. The defendant, Chad Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 30, 2019 in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or thing material to such claim, to wit, that present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Life Map Assurance Company in violation of Idaho Code. Count 9, insurance fraud. That the defendant, Chad Daybell, on or about October 19, 2019 through October 31, 2019, in the county of Madison, state of Idaho, did with the intent to defraud or deceive an insurer for the purpose of obtaining any money or benefit, insurer, or other person, a statement as part of or in support of a claim for payment or benefit, knowing that such statement contained false, incomplete, or misleading information concerning any fact or material thing to such claim, to wit, it present and or cause to be presented an insurance beneficiary form to Primerica Life Insurance Company in violation of Idaho Code. Signed as a true bill on the 24th day of May, 2021, signed by the Deputy Presiding Grand Juror, acting as Presiding Grand Juror in Fremont County, state of Idaho. And to these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading the redacted amended indictment. In this case, again, I will advise the jurors, remember the indictment is a description of charges. It is not evidence. That concludes the court's opening instructions and the reading of the indictment. The jury's been sworn as well. The next matter we would take up then are opening statements and inquire of the state. Is the state ready to proceed with openings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will be giving the opening statement?
I will remember.
Very well. Mr. Wood, you may present your opening.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is there a hand mic so that I may address the jury?
I think we do have one. Might take us a moment to get it over to you.
And then I do have a PowerPoint attached.
All right.
May I proceed your phone? Yes, it's for the HDMI. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you.
Two dead children buried in the defendant Chad Daybell's backyard in September of 2019. The next month, his wife is found dead in their marital bed. 17 days after the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, this defendant is photographed laughing and dancing on a beach in Hawaii at his wedding. It's Lori Vallow, a woman who was his mistress and the mother of the children, buried in the graves on his property. 3 dead bodies. This defendant believed he had a right beyond the ordinary. When he had a chance at what he considered his rightful destiny, he made sure that no person or no law would stand in his way. His desire for sex, money, and power led him to pursue those ambitions. And this pursuit led to the deaths of his wife and Lori's 2 innocent children. Chad Daybell is an author who wrote books about the apocalypse. During this trial, you will hear a story more troubling and the story is real. Chapter 1. The defendant was a seemingly ordinary man. You'll see that he craved significance. He worked in journalism, and he worked as a sexton in a graveyard. He married his wife Tammy in 1990 after meeting at Brigham Young University, and they settled in Utah. As a full-time homemaker and mother, Tammy's love for her family was boundless. Together, Tammy and the defendant started a small publishing company, which Tammy supported in many ways. They had 5 children together. They moved to Idaho, where Tammy became a beloved school librarian. She was devoted to service, her community, and her faith. But for this defendant, that ordinary existence was not enough. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. Your Honor, this mic just...
Sorry, Mr. Lee. Let's see if we get a replacement mic.
I think it's, I got it working now.
Okay,
I noticed that the PowerPoint is not up.
yeah, look, I think your mic's off.
Okay, I didn't turn it off this time, so
You might have a bad battery.
That's them on their end with muting. That's not me.
You want to confirm the screen as well?
Your Honor, it's up on the screen and I can it's plugged into the HDMI. I'm not sure why it's not. Transfer. I don't know if there's any one person with that.
Let's see if we can get some help to maybe see if we can get the signal to work on that.
Sorry. Can I proceed?
Yeah, but I'm still not sure on the mic. Is that mic working?
Check.
Okay, thanks.
Apologies for the interruption, writing down. Chapter 2. Lori Vallow was a homemaker from Arizona. She was married to her 4th husband, Charles Vallow, and she was the mother to Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. Tylee was a normal, vibrant teenage girl. She loved her friends. You'll hear that she loved her Jeep. She loved Chipotle. She loved her little brother, J.J. J.J. was a 7-year-old boy on the autism spectrum. He required extensive special care and need. He loved his sister. You'll hear about a pivotal date that set in motion the deaths of Tammy, Tylee, and J.J. October 26, 2018. That was a day when Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met at a religious conference in St. George, Utah, where they were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At this time, both still married to other spouses. That introduction set in motion the reality you're going to hear about. We know what happened next in the defendant's own words. You'll hear. Though both married, Chad and Lori began to have an affair. You will hear excerpts from the defendant's extended text messages to Lori that reveal his mindset and his motivations. In his thirst for sex, power, and money, Chad created an alternate reality where they called themselves James and Elena, names that Chad claimed were from past lives they had put together. The defendant's text messages reveal their story of lust and their plan for a future together. Chad Daybell wrote that upon meeting Lori Vallow, he experienced a happiness unmatched by anything else in his 50 years. He was captivated by her appearance, so much so, he said she was out of his league. You will hear evidence in his own words, how he was taken by her beauty and spoke about their sexual encounters on many occasions. More than anything else, Chad's obsession with Lori was rooted in her adoration for him. She was the mirror reflecting the grandeur he saw in himself. He called her an exalted goddess. He told her in writing that she had returned to earth to perform a special mission. Part of that mission included being with him. They soon came together and turned their dreams into a plan for the future. One free from what they called obstacles, and those obstacles were Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. Chapter 3. You'll hear that in the world that Chad and Lori planned for themselves, they identified those who stood in the way of their dream as dark. Their spouses, Lori's own children, and any who oppose them were labeled sometimes as dark spirits or even zombies. This was more than an alleged belief of right-wing labor. The evidence will show that it was a convenient narrative that dehumanized people who stood in their way and who were labeled as obstacles. This narrative gave them the pretext to remove people from this world for their own good. Chad and Lori preached that only through spiritual intervention, what they sometimes called casting, sometimes through burning, or even through death, would these dark spirits be cleansed. Enter Alex Cox, Lori's devoted brother. Chad and Lori manipulated Alex with promises of spiritual rewards. They wielded their influence over Alex, drawing him into their plotting and planning of their own future. After the deaths of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, Chad Daybell gave Alex a blessing. This blessing was reported by Lori, who was present. And in that blessing, he said to Alex, "You have earned the privilege to be a member of their exclusive religious group." And he also said to him, "You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid." But you will also see other text messages. Chad and Lori discussed more earthly concerns, that Alex could be the one to implicate them. Alex knew this as well. Shortly before he died, on December 12th, 2019, he told his wife, Zulana Pastenis, who you will hear from, he was afraid he was going to be Chad and Lori's small guy. Chapter 4. Once their calculated plan was devised, it only took months to execute and remove perceived obstacles in Chad Daybell's path to a new life. Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, who was labeled as dark by the defendant, was shot and killed by Alex Cox in Arizona. Lori stood to gain $1 million, money that could fund Chad and Lori's future. Yet following Charles's death, Lori Vallow awaited a $1 million life insurance payout that never came, only to learn that the beneficiary was no longer her. Upon learning she would not receive that insurance money, Lori would text Chad, "I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS, meaning Social Security." Chad replied to her in a text that read, "It will be interesting to see if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest." Tylee Ryan, also branded dark and a zombie, was last seen on September 8, 2019. Subsequent investigations revealed the horrifying truth. Her remains, charred and dismembered, were found in a grave on Chad Daybell's property. Without Charles's $1 million in insurance money to support them, Lori Vallow continued to illegally receive Tylee's Social Security benefits, provided after the death of Tylee's biological father, who had been Lori's 3rd husband. According to this defendant, JJ Vallow, Lori's son, was also possessed. After he was labeled as a dark entity, his fate was no less tragic than his sister's. His young life was also planned. Later, his bound body was discovered buried in Chad's backyard, his death by suffocation. Yet while JJ was missing, Lori continued to illegally receive JJ's Social Security benefit, money provided by Charles Vallow's dad. Tammy Daybell, a vivacious, healthy mother, was another individual labeled as a dark spirit to be removed. On October 9th of 2019, she reported being shot at night near her home by a man covered in black. She thought it was a paintball gun. On October 19th, 10 days later, she died in her own home with her husband present. This was soon after an increase in the value of her life insurance to more than $400,000. This defendant rapidly cashed in that life insurance and began looking for condos in Hawaii with Lori. You'll see the rental application he submitted for a couple with no kids. Medical examiners would later determine that the only reasonable explanation for Tammy's death was not of natural causes, but rather a homicide. In fact, you will hear from multiple witnesses that Chad predicted multiple times that Tammy would die of an early death. Chapter 5. 17 days after his wife's death, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married and celebrated on a beach in Hawaii, Hawaii, symbolizing what he called their eternal union. Chad and Lori were preparing their wedding well before Tammy's death. Lori was shopping for wedding rings while Tammy was still alive. Now, without the earthly obstacles of spouses and young children, and with Tammy's insurance policy and the children's social security funds, they could live the life Chad and Lori wanted. Nothing was going to stand in their way. Chapter 6. Unfortunately for this defendant, reality soon shattered their bliss. Two things led law enforcement to his and Lori's door. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori Vallow's nephew-in-law, a man named Brandon Boudreaux, was shot at in Arizona by someone from what he believed was Tylee's Jeep. Law enforcement in Arizona investigating Brandon's shooting contacted law enforcement in Fremont County, Idaho, to look for Alex Cox and for Tylee's Jeep. And you'll hear that that Jeep was later found in Rexburg, Idaho, in Madison County. Meanwhile, J.J. Vallow's grandmother, concerned that she hadn't seen or heard from him in months, asked police for help. The police followed up and located Lori in Rexburg, Idaho, where the police did a welfare check at Lori's apartment. Law enforcement arrived at Lori's door on November 26, 2019. When asked about Lori, Chad first told law enforcement he didn't know her very well, despite the fact that they were married and had been in a relationship for over a year. Lies by Lori to police about JJ and Tylee's whereabouts, and then a move to Hawaii, and Lori's unwillingness to present her children to law enforcement to prove their well-being led to her arrest and extradition. As Lori refused to produce her children, law enforcement continued their search for Tylee and JJ. During that search, they located a unique text message that this defendant, Chad Daybell, had sent to his wife, Tammy, on September 9, 2019, which was the day after Tylee Bryant's last known appearance. You'll hear from the FBI agent who found that message, but this message seemed longer than his usual text to Tammy, and it had a more conversational tone. In that text, Chad claimed he'd had an interesting morning, that he'd shot a raccoon, that he'd buried it in what they called the pet cemetery, and that he'd had a fire on the property where he burned some wood debris. When law enforcement finally went to the defendant's property the following June, they didn't find a raccoon. They found Tylee's burnt remains were buried in the pet cemetery. And they found JJ nearby, buried under a tree near a pond. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been told this will be a lengthy trial. You will hear from many witnesses. You will hear a lot of evidence. You're going to hear a lot of dates. The following is just a timeline of major events to help understand when these things took place. October 26, 2018, Chad and Lori meet in St. George, Utah. July 11, 2019, Charles Vallow, Lori's husband, shot and killed by Alex Cox. Between August 31st and September 1st, Lori, Alex Cox, and Tylee and JJ moved to Rexburg, Idaho, just a few miles south of the defendant's home. Tylee's last known sighting was September 8, 2019. The text I just spoke of about the raccoon was sent by the defendant to his wife September 9, 2019. JJ's last known sighting you'll hear about September 22nd. The attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreaux in Arizona was October 2nd. The shooting I mentioned of Tammy, the shooting at her, the unsuccessful shooting, October 9th, 2019. Tammy's death, October 19th, 2018. 17 days later, Chad and Lori married in Hawaii. Law enforcement did a welfare check looking for JJ November 26, 2019 in Rexburg, Idaho. November 26th and 27th, Chad and Lori leave town. June 9th, 2020, Tylee and JJ's remains are found on Chad's property. As I said, you're going to hear a lot of evidence from a lot of witnesses. And there's going to be kind of different groups of evidence you're going to hear from. You'll hear from law enforcement, some of whom will give you a broad overview of the investigation and what they did, how the search for Tylee and JJ turned to a basic murder. You'll hear how it began by people who knew Lori and Chad, the James and Elena. You'll hear about the James and Elena story and about their relationship with each other and how they pursued their dream, their plan for a life together. You'll hear in the defendant's own words, people referred to as obstacles, how they need to be gotten rid of. You're going to hear financial evidence. You'll hear from an FBI forensic accountant and a detective, a Social Security administrator, investigator, who will talk about the finances involved in this case. You'll hear more from law enforcement, from multiple law enforcement agencies, the Rexburg Police, the Fremont County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, Social Security Administration, about the investigation into these crimes. You will see forensic evidence. You'll see DNA testing to identify the body of Tylee. You'll see DNA testing that showed that DNA from Tylee was found on at least 2 tools in the defendant's shed. You'll hear digital evidence dealing with geolocation data tied to certain phones that were used in this case. You'll hear from Hawaii law enforcement about searches they performed in Hawaii on the defendant and his wife. And finally, you will hear many of this defendant's own words. You will hear voice recordings of this defendant. You'll hear, recorded phone calls between him and his wife, Lori Daybell. You'll read multiple texts that he and Lori sent back. Another text he sent. Chapter 9, what's unwritten. The defendant stands before you today, charged with multiple crimes. First-degree murder for the death of Tammy Daybell. First-degree murder for the death of Tylee Ryan. First-degree murder for the death of J.J. Vallow. Conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception, the death of Tylee Ryan. Conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft by deception for the death of J.J. Vallow, and insurance fraud. Two dead children, buried in this defendant's backyard. The next month, his wife, dead, in their bed. 17 days later, this defendant marries Lori Vallow. Members of the jury, days or probably weeks from now, when the evidence in this trial is fully unfolded, we will have the opportunity to speak with you again. And at that time, we will ask you to end this horrible narrative. Your verdict will be the link that writes the final chapter of this tragic saga. A chapter that delivers justice for Tammy, justice for JJ, and justice for Tylee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That will conclude the opening statement of the state. Mr. Pryor, a couple of questions. First, is the defense going to give an opening statement now or defer until later? And second, if you are going to give an opening statement, would you prefer we take a mid-morning recess or go forward?
Judge, could we take a short recess? And I have a.
Okay, I think this is a good time then for our mid-morning break. We'll go ahead and take that now. And then once that's concluded, Mr. Pryor can give his opening statement to the defense.
All rise.
Okay, so we've got a recess. Let me change this back. So that worked better. You guys could see that better. Yeah, I could, if I take myself off camera, then you guys don't have any audio. I know there's a way to do it on with me off camera. But I thought the nice part was getting to do it together. I know some people are just streaming it, which is fine. And we could do that too. If you want, if you would prefer, I could make it bigger and just take myself out. I just need to look up how to do it. So let me know if you would like me to do that. For right now, let me just say, please subscribe. It's free and it helps me out a lot. So they're just taking a very short recess. I want to thank our VIP, Jane J., our producers, George Brown and Jazz and for Amber, and our channel members. If you would like to become a channel member, just hit the join button. It's next to the subscribe. Subscribing is free. And the channel member, I think it's like $2.99. You would get a check mark next to your name and priority responses. And we do regular live streams that are just for channel members only, which are really, really fun. I get a chance to engage with all of you. I really enjoy that so much. So this one's going to go on a little bit because we have added some new channel members. So welcome to all of our new channel members. So happy to have you. And while we're taking this break, just let me say thank you for your super thanks, your PayPal. Brother Mike, Holly, Go Lightly. Thank you for your gifted memberships, Hush Pup, and Jazz, Jane J. And I missed a couple people. Nickel for a Pickle, Pam Brachelle, and Jazz Olwyn. Thank you so much to all of you guys. Okay. And then these Hush Pup gifted a bunch of memberships. So did Enja. So I really appreciate you guys so much. It's so nice of you. So let's take some comments. And yeah, we're going to have, I mean, they're on their first day too. So if they're not used to the microphone, I think it's, we're just going to have to be okay with that. But this is going to give you a good idea of how the Brian Kohlberger case is going to go. Because this is also set in Idaho. Yeah, please give this a thumbs up. It helps me out with the algorithm. It lets YouTube know I'm not doing anything nefarious, which is always appreciated. Yesterday, I logged off from our live stream and can I talk about different membership levels? Oh, I don't know if I can. There's only three membership levels. There's the VIP, and then there's producers, and then there's channel members. And all three get check marks next to their name. And then you just get listed out differently depending on what membership that you do. Obviously, the VIP gets like the biggest, and then the producers are also highly mentioned. And the channel members, you're still appearing in every single video with your name. So I still think it's a really good value. And everybody, thanks, hi Jack. Everybody gets to do it. Everybody, whether you're a subscriber or a channel member, everybody is important. I do want to say that. But I don't know what else you want me to really say about the channel memberships. If you have a specific question, I can tell you. I know there are 3 levels, and it's just up to you. I'm like grateful for any kind of support you guys want to do, from subscribing, which is a great way to support the channel, to watching the videos is another great way to support the channel. All of these help me out so much. So while we're doing this, let me go ahead and go through some more stuff. And I'm just going to leave this up so we know when he comes back on and you guys know we're not missing anything. So where I left off is we were at 2019. With Charles Vallow noticing that Lori was becoming more and more bizarre and that his marriage was beginning to deteriorate. So Lori was becoming really obsessed with past lives and her future as a leader of the 144,000 that she believed she was going to lead with Chad. So she spent a lot of time obsessing over this fantasy life, and more time focused on that than probably working on her marriage with Charles. So I can't imagine how hard this must have been to watch sort of her descent into darkness for Charles Vallow. He seems like a really good and decent guy. And I just want to say that, although they do happen to practice Mormonism, this is not normal. This is, in every religion throughout the ages of time, there have always been people who have been extreme. And this is an example of that. So Lori was now viewing herself as a very special, right? That would play into her narcissism spirit. She was going to lead that 144,000 together with Chad, and she began categorizing her own family members as dark and light. And if someone was considered dark, Lori would classify them as a zombie. And in my opinion, this was a way for Lori to dehumanize that person. So JJ and Tylee, their lives were about to get a whole lot worse. So on January 31st, Charles had been trying to reach his family, including JJ and Tylee, for 2 days, but was getting no response from Lori. So on the day he returned home from a business trip, he found that his car had been removed from the airport parking lot. The locks had been changed on his home. $35,000 had been taken from his bank account that he shared with Lori Vallow. So I can't even imagine how hurt he must have felt. And his clothes were dumped into a trash bin. He certainly did not do anything to deserve any of this type of behavior. And at this point, Charles was really becoming frantic for JJ and Tylee and for Lori's mental health, because he still loved her and he tried reaching out to law enforcement. There's a body cam footage. I'll play it for you tomorrow if you're interested in seeing it. It's just heartbreaking to watch, but I don't want to do it right now because this is a very short break. But you can see that law enforcement showed up and they didn't really take him seriously. And we know now that Charles was telling the truth. He was trying to sound the alarm that Lori needed mental health care, that JJ and Tylee were in danger. And little did Charles know he was also in mortal danger at this point. So I understand law enforcement's point of view. He probably came across as like a husband that was just trying to throw his wife under the bus because they're getting divorced, or he was upset because he'd been locked out of the house. But, so I understand, why they would think this just sounded wackadoodle-doo to them. But he was begging them for help and he was telling the truth. And imagine telling the truth and having nobody believe you. So soon after July 11th of 2019, a 911 call took place from Lori's brother, Alex Cox, and Charles Vallow was found done away with. He had been shot inside Lori Vallow's home, and the perpetrator was Alex Lori's brother. He admitted it, but said it was in self-defense. Alex sounds very cold in the 911 call. Law enforcement arrived at the property, and Lori pulled up shortly after, and her affect and demeanor was kind of smiling and joking. And in retrospect, it was really sort of sinister. And I don't understand why at that point, law enforcement didn't look into the self-defense thing a little bit more. I don't know. What do you guys think? So I think Charles Vallow deserved so much better than Lori. And Lori's motivation for Charles was more than just dark or light. And it was more than her just believing that he was a zombie. But Charles also had a huge life insurance policy that Lori thought she was going to get. So Lori calls the life insurance company a few days after this, but the life insurance company notified Lori that she was not the beneficiary of Charles's will. He had his will changed and left his entire estate to his sister. It was probably an effort to protect his own life. Unfortunately, it did not work. It was probably to take away her motive to do something. So Charles was the first victim that we know about of Lori and Chad, but he was certainly not the last, because before Lori and Chad were done, Chad's wife, Tammy, would be fired at by a man that she described holding a paintball gun. It was widely believed that this man was Lori's brother, Alex, who had been put up to this by Lori and Chad. He missed that day, and Tammy posted about it on her Facebook page, warning other people because she was a kind and caring person. So let's talk about Chad and Tammy Daybell a little bit more. They had 5 children together, and Tammy had been mysteriously fired upon by someone she described as having a paintball gun as she was entering her house. I don't think it was a paintball gun. Apparently it was Lori's brother, Alex. This is alleged. He has passed, and we don't know what happened, but apparently he missed. And so she survived this first attempt. So unbeknownst to Tammy, Lori Vallow had arrived in Rexburg, Idaho, where Tammy was living with her 5 children and her husband, Chad Daybell. And Lori enrolled JJ in a nearby school at the beginning of September, but she didn't enroll Tylee in school. So to me, this shows a premeditation on her part. And the last image we have of JJ and Tylee are at a Yellowstone Park on Sunday, September 8th of 2019. And this is the last time that Tylee was seen. So we're going to talk about Lori's brother in just a few seconds, but let me check in with chat and just see what you guys are thinking about all of this. And we're just on a short break, so we're waiting for the judge to come back. Let's see where we are. Roxy says he should have mentioned that Chad did not want, yeah, he declined it. And maybe he's going to have the coroner take the stand, right? I agree. Yeah, I'm just right here. Yeah, we're doing a quick recess, so if you need to go to the bathroom, this is a good time. Kate 8 Canary says Pryor already not speaking into the microphone. I think that's going to happen. They're not professionals. We noticed this. I noticed this when we were watching some of the other trials on TV too. They just don't have the sense of, like, I think holding it helps because they have it in their hand. Yeah, thanks. Please hit the like button. Please share this on your socials. They can watch this together instead of just sitting at home by yourself watching it. It's nice to come in, and you can watch it on your TV and still type and chat with us on the cell phone. That's what Brother Mike is doing. None of my emojis. I don't have any emojis today either, Jody, so I don't know why that is. I don't know. I'm on my computer. I'm not on my phone, but I don't have emojis. Roxy says, I just got notice that the FBI are at the Proudfoot, so I don't know if it's true or not. I will check in with that. I am Chris Stark using my son's account. Oh, hey, Chris. I didn't know it was you. I'm glad you told me that. Holly said, make sure you are turned on, click join, and then select the 3 dots. I don't know. Yeah, you should be able to hit the notification bell so you can watch this. Yeah, they were a storm of negativity, Jody. You're right. Chris says, I'm not hearing search warrants, but I have not verified. I'm waiting for a call. Yeah, Roxy says she feels bad for Charles Vallow. He tried to get help. He did. He really did try to get help. And I would show you the video, but I'm worried that the judge is going to come back and we're going to miss the actual trial. Jody says, wonder if Tylee had any idea, the poor sweetheart. I don't know. I'm sure she didn't. Maria says, poor Charles, so heartbroken. Yeah, he seemed like a really good guy. And that's why I want to be really careful while we're watching, this trial with this, wackadoodle-doo, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, that we don't lump, good and normal, caring people who practice the LDS religion in with everybody else. Because we have, people that act bizarrely in every single religion. Has anyone... no, I don't know. Kate says, I think Tylee did know, loved JJ, so took a risk to be with him. Carrie said, how can somebody be so brainwashed about Lori? I don't know. I think it really did play into her narcissism. I think she really got a payoff for that. So we don't have a COD on that. Guys, watch your words in the chat. I don't want to delete comments, but please don't use words like that, because it'll get the channel will get flagged. So please, I'm going to take this down. Please, I'm not doing this to be mean, but I have to delete these. You guys cannot use these words in the chat. So please don't. So I'm deleting them, not because I'm upset with you, not because I don't want you to have a comment, but because you just use other words, passing away. You could try, just do something else besides that. I do want you guys to comment and feel comfortable, but I also don't want the channel to get flagged for inappropriate words in the chat. So don't use the M word. I'm going to take this one down. I'm not mad at you guys or anything like that. If I'm deleting something, just use, a different one. Thank you so much. It does really help me out with the algorithm. Yeah, zombie's fine. You can say zombie. All right. So let me look. Somebody said there was an update in the Sebastian case. Let me look. It's a nice thing about being on with you guys. I can look up stuff for you guys. So let's see if there's any new news or if this is just a rumor. I don't see anything new. I would think that would be like major breaking news if that was the case. I don't see anything new. So I'm going to say that's a rumor. That maybe somebody's... I just don't see anything. I'm just looking to see. No, there's no breaking news on that. I'll check Twitter as well, because that sometimes will have stuff. But you got to be careful on there, because let's see. Just pulling up the hashtag. I'm not going off the trial thing though, but I am looking. No, I don't see anything other than the Amber Alert was elevated to a national Amber Alert. But I'm not seeing anything. So no, that's just a rumor that so far I haven't not confirming anything. So this is what I found. Rumors swirling that the FBI is at the Proudfoot home. A neighbor sent a photo to a YouTuber. I don't see, but in the photo, I don't see any FBI. I just see the house and a van. It's just a white van. So I don't know. And then that says no activity there right now. So I'm going to say that's probably just a rumor, but I will keep track of it. Want to know about Tylee, but we'll never know until Chad says so. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to know exactly what happened because of how long it took for them to find them. Yeah, thanks for that, Jody. Yeah, I want to keep our channel in good standing. And just as I heard earlier that some people were saying Sebastian's case is now criminal. I don't see anything from any what I would consider to be like a credible source, which would be like a major news outlet or something like that, or a reporter. I see YouTubers claiming that there's, but a YouTuber hearing from a neighbor doesn't mean anything. Yeah, so nothing new that I can see. But I will keep an eye out on that case. If anything comes, we'll go, we'll definitely report on it. And I'm just waiting. We're taking what's being characterized as a short recess, but nothing on the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm keeping track of the latest news. I'm using the hashtag to search it. And the only major news is that it was elevated last night to a national Amber Alert. That's it. And then rumors. But rumors aren't fact. So rumors swirling that the FBI is at the profit her. But when the YouTuber tried to confirm the rumors, they asked to see a photo. They were told that there was no activity right now. So it could be somebody just trying to punk a YouTuber too. So could just be something like that. Trying to punk us. That's why you always want to verify stuff before you report it out as much as you can. So yeah, let's go back to, so Lori and her kids and her brother Alex, they all moved to this Rexburg, Idaho area. And Lori's personal fixer was her brother Alex, in my opinion. And I think he was just a kind of a goal. So Tylee had moved from Arizona to Idaho, so nobody noticed that Tylee was missing. Lori had not enrolled her in school, so nobody reported her missing. And JJ disappeared not long after. Just weeks later, on September 17th, JJ was seen for the last time on a neighbor's doorbell cam. And after this, he was never seen again. So on September 23rd, Lori unenrolled JJ from school. So that gives you the time frame of sometime between September 17th and September 23rd. So this reminds me of Chris Watts unenrolling Bella and Cece from their schools. So the family made the members of JJ and Tylee had not seen them, and they were used to FaceTiming with them. So Lori kept giving them excuses as to why the kids were not available to FaceTime. And so, but the family members are wanting to know, where are these two beautiful and precious JJ and Tylee? And Tylee, they also noticed that her older adult brother noticed that her text messages had changed in the way that she worded stuff. Maybe her punctuation was a little bit different. The way she capitalized things were a little bit different. So he didn't feel like the messages he was getting, the text messages, were from Tylee. This is Colby, her older brother, and he became suspicious at this point, according to his interview on Netflix, who has a great documentary on this case. So around this time, Lori was seen on camera with an unknown male, who probably was either Alex, her brother, or Chad Daybell, moving the kids' belongings into a storage unit. They were seen on surveillance video at the storage unit multiple times. So let's go back to Tammy Daybell, because now it's October 9th. Tammy is unloading groceries outside her house in the driveway when an unknown assailant pops out with this, what she characterized as a paintball. But I don't think it was. I think this was a first attempt, and it was a miss because, shortly after, Tammy turns up, passed away just 10 days after that incident. And Chad claimed that Tammy had passed away of natural causes, and she wasn't an older woman. So she said she had a cough, and law enforcement just ruled it as natural causes. They didn't follow up. No follow-up. No autopsy was done on Tammy, even though she was young, vibrant, and had no history of respiratory issues. Coincidentally, Tammy Daybell also had a life insurance policy that benefited Chad. So we're seeing a pattern here of two people who this was not just religion, this was money also. So the numbers of people are beginning to pile up. We have Charles Vallow, we have Tammy Daybell, we have JJ, we have Tylee. And then 2 weeks after Tammy's passed away, Chad and Lori take off to Hawaii. They got married on the beach wearing flowered leis. And once they returned from their wedding, Lori began telling people that Tylee had passed away years earlier. And Chad was telling people that the kids never existed at all. So they're covering their tracks now. Covering their tracks. So I think that's really sketchy. And I wonder if they had not run off to get married, and had simply just given up custody of JJ and Tylee, if this would have never come to light, what happened to Tammy. Because these two were not criminal masterminds. They definitely made mistakes. What do you guys think about that? Let me just hold this. And I'm just going to refresh this and just see. Nope, still holding. Okay, so we're just waiting on the judge to come back. Yeah, we have such a nice group. We have a Facebook group too. It's really, really nice. Nice people. If you just want to come hang out in there too. Broke my heart. Lori got rid of JJ. Yeah, he had autism. He was on the spectrum. And so he had a dog, a service dog, and she got rid of that. Thanks, Chris. Hippie says, why did they do and why didn't I don't know. They took his word for it. He was probably an upstanding member of the community, didn't have any kind of a criminal record. But it's too bad, because if they had listened to Charles Vallow, maybe Lori could have gotten mental health and we wouldn't all be here right now, right? There's just been so many red flags. So yeah, I agree. So guys, watch your words in here. I'm just, and if you're leaving me comments in the comment section, do the same thing. Just watch your words, because what will happen is, it'll just get us completely deboosted. So I am just checking to see if anybody else has got it, and nope. We're just sitting here waiting on this. So yeah, it's just a rumor about the FBI. Nothing to confirm it from, other than a photograph. And now they said, oh, well, the FBI is gone. So it's probably somebody trying to punk a YouTuber. That's what I suspect. On the Sebastian Rogers. I wish there was some kind of movement on that. I surely do. But I think it's good that it was elevated to a national Amber Alert, you guys. Maria says, Chad and Lori are pure evil. And Chris says, FBI is not at Sebastian's home. Stepdad has not been seen at work. Yeah, you're right. And Roxy says, who do you think the mastermind was of all these crimes? I don't know. I think Chad is going to throw Lori under the bus and then back over her, if you want my opinion on that. I think he's going to say it was definitely her, but I don't think that's true. I'm just waiting for them to come back, and then we'll get the 3 cameras going again. Roxy says, I kind of figured it was a rumor. Yeah, definitely just a rumor. So are you guys having snacks? What kind of snacks are you guys having today? Okay, so it's allegedly being said that the Sebastian Rogers is now a criminal investigation, and they're citing the news. But they're not citing like which news outlet is saying that. So I don't, this is on the Sebastian Rogers case. So I'm going to see if I can find anything credible on that. For y'all. All I see is that it was a national Amber Alert. I don't see anything that it's been made into a criminal investigation.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Here we go. We're back. So I'll continue to keep track.
Please have the chair, bro.
Yes, Your Honor.
Doing your taxes. And Jess says, I think Chad will try and wiggle out of many things and blame Lori. Yeah, I think you're right. You guys are great. All right. So we're going to do. That. Okay. Yeah, a lot of speculation goes around on all these cases. And Josh says, I agree. You have to be careful where you go for information. Yeah, that's why I put a thing in the Facebook group too. Please, we're going to just do YouTube channels that are actually journalists or lawyers or psychologists, some kind of, professional, rather than just so that, because I do feel like the people that are in the group deserve credible information. I know everybody has favorite YouTubers. I have them too. But we're going to just stick with professional doctors, stuff like that, so that they're, professional people. I just posted a note in there. Homemade trail mix, dried
All
fruit,
rise.
roasted nuts. Oh, that sounds good. Back to cleaning the fridge. Hang on one sec. While they come bring it in, I'm still here. I'm just getting some water.
Very present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We've concluded our morning recess. We're back on the record on KCR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is the time we'll next have opening statements by the defense. Mr. Pryor, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have proposed permission to enter the well?
You may.
Thank you.
And maybe check that microphone and make sure it is working. Okay?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As an introduction, I'm John Pryor. I'm the defense attorney for Mr. Daybell. And I'm from Meridian, Idaho. I'm an attorney from Meridian, Idaho, over here on the west side of the state. I want to talk to you a little bit today. And at my age, video presentations are not something that would come easy to me. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about my view of the case and the facts and evidence. And what's important are facts and evidence. I think that when we went through the jury selection process, we talked about facts and we talked about evidence. And the judge gave you an instruction to talk to you a little bit about you take into consideration the facts of this case and not be distracted by other things. Don't be distracted by speculation. Don't be distracted by guesses or assumptions or hunches. It all comes down to facts and evidence. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the facts and evidence in this case. Chad Daybell, and I'm learning this, and I've had some time to learn about this because it didn't come natural to me. But Chad Daybell went on what is called a mission early on in his life. And I guess what a mission is, I'm not familiar with that, but I guess what a mission is they go away to a location and they talk to people about their religious beliefs. And Chad's faith, that was important as part of his faith. And when they return from these missions, they start the process of moving on with their lives. And when Chad got back from doing his mission in New Jersey, he met Tammy Daybell. Another fact that I discovered, and you'll hear a little bit about, is that Chad had an extended engagement, had an extended by his faith standards romance before they got married. Chad and Tammy dated for approximately 6 months. And what I understand is by their nature, 6 months is an extended dating process before you end up getting married. So after 6 months, they got married. They were married in Utah and proceeded then to have children. They have 5 children, now all 5 adult children. At some point, they moved back here to Idaho, or moved to Idaho, and they started a small publishing company. And you'll hear testimony that the publishing company was predominantly run by Tammy. Tammy managed it. Tammy was the brains behind the company. And Tammy basically took the reins and did everything that was necessary to move this publishing company. It was a small publishing company, a very small publishing company. And what they did is basically publish books. Chad would write these books, and he would write these books about his religious experiences. In his faith, he had certain beliefs, faith that he practiced. You know, when he went on his mission, when he, read his interpretation of the books that he used for his faith, he started writing books about things that were consistent with his faith. Things like premonitions. We've all heard of premonitions, about being able to predict things, about being able to see maybe when things happen. And some people believe in that, some people don't. Some people have personally experienced that, or I've been here before. But he writes about his premonitions. He writes about good and evil, and what it means to be good, and what it means to be evil. He writes about dark and light. He writes about subjects that are a little darker, like death, and maybe the coming of the end of things, and when his Savior in his mind is going to come back, and maybe there'll be some kind of a redemption of some sort. But his books covered a lot of subjects like that, and they were all based on fiction. In other words, he was writing these books about theories and things that came into his head, and he would write these stories. But he also wrote children's books, and he wrote books for teenagers, and he wrote these books about adventures and then some crazy ideas about things that kids and teenagers get involved in. In about October of 2018, Chad was going out and he was invited by one of the witnesses that you'll hear in this case to speak about his books. And this was not uncommon. He would travel and he would be asked to say, well, come and talk about some of the things that you believe in. You've talked about these premonitions, life experiences. You're going to hear testimony about that. And he was invited on one particular occasion in late October. And he attended this, and while he was there trying to sell his books, and like most of us who are business people, the focus of these meetings really was for Chad to try to get his books published, because that's how he made a living. And he was there in one of his booths trying to promote his books, and he laid them out there. And this beautifully stunning woman named Lori Vallow comes up, and she starts giving him a lot of attention. And she pursued him. And she encouraged him. And you'll hear testimony that she went so far as to grab behind the booth and sort of help him in trying to sell some of his books. She obviously had an interest, and maybe she felt that he was this publisher, or maybe she had an opinion. You'll hear testimony about that. And then after the seminar, there was a length of time where there was no contact between the two of them, month and a half, 2 months. And during that time, Chad Daybell went on his day-to-day life. He'd been married to Tammy for some 29 years, has no remarkable background of any kind. I think the testimony we'll offer will show I think he had a speeding ticket in 2005. But Lori Vallow was a different story. Lori Vallow was someone who, right out of high school, married her first husband. You'll hear testimony about this. That marriage was very short-lived, very short-lived. She then married husband number 2 a few years later. And again, very short-lived marriage. And there's some testimony indication that there were some problems with the marriage that caused the breakup. But the concern seems to be, the theme seems to be that Lori's brother Alex, and you're going to hear about Alex Cox. Alex Cox was Lori's protector. Alex Cox would do anything and everything to protect, aid, and assist Lori Vallow in whatever her endeavors, without unbridled question, anything. And if Alex Cox even perceived that there was a problem, Alex Cox reacted. You're going to hear testimony that in 2007, I believe it was in August of 2007, Lori Vallow had finished up going through her third marriage with Joseph Bryant. It was a tumultuous, you'll hear testimony that it was a tumultuous marriage, a terrible marriage. Lori Vallow made accusations against Joseph Bryant of abusing their child, Tylee. Yes, the same Tylee. And during one of the visits in 2007, folks, and I want to tell you, you're going to hear testimony that in 2007, Chad Daybell didn't even know Lori Vallow existed. But Alex Cox, after one of the exchanges and the visitations with Tylee, Alex Cox approached Joseph Ryan and shot him with a taser and assaulted him. Was eventually charged with aggravated assault, was eventually put in jail, and had this on his record. And there was representation, the facts will suggest that at the time Joseph Ryan feared for his life. This was a serious situation. But it set the pattern for what we're dealing with Alex Cox. Whenever there was a problem or a threat to Lori Vallow, you'll hear testimony that Alex Cox came to the rescue. But Alex Cox would run without even question and do whatever was necessary to solve Lori Vallow's problems. We're going to fast forward then to 2019. Lori Vallow is still married to Charles Vallow. And the prosecuting attorney mentioned this, yes. Chad Daybell at that point, was coming in January and February, started to have communications with Lori Vallow. And yes, folks, it turned into an inappropriate relationship. 2019 forward. And yes, he was engaging in discussions, he was engaging in contact with her, all of the things that the prosecutor talked about in terms of a relationship. But subsequent to the seriousness of this relationship getting rolling, Alex Cox was at a visitation in 2019 with Charles Vallow. And Lori Vallow was there, Tylee Ryan was there, JJ was there. They were all present. And during that altercation and that supposed visit, much like with Joseph Ryan, Alex Cox took out a gun and shot Charles Vallow. And then after calling 911, he then finished the job and walked up to him at close range, finished him off. Now, you're going to hear testimony that in some way, Chad Daybell was implicated in that, and you're going to hear further testimony that he was not. You're going to hear testimony and see documentation that suggests that the prosecuting attorney on review of this indicated that there was no likelihood of conviction of Chad Daybell. You'll hear testimony that Chad Daybell had nothing to do with the execution by Alex Cox, Charles Vallow. And the same for Brandon Boudreaux. You will hear that Chad Daybell is not being pursued for any involvement in the Brandon Boudreaux attempted murder. Those occurred, and those are separate, as well as the Charles Vallow. So what we have is we have a situation where someone who's 29 years old, Chad Daybell, 29 years of marriage with Tammy Daybell, no discernible issues in his life. And then Lori Vallow comes in the picture, Miss Texas. You'll hear testimony about this beautiful, vivacious woman, very sexual person, and very manipulative. And she knows how to get what she wants. And she drew Chad Daybell into a relationship, and an unfortunate relationship, that Chad fell into. After that, things started rolling, and issues started happening that eventually, yes, there was a murder, and there was a burial. And you've heard discussion about the backyard of Chad Daybell. Well, we have a 4.5-acre farm in Fremont County, Idaho. And you'll hear testimony that the body of J.J. Vallow was discovered behind an irrigation pond and a tree out in the pasture. So technically, yes, maybe the backyard, but more accurately described as the pasture, hidden behind a tree. You're going to hear testimony that also in the middle of this pasture was a raspberry patch, former raspberry patch, that was then turned into a place for them to bury the cats, the dogs, and all of the animals on the farm. Okay? Again, out in the pasture of the field and not the backyard. You'll hear testimony about that. You're going to hear from 4 experts that I'm going to bring forward. And these 4 experts, the first one is going to be Dr. Greg Hampenkian. And Dr. Hampenkian is a bit of a notable local from Boise State University. And Dr. Hampenkian is a DNA expert, considered one of the best DNA experts. He's been involved and has significant work that he's done on both the defense and for the prosecution. He was involved and led the team with Amanda Knox in Italy that got her exonerated because of the DNA evidence. He has substantial experience. And anybody or anyone who knows anything about DNA goes to Dr. Hampenkian first, because he is the guy. And Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk a little bit about the DNA evidence that's found on the scene. Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk about the fingerprint on the plastic that J.J. Vallow was discovered in, was that of Alex Cox. Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk about the hair sample that was found on the plastic of Alex Cox, and that it was Lori Vallow. Dr. Hampenkian is going to talk about several, and I mean several other hairs that were found on the plastic of J.J. Vallow. But he's also going to say that there was no DNA evidence, no hair sample of Chad Daybell on Tylee Ryan or on J.J. Vallow. You're then going to hear from Dr. Raven. Dr. Raven is a forensic pathologist, and she's going to talk a little bit about the circumstances surrounding Tammy Daybell. And what Dr. Raven is going to say is that there's no indication that this is either a homicide or any other crime, and that the only conclusion she could come to is you can't determine what the cause of death was. There's no way to determine it. Tammy Daybell was buried. You'll hear testimony about that. And then a short time later, the police officers showed up and they dug her body up after she'd been buried, after she was laid to rest, and then continued after the body was pulled out of the ground and continued to examine it for whatever they were looking for. And what you're going to find is, based on that, Dr. Raven's going to say you can't determine what the cause of death is. You're going to hear testimony from the Daybell children, from the children themselves, 4 of the 5 children, I think, three or 4 of the 5 children. They're going to talk about their mother's health struggles. They're going to talk about their mother's use of various medicinal treatments that she would use, oils that she would put on her leg, medicine and different herbs that she would take. and that their mother was suffering from a number of maladies, and that she would refuse to go see a doctor or get it treated. And Dr. Raven's going to enlighten you a little bit about some of the circumstances regarding Tammy Daybell. You're then going to hear from Patrick Eller. He's a forensic digital data examiner. And Patrick Eller is someone who has spent his life in the military working for various agencies, and we'll talk a little bit about that, within the government to do data retrieval and data research. And he's going to talk a little bit about the phone records that are involved in this case. He's going to specifically talk about the travels of Alex Cox, because you are going to hear testimony that Alex Cox went to Chad Daybell's property on the 9th of September. You're going to hear that Alex Cox approached Chad Daybell's property five or six other times. You're going to hear testimony that Alex Cox was there on the 23rd. And you're going to hear where Alex Cox was in a number of other times and places in his whereabouts and his travels for about a 2.5 month period. And Patrick is going to, offer you some information and data to support all of that. And finally, you're going to hear from a forensic anthropologist, and his name's Eric Bartlink. And Mr. Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the nature and the nature of how the remains of Tylee were burned. Eric Bartlink is going to talk to you a little bit about the lack of complete skeletal remains and why, when Tylee was dug down in the ground, there was not a complete set of skeletal remains. In fact, there were a number of pieces of that were missing. You're going to hear a lot of evidence, and the judge has talked to us a little bit about not making a decision until you hear all of the evidence. And there's a specific jury instruction that talks about that. The jury instruction is, consider all the evidence. Listen to the instructions from the court on how you're to proceed. Listen to the arguments of the prosecuting attorney and the defense, and then and only then do you make your decision. And at the conclusion of all that evidence, and at the conclusion of the judge's instructions, the arguments of both of the defense attorneys, I'm going to ask you folks to return the verdict not guilty. Thank you, folks. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the opening statement of the defense. Then this time we will commence with presenting evidence. I understand the state does have a first witness to call. Is the state ready and prepared to do that?
Your Honor, the state is prepared. We had spoken with your clerk earlier. We thought we were going to have a brief sidebar.
Well, let's discuss our schedule and put there in a sidebar. Sure.
Okay, so we have a few minutes. Let's see what we got while they're doing their thing. And Chad says, poor Chad, yeah. Yeah, please bring it on, guys. Let's hear the sarcasm from this. Pam says she drove him into a relationship. It wasn't his fault. Brother Mike wants to know, what did Amanda? Poor Amanda Knox. This girl probably is just like, can somebody just leave me out of this stuff? Let me just move myself out of the way here so I can pull up your comments. Hold on. There we go. I'll move myself back down into that corner so you guys can see the screen better when we come back. Hey, Jane, good to see you. Poor Chad. Yeah, he's the victim. It's the femme fatale defense, right? She made me do it. It wasn't my fault. She She bewitched me, and I was enchanted by her beauty. And it wasn't my fault. I knew they were going to throw her under the bus. He sat there and watched her trial and just thought, yep. Poor Chad. Love it. Holly says, I think the way that the were found prove that, yeah, that's a great point, Holly. That's a really good point. That's why I love reading you guys' comments. Chad is the poor victim. Yeah, poor Chad. I see a lot of that in cases where we have two people, right? In the Gypsy Rose, Nick Godejohn too. Although I think she was nice. She didn't point the finger at him like she probably could have. Treatments, yep. Hippie says he only did it for the free honeymoon in Hawaii. Yeah, it wasn't for the life insurance policy that he ran in to collect on. It was just for the free honeymoon. Holly says, okay, y'all. So for Lori, first witness was a 4 out of 10. 2, will today's first witness also be Kay Woodwork like Lori's? East Idaho News showed his witness records last night. Ooh, Kay Woodcock. We know she's in town. I know she's in town because I've seen photos of her that she's in town. So maybe. No worries, Holly. I am going to be quiet as soon as the judge turns his mic on. Looks like he's back.
Council, thanks for discussing scheduling. Our intention here will be to start with a state's first witness that apparently will take some time. So we will plan on taking a lunch hour also at right around noon if possible. So Mr. Wood, are you going to be calling the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state will be calling Ray Hermosillo.
All right, well, go ahead and call your witness. We'll have him come up and sworn.
Sir, before safely. When you're facing Madam Clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Officer, as you testify, just remember to make a audible response to anything being questioned, so that the record stays clear, and try to avoid speaking over the top of anyone questioning you. That in mind, then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo. Is that on?
Your Honor, is that microphone on?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and start over and just talk right into the mic, please.
Detective, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo.
Thank you. Detective Hermosillo, what is your occupation?
I'm currently a lieutenant in the detective division for the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you been a detective?
5 years.
And how long were you involved in law enforcement before you became a detective?
Before I was a detective, 18 years.
Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police?
No,
And are you post-certified?
I am.
Detective, have you been involved in the case regarding Chad Daybell?
Yes, I have.
You know what Chad Daybell looks like?
I do.
Is he present in this courtroom?
He is. He's at the defendant's table for sure. Low screen time.
Thank you. Detective, let's talk about how did you initially become involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Daybell?
On November 1st, 2019, I was contacted by Fremont County Sheriff's Office. I was told that there was possibly a Jeep that was involved in an attempted homicide in our jurisdiction. So at that time, with that information, I contacted Gilbert Police and asked what they needed us to do to assist them.
What did you do?
Gilbert Police asked us to seize the Jeep if it was located. They gave us the address of 565 Pioneer, which is Rock Creek Townhomes. They also asked us,
I'm going to stop real quick. Where is that address located? What city?
Rexburg,
What county is Rexburg in?
Madison County.
So once you received that address, what did you do?
Gilbert asked us to seize the Jeep if we had located the Jeep. They also asked us to perform intermittent surveillance. So at that time, that's exactly what we did.
When you say intermittent surveillance, what did you do to perform that surveillance?
When we were driving around, when there was no more calls coming in, we would park in front of the residence, behind the residence, take photographs of anybody leaving or coming in. That's basically what we did for the surveillance.
And do you recall what dates you did that surveillance?
The dates were between November 1st and November 4th when I located the Jeep at 565 Pioneer.
Did you ever see the defendant at that address?
I did. There were a few times during the intermittent surveillance that we had taken photographs of the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and Lori Vallow, either coming or going from the residence.
And that was between the dates of November 1st and November 4th.
Judge, could we have for the record have this officer established?
I'm sorry, 2019.
So, right, and did you, when you talked about seeing Mr. Daybell, was that between those dates of November 1st and November 4th, 2019?
That's correct.
And your primary job was to look for a Jeep, is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked, the state's exhibit 90. Very well, the court has a courtesy copy and counsel as well.
Mr. Wood, to be clear, it sounded like you said 90, this is 9-8.
I believe it's 90. Double check.
Glad to see the exhibit, so I can confirm my words. It's okay.
You're correct, Honor, 9A.
Thank you.
And that would be exhibits 9A through 90. Detective, do you recognize state's exhibits 9A through 9D?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
That is the Jeep that I had seized, parked in the parking lot just outside of 565 Pioneer.
Right. And were these pictures taken at the location of 565 Pioneer?
No, these photographs are taken at our in-town lot at the police department.
Right. Did you take these pictures?
I did not.
But do you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of the Jeep you seized from 565 Pioneer Drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the state's exhibits 9A through D be entered into evidence.
Any objection from the defense?
Judge, I'd like to move on to your immediate action and the foundation.
All right, you can board or ask foundational questions, Mr. Pryor.
Officer Hermosillo, thank you. You mentioned that you were doing surveillance on the Jeep, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to get close to the Jeep during that surveillance?
We hadn't located the Jeep during that surveillance. I located the Jeep on November 4, 2019, and that's when I had it impounded.
Okay, and at the time of being impounded, did you have the occasion to go through the Jeep and observe the Jeep energy? Or were you relying just on the photographs taken in the Jeep? Do you understand my question?
No, sir, you
I'll
repeat it.
rephrase that. Did you have a personal occasion to go through the inside of that Jeep and observe the contents within the Jeep?
Your Honor, I think that goes beyond the scope of this specific exhibit.
I guess the issue, Mr. Wood, is he indicated he did not take these photographs, and some of the exhibits also contain photographs of the interior of the Jeep, so it's proper, more dire negative objection.
May I continue, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, all I'm trying to establish is I don't want you to be able to testify that someone else took the pictures and this is what they found. I want you to be able, you're authenticating and you're under oath to swear that these are accurate photos. I'm trying to find out if that knowledge is based on your personal experience, or is it simply based on the fact that you're relying on somebody else who told you this is what we found? So that's what I'd like you to clarify for me, if you would, sir.
Sure. I impounded the Jeep. I was standing next to the officer taking the photographs, and I also went through the Jeep personally.
Okay, I withdraw the objection. Thank you, officer.
All right, exhibits 9A through D are admitted.
Thank you, may I welcome to the jury.
You may want to have a quick sidebar with counsel.
Is it like the reporter?
I always want to know what they're talking about here. Yeah, please give this a thumbs up. Looks like we have people kind of just wandering in and wandering out of the room. Jane says, right now, all these people will be testifying for the state. They'll put their case on first. That's exactly what's happening. Yeah, if any of you guys want to pin a comment with the any information you think would be helpful to people, feel free to do that. This is going to probably be pretty much how it looks for the Brian Koberger case too. We're going to have this big long view. You can see Chad Daybell's up here in this right here. There's Chad. And then the judge obviously sits here, and then this is our witness down here. So let's see, do some comments right now. These people are testifying for the state. They'll put on their case first. Holly says, I know, Jane. That's why I included newcomers. They may not know. Jane says, when the state rests, then we get the defense. Pam says, me too. Thank you, Jane. Don't Chad look sharp? Yeah, he's sitting up nice and straight. Got his tie on. With a laptop. Wonder what he's looking up. Is he writing a love letter to Lori? So while they take their little break, I'm just going to tell you a little bit more about this. Okay, so last where we left off on this catch up was, that these were not two, Chad and Lori were not two masterminds. You can see Chad's going to play the bumbling fool, and Lori is the femme fatale according to Chad's defense team. But Lori was refusing to tell law enforcement where JJ was. She even lied and said JJ was with her friend Melanie in Arizona. And I can't imagine Melanie's reaction when she got a call from law enforcement asking if she had JJ. What an awful position to be put in. And Melanie had to be wondering at this point if Lori was going to throw her under the bus and blame her for this. I mean, I wouldn't put anything past Lori. So I think that's really interesting also. So yeah, the reason that this all came to light was because they were looking for JJ. They had been doing FaceTimes with them, and they noticed during the last couple of FaceTimes that they had. Now, Lori was a hairdresser, as I shared with you earlier today. So JJ's hair was usually nicely done. And in the last couple of FaceTimes, he looked unkept, like he wasn't being taken care of. But Lori was refusing to say where he was. And they took off to Hawaii, and then we had the press following them around. Even Lori's adult son was calling asking where Tylee and JJ were, but to no avail. So finally on December 12th, Lori's brother Alex mysteriously also turned up, passed away, supposedly of natural
Mr. Wood, if
causes.
you'd like to proceed with publishing the court's instructions there on the
And we're
sidebar,
back.
then you may publish me or all of the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor, and if I could have access to the album. Detective, is this what you saw on State's Exhibit A?
Yes,
Is this the Jeep that you had been assigned to do surveillance for?
that's right.
Did you ever learn who this Jeep belonged to?
I did.
Who did it belong to?
It was registered to Charles Vallow, but we later determined that Tylee Ryan drove that Jeep.
Detective, this is State's Exhibit 9B. Is this that same Jeep?
Yes,
That's all I'm going to publish from now. All right, thank you. Detective, while you were doing your surveillance, you testified that you had occasion to see the defendant, Lori Vallow. Did you ever see children with her?
no, we didn't.
Did you ever see anybody else with them?
No.
That's good. Were you, at that time, were you aware of who JJ Vallow was?
No,
Were you aware of who Tylee Ryan was?
no,
So when you spoke with, is it fair to say that when you were initially contacted by another law enforcement agency, they did not ask you to look for those children at that time?
that's correct.
Detective, did your role in this investigation change after that?
It did.
When did that happen?
After I had seized the Jeep November 4th, 2019, I contacted Gilbert Police and let them know I had the Jeep. Gilbert Police Department flew to Rexburg with a few of their detectives and a few of their crime analysts to go through the Jeep and serve a warrant with the Jeep. They were looking for the infotainment center, which is the middle of the Jeep console. It has the GPS locations, things of that nature, and they wanted the information extracted. So when they were up here on November 18th, 2019, they asked me and the other detectives if during our intermittent surveillance, if we had seen any children. And we told them we hadn't. They stated that JJ's grandmother.
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm trying to be somewhat open-minded about foundation, but I'm going to object.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, thanks.
So you did have further contact with law enforcement from Arizona?
Correct.
And which law enforcement agency was that?
Gilbert Police Department.
And was it Gilbert Police Department that was looking for that Jeep?
Yes, it was.
When you followed up with them about the Jeep, did they give you any other information about their case?
They did.
Did any of that information regard children?
Yes, it did.
What were you told by Gilbert Police?
Judge objection, hearsay.
Coming in for the effect on the listener, Your Honor?
Judge, could we approach?
No, give me a moment to make a ruling on that. Instruct the witness can answer the question, but for only the purpose of effect on the listener. If you can clarify that with your witness, Mr. Wood. Sure. And any objections overruled.
Detective, based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, did you take any action regarding any children involved in this case?
Yes, we did.
And for the purpose of what you did, what information were you given that you needed to look up on?
We were informed through their investigation that JJ Vallow's grandmother was concerned for his safety.
Judge, and again, I'm going to object at this point to renew my objection. That's going beyond.
I'll also stand that as bringing up your statement, Mr. Wood.
Okay. Based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, what was the next step you took in your investigation?
We were requested to do a welfare check on JJ Vallow from the Gilbert Police Department.
Detective, had you ever met JJ Vallow?
No,
Were you provided any identifying information as to his age or where he might be?
we were provided very little information, just a brief description of what he looked like, his age, and where he should be, which was 565. 565 Pioneer Road, where he lived with his mother, Lori Vallow.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 1.
Judge, I'm going to stipulate to the admission of State's Exhibit 1.
All right, it's being offered, Mr. Wood.
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 has been offered without objection. The court will admit State's Exhibit 1.
And Your Honor, with that stipulation, I'd actually ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 3 as well.
Further stipulate to State's Exhibit 2, stipulate to State's Exhibit 3.
Very well. Then, presuming they're being offered, State's Exhibits 2 and 3 are also admitted. And Mr. Wood, if they're going to be published again, the same issue we discussed before, please.
That's all I'm doing that. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 1?
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
That is a birth certificate out of the state of Louisiana.
Your Honor, where this is admitted, may I publish?
Yeah.
Detective, can you identify who this is a birth certificate for?
The name on my birth certificate is Keenan Todd Trahan,
What is the birth date?
May 25th, 2012.
And where is the place of birth?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Your Honor, if I may publish State's Exhibit 2. Detective, I'm going to ask you to turn to the second page of State's Exhibit 2. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
It's a decree of adoption.
And reading through that, are you aware of who that is a decree of adoption for?
Yes.
Who is it for?
Canaan Todd Trahan.
And on the bottom of that, can you read the second to the bottom paragraph? That is
The entire paragraph.
yes, please.
It is further ordered, the judge and decreed that the name of the child, Canaan Todd Trahan, be changed as follows: Joshua Jackson Vallow, and the registrar of the Louisiana Department of Public Health and Statistics is hereby ordered to make the appropriate changes in its records.
May I publish State's Exhibit 3 now?
Yes.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 3?
That is also a birth certificate from the state of Louisiana.
And who is it a birth certificate for?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, have you learned what Joshua Jackson or JJ Vallow looks like?
Yes.
Have you seen pictures of him?
Yes, I have.
Were you able to access pictures of him from iCloud accounts associated with his mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 4.
All right, the witness is handed State's Exhibit 4.
Detective, you testified that you never met JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct.
How did you come to know what he looked like?
Through photographs we were given.
Where did you get those photographs?
We received a few from Gilbert Police. His grandmother, Kay Woodcock. I think that's all I can remember.
And I spoke with you briefly before. Did you ever have occasion to review iCloud accounts belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And on those iCloud accounts, did you find other pictures of JJ Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And did you find videos of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, what does Exhibit 4 purport to be?
A photograph of JJ Vallow.
And you didn't take this picture, correct?
Correct.
But you recognize that individual as Joshua or JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit the State's Exhibit 4.
Any objection? Judge, there's a little bit of foundation that one eye on. So what's the source of that picture? Where did
Lori's iCloud, Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
Judge, can we approach just briefly on this issue?
Based on our sidebar with counsel, I understand the defense does not have an objection at this point to exhibit 4 being submitted. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 4 then is submitted.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You know,
Detective, who is that?
That's J.J. Vallow.
Detective, you were talking about receiving a request to do a welfare check, correct?
That's correct.
When did you receive that request?
On November 25th, 2019, in late evening hours, I received a call from Detective Pillar with the Gilbert Police Department, and he requested that
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
Her request is a hearsay.
at this point, I don't hear an objection on hearsay, so you see.
Can I repeat the question, please?
What did you do in response to that request?
On November 25th, 2019, I received a call from Detective Pillar, at the Gilbert Police Department. He requested that I do a welfare check on J.J. Vallow the next morning because he wasn't able to get a hold of J.J.
I'm
or
going to review my objection.
Obviously, sustained as hearsay.
Did you do a welfare check for J.J. Vallow?
we did
What date did you do that?
November 26th, 2019.
How did you go about doing that?
On that morning of November 26th, 2019, myself and Detective Daybell went to Lori Vallow's residence where we presumed JJ was at. She lived at 565 Pioneer, apartment 175. As we approached, expecting to speak with Lori, we noticed the defendant, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox unloading a pickup truck near the garage area.
And at this point, were you aware of who Chad Daybell was?
Yes,
How would you learn about him?
through our investigation with Gilbert and communicating with Gilbert Police Department.
And so you recognized who he was.
Correct.
And at that time, were you aware who Alex Cox was?
Yes, we were.
So after you saw them, what did you do next?
I got out of my vehicle and made contact with Alex. He was standing at the driver's side of his pickup truck, and the defendant Daybell was on the passenger side. I asked Alex if Lori Vallow was home, and he stated that she wasn't home. I asked Alex if JJ was home, that we were there to do a welfare check. And at that point, Alex got a surprised, frightened look on his face, looked over at across the pickup at the defendant Daybell. The defendant Daybell then looked back at Alex. And initially, neither one of them answered my question.
After they didn't answer your question, what did you do?
I asked them again if JJ was home, and Alex Cox finally answered and stated that JJ was with his grandmother in Louisiana.
When you were given that information, did it cause you any concern?
It did, because I informed Alex that it was highly unlikely because his grandmother.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're going to be getting into hearsay.
I'll sustain that.
Your Honor, I think the defendant's about to testify what he said to Alex Cox.
Okay, that's not what I understood where it was going. You can ask the question, Mr. Wood.
Detective, what did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely because Kay.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is going to lead into hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a statement by a declarant on the witness seat. It cannot be hearsay.
overruled, and it is, permissible, so objection overruled.
What did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely that JJ was with his grandmother Kay, because she was the one who called in the welfare check.
And what was the response to that?
There was no response initially. Alex again looked over at the defendant Daybell, and they kind of both just looked at each other. And at that point, I asked Alex where I could find Lori Vallow.
And did he give you a location to find her?
He stated that she was in apartment 107, which is the same apartment complex, just a few apartments down.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I asked Alex if there was a way I could contact Lori, and asked Alex for her cell phone number. And Alex told me that he didn't have her cell phone number.
Were you aware at that point that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were siblings?
Yes, through our investigation with Gilbert, we knew that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were extremely close. So when Alex told me he didn't have his sister's cell phone number, I assumed he was lying to me.
What did you do once you received that information?
Myself and Detective Hope left the defendant Daybell and Alex at the pickup truck. We went over to apartment 107 to see if we can make contact with Lori. At that point, we were just trying to find JJ Vallow.
And were you able to locate him at apartment 107?
No, we knocked on apartment 107, there was no answer. So at that point, Detective Hope began knocking on neighbors' doors. See if we can get a hold of anybody who would know if they saw a little boy coming in and out of that apartment, or who resided at that apartment. And while Detective Hope was doing that, I started walking back to my vehicle to call for more detectives to come over to our location.
Why did you call for more detectives?
Because of the deception from Alex, I wanted to figure out what exactly was going on. And we were going to start canvassing the area and knocking on doors, so the more detectives we had on scene, the better it was for us.
Detective, to clarify, when you first saw Alex and Chad Daybell, did you speak with Chad Daybell?
No, I personally didn't.
So I believe you testified that you started walking back to the original appointment.
Correct.
What happened then?
As I was approaching my car that was parked in the alleyway, I noticed the defendant Daybell driving towards me in a black Chevy Equinox. It appeared he had just left apartment 175 and was headed towards me in the alleyway. So at that point, I stopped him to have a conversation.
What did you ask him?
I asked the defendant Daybell, when's the last time you saw JJ Vallow? And he stated it was in October in apartment 107 with Lori Vallow.
Did you ask him anything else?
I did. I asked him how he knew Lori, and he stated he had only met her a couple of times, and that he didn't know her very well.
Did that response cause any concern for you?
It did.
Why?
Through our investigation, prior to me making any contact with the defendant Daybell or Alex Cox, we knew that Chad and Lori had been married 2 weeks prior to my conversation with them in the alley.
So is it fair to say you were troubled by his gentleman? What happened after that?
I asked Mr. Daybell, the defendant Daybell, if he had Lori Vallow's telephone number, so I could get hold of her. And he stated he didn't have her phone number.
Did you have any further conversation?
I did. When I was speaking with the defendant Daybell, Detective Hope saw me talking with him and started to walk back to my location. As he approached, I again asked the defendant Daybell for Lori's number because I assumed he was lying to me based on what I knew. And at that time, he did give me Lori's phone number.
Did he tell you why he didn't give it to you in the first place?
He did. He stated that he felt I was accusing him of something.
And had you accused him of anything?
No, I simply asked him the whereabouts of JJ and asked him for his wife's telephone number.
Detective, during this interaction, were you wearing a body cam?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
In the detective division, most of our interviews are in a controlled environment. We call people into the police department. We have an interview room set up with cameras. So most of the time we're conducting our business and our interviews at the police department. It's very rare we're the first officers or detectives on scene. There's one body cam between 7 detectives. Unlike patrol, where a patrolman is assigned a body cam, a detective is not assigned a body.
What happened after you got that information from the defendant?
I called my lieutenant at the time and told him what was going on. I felt that based on the deception and lies from the defendant Daybell, who is JJ's stepfather, the lies and the deception from JJ's uncle, who is Alex Cox. I felt there was more going on with the whereabouts of JJ. And so at that time, I wanted to get everybody over there to see if we could figure out what was going on. So I asked my lieutenant to gather some detectives and respond to my location.
And then what happened?
A few minutes later, my lieutenant arrived with Detective Dave Stubbs, who had a body cam at that point. We began knocking on doors. We went back to 175, which was Lori Vallow's apartment, and started knocking on her door. We didn't get any answer.
And I apologize if I missed it. Who was your lieutenant?
Ron Ball.
All right, so after you weren't able to get any answers, what did you do next?
Through our investigation, we learned that Lori Vallow's niece, Melanie Boudreaux, it was Melanie Pulowski, Melanie Boudreaux at the time, it's now Melanie Pulowski. She lived in apartment 174, which is right next door to Lori. So at that point, we knocked on her apartment as well to see if Lori or JJ was at that apartment.
Did anybody answer?
No, they didn't.
What did you do next?
I was instructed to go back to the police department, go to the prosecutor's office to see if we can obtain a search warrant to search the residence for JJ Vallow, while the other detectives stayed on scene and started knocking on doors in that complex. At that point, our only focus was to find JJ and to figure out what was going on. So we were going to exhaust every means that we could to see if we could do that. And that's why I went to the prosecutor's office to see if I could obtain a search warrant.
And did you obtain a warrant that day?
No.
Why not?
On the way to the prosecutor's office, Detective Hope, with the number that the defendant Daybell provided, called that number. There was no answer, but he left a message. Once we got to the prosecutor's office, Lori Vallow called back, and she was instructed to open the door. There were detectives outside of her door that wanted to speak with her.
Okay. And are you aware of if any detectives were able to make contact with her that day?
Yes, they did.
Do you know who that was?
Detective Stubbs and Detective Ball.
And you had mentioned earlier that Detective Stubbs had a body cam on, correct?
Correct.
And do you know if their interaction with Lori Vallow was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Have you watched that video?
Yes, I have.
At that point in your investigation, what did you do?
After,
After Detectives Ball and Stubbs had spoken with Lori Vallow, what did you do? What did you do next?
we were informed that JJ was with a family friend.
Judge, I'm going to object if there's any comments.
Sustain that.
Detective, did you speak with Detectives Ball and Stubbs about their interaction with Lori that day?
Yes,
Did you speak with them that day?
yes,
Did you watch the body cam of their interaction with Lori Vallow that day?
yes, I did.
So you're aware of what she said to them.
Correct.
Based on what she said to them, what did you do next in your investigation?
We attempted to locate the family friend to see if JJ was with her in Gilbert, Arizona.
And do you know who that family friend was?
Melanie Gibb,
Were you able to contact them?
I was not.
Did you have any interaction with Arizona law enforcement day about contacting Melanie Gibb?
I did. It was starting to get into the later hours of that evening. So I contacted Detective Pillar with Gilbert Police Department. And I had him go to Melanie Gibb's residence to see if JJ was there. Ultimately, we learned he was not there.
About what time did you learn that JJ was not with Melanie Gibb?
Roughly 9 o'clock at night.
And what did you do when you found out that he was not there?
I contacted Lieutenant Wall and let him know. And we agreed to meet at the prosecutor's office that next morning early to obtain search warrants for those apartments.
Okay, and just for clarity of the record, which apartments are you talking about?
Apartment 175, which belonged to Lori Vallow, 174, which belonged to Melanie Boudreaux, and apartment 107, because that's the last time JJ was seen based on the defendant Daybell's statements.
Detective, were you able to obtain those warrants?
Yes, we were.
What did you do? Well, what day did you obtain those warrants?
November 27th, 2019, in the early morning hours.
And on that day, did you execute those warrants?
We did.
Let's talk about that. Where did you search first?
We searched apartment 175 first.
Was there a reason you searched there first?
That was his address that we were given from Gilbert Police Department, and that's where his mother lived.
What did you find in apartment 175?
So initially, when we broke down the door, everything looked ordinary. There were couches, there were papers on the table, there was food in the refrigerator, food in the pantry. We went upstairs, there were beds, pictures. Everything seemed that people lived there. The thing that caught our attention was there were no clothes on the hanger in any of the closets. Zero clothes. Just a bunch of empty hangers hanging there like somebody took the clothes off and left.
Did you locate JJ in that apartment?
No,
Did you see any evidence whatsoever to suggest that he had been living there?
yes, we did. There were a couple things. We located a child's Star Wars suitcase underneath a little crawl space under the stairs. It was mixed in with some, what I can best describe as 72-hour kits, and the kits had like flashlights, flares, water. The suitcase was mixed in with those. We also found an old prescription bottle prescribed to JJ of Risperidone. And there were miscellaneous photographs of JJ in the residence.
And did you see any other evidence of any minor children?
No. Crash. We did. When we first went inside, there were some scooters and a small child's, looked like a small child's bike right on the porch.
Okay. Did you seize anything from the home that day?
We did, I seized the Risperidone and the suitcase.
After you searched apartment 175, what did you do next?
We searched 174, which was Melanie Boudreaux's apartment. Everything appeared normal in there. There were no signs of JJ or anything that he was even there. But we also searched apartment 107, and that was completely vacant. There was nothing in apartment 107.
Did you seize anything from apartments 174 or 107?
We seized, in apartment 174, we seized some cash, large amounts of cash that were found in the closet. And the only reason we seized those were for safekeeping, because we had kicked the door in there as well, and it wasn't able to lock, so we took that.
Did you locate any weapons in any of those apartments?
So in apartment 175, when we were searching the garage area, we located several different style weapons, handguns, rifles, various calibers, army knives, a lot of different weapons that were inside the garage.
And why did you seize those?
Again, for safekeeping, that apartment didn't lock. And so we took those so it wouldn't be stolen.
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 174?
No,
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 107? Did you search any other building that day?
we did. In apartment 175, we located a storage unit rental agreement contract. And on that storage unit contract was the name Lori Ryan. It had listed her as the tenant, and it listed the storage unit number as T52, and it gave an address of self-storage on Airport Road in Rexburg. So with that information, we were able to obtain a search warrant for that storage unit as well.
And did you participate in the search of that storage unit?
Yes, I did.
What did you find there?
There were a few bikes, children's bikes. There were boxes of winter clothing, some ice skates. There wasn't a lot in the storage unit. There was a personalized like a family blanket, a big blanket with family photos that were kind of sewn onto the blanket. Those photos had JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and their sibling Kobe Ryan. There were pictures of Lori Vallow. But other than that, there was nothing else really in the story.
When you performed these searches, were you looking for Tylee Ryan?
No,
So to your knowledge, she hadn't been reported missing.
that's correct.
Your Honor, if I'd ever reach that far.
Yes.
Sounds like it. Wow. Just wow. So this detective's been on the case since the very beginning of the trial. Here we go. Judge is back.
Mr. Wood, I understand this would be a good breaking point in this testimony for the lunch hours, I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Before we do that, again, I will just advise the jurors, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else over the break. In addition, for those in the courtroom, we will be closing the courtroom, I believe, during the lunch break. So things you have in here will need to go with you. We'll reopen upon the conclusion of the lunch break, and we'll still be under the court's governing order for courtroom conduct on the return. So thank you everyone for complying with that. With that in mind, we'll go and take our lunch recess now.
All rise.
All right, sounds like they're going for lunch. This is absolutely crazy. All right, so we're going to take a quick lunch break. And then did he say how long until he was going to be back? Did he say 30 minutes? Yeah. Did he say 30 minutes? I think he said 30 minutes, right? While he's doing that, I'm gonna just check and see if we have any Sebastian Rogers updates. Let me just see. I am looking. I spelled his name wrong. That always helps. No, nothing. Just that the Amber Alert was moved to national. So we're not missing anything on that case right now. If anything pops up, though, I am watching for it. Nope, just missing. All right. Yeah, lunch sounds good. So I was just finishing up where Lori's brother Alex mysteriously turns up, done away with, but supposedly was natural causes. But at this point, I think it's worth considering the fact that he may have been the fall guy for Lori and Chad. Remember, they're the chosen ones to lead the 144,000. So finally, in early 2020, law enforcement did officially declare JJ and Tylee had been done away with, and they were able to get a search warrant. And this was executed on the home of Chad Daybell. They gave Lori 5 days to produce JJ and Tylee, which of course she was not able to do. She was arrested. And then Chad tried to run away. So again, this whole thing of he didn't know, Lori did it with her brother. He tried to run away. If you didn't have a problem with law enforcement digging up your yard, you didn't think there was anything there, why would you run away? So I think that's not going to help him either. So Lori was put on bail of $5 million. But at 7 a.m., they showed up at the house of Chad Daybell, and they began to search not just his house, but the 4 acres of land around the house. And sadly, they did find JJ and Tylee. They'd been thrown into a hole in Chad's backyard. Chad had tried to make a run for it, but he was promptly caught by law enforcement and ultimately arrested. And Lori had been found guilty of doing away with JJ and Tylee, and she is serving 2 consecutive sentences without the possibility of parole. She now is extradited to Arizona, though, because she's going to stand trial for doing away with Charles Vallow next. And we got pictures of her. Like, I don't know, she thinks the courtroom, like, she's always smiling. And I mean, just, whew, she's really way out there. I think Chad is they're both scary. I think he's scary too. But she was transferred from the Idaho prison in Estrella to a jail in Arizona. She's awaiting for her trial about her alleged involvement in doing away with Charles Vallow. I feel so bad for Charles Vallow. All he tried to do was be a good stepdad, a good dad to his own kids, and a good husband. I don't know why she just couldn't have gotten a divorce. Why couldn't either of these two have gotten divorced? Because of insurance money. It always comes back to money, I think. So the other crime that Lori's being tried for is for attempted doing away with Brandon Bordereau. Now that was her niece's ex-husband. So I don't know what you guys think about that, but here are Chad's charges. He's being charged with 3 counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree M related to Tammy, Tylee, and JJ, and then 2 counts of insurance fraud. He's pleading not guilty to everything. He's also charged with conspiracy to commit grand theft by deception. This is probably related to the insurance money he received from Tammy Daybell. So do you think that Lori and Chad had anything to do with Lori's brother Alex's mysterious passing also? What do you guys think? Oh, and please subscribe and hit the notification bell. Yeah, what are you guys having for lunch today? Roxy says, I remember their phone call when law enforcement was searching the backyard. Roxy says she walks in like she's going to a picnic. Big smile. Yeah, Lori comes in. Let me move myself over here. Lori comes in like she's like posing for the cameras. I mean, just woo. She's out there. She is out there. Let me see if I can pull up Charles Vallow for you guys so you can see what a sweet guy. He's such a sweet guy. Let me see if I can pull up his body cam footage for y'all. Let's see. Let me go. I'm just pulling it up. All right, let me share this one. Let me get myself out of the way. All right, this is just so you know who Charles Vallow is. All right, here he is. There we go.
So what's going on tonight?
I can't get in touch with my kids.
How old are your kids?
6.5 and 6. Okay.
How long have you been trying?
2 days.
Okay.
She's lost her mind. I don't know how to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a God and member of the 144,000. Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck had gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it. I just flew in from Dallas. She's in Dallas. So
Where's your truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
friend of mine's truck to pick me up. I went to the CSI, filed a report, which is the community bridges or something, filed a report.
So
And
you
they
did
ordered-
you did the petition.
Yeah, they ordered a pickup
Okay. What time did you do that?
an hour and a half ago.
Okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to
She
others?
threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
How did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, I will have you destroyed. That's what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to kill you.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me. The day
Okay.
before was a threat to
What
murder
did she say yesterday?
I feel so bad for Charles Vallow because he is telling the truth here, and you can hear the police officers just isn't believing him. He's just dismissing him, and he's speaking the truth.
She said, you're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Says I'm gonna kill you too. Yesterday was
So she's speaking as a spiritual being.
She's not here. She's lost her reality.
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
It's been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ. And they tell her what to do. And now she came to her today, and last couple of days she says, I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider. I don't know where she gets this name from. She got all this stuff from these people in Utah who tell her how many past lives she's had and probation she's had. And she's was married to Moroni way back when, and she was also married to James the Just. And
Okay, this is all foreign to me. So
it's foreign to me.
Well, I'm
too.
not
It's
LDS.
Crazy. It's crazy stuff.
I know you're using
So the police officer thinks this has something to do with LDS, but it doesn't. Lori's just deluded.
LDS terms here.
But it's just she's nonsensical.
Okay.
And I haven't seen my.
Is he the older one or the younger one?
He's 6.5 years old.
Okay.
Okay. I want to do this now. You've got a pickup order. Am I correct?
We do.
Okay. If she doesn't answer, what do we do?
If she
Can
doesn't
I break
answer, we
into my
can't
house?
we can't enforce the order.
Can I break into my house?
Do you live here?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
My lease. I pay the lease.
Do you guys have any orders of protections against you?
No, we do not.
So,
I'm
no
gonna go on
police
her
reports?
tomorrow. No, nothing.
Okay. So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them.
You don't even know if she's here, right?
Today on the phone. I can't. All the cars the garage is closed. I don't know. She locked the garage door.
I know.
haven't been up there yet.
I know.
She
But what I'm
said
hold on.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is, do you normally park two vehicles in the garage, inside the garage?
Correct.
Okay. So it's a possibility that her car and your truck are inside there?
I don't think she could fit my truck in her car at the same time. She may put them somewhere else. She said to me, all your stuff is gone. Charles' stuff is gone. You're not Charles, your stuff is gone. I don't know what that
And
means.
how long have you been trying to get in touch with the kids?
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday. Like last night or yesterday morning? Or?
Landed in Houston Tuesday about 10.
Okay.
And you can hear here, all he cares about is protecting the kids. He's not talking about, his watch or money or anything like that. He's talking about JJ and Tylee.
Why did you leave?
Business trip in Houston.
Okay. And when did you leave?
Tuesday morning about 5 a.m.
Okay. Tuesday. All right. Wow. It's
Wednesday night.
So you left yesterday?
Yeah.
You left yesterday morning. Flew to Houston. Flew back today? Tonight.
She canceled my flight. She came to the airport, took my truck.
Did she tell you that?
No, she knows the code. She knows where it's parked. She went.
Did she go with you to the airport?
No, but I go to the airport. I fly 45 round trips a year. She knows where I park. I've got handicap plates because JJ's handicapped. So,
did you file a stolen vehicle report with Phoenix?
I know she took it.
How do you know? You suspect?
I suspect.
Okay.
I suspect.
All right.
I know your term. So.
Okay.
Yeah, but
without concrete evidence, we can't say.
I suspect.
Sure. Okay.
And she has the keys, the code. It's a Ford. The code, door code.
Door code.
And I just want to see my boys okay. And she's got a pickup order. I need to go. She needs to go, and I'm gonna take my stuff.
So you normally live here?
Yeah, oh yeah, I live here.
Okay.
Yeah, all my stuff's in my house.
Okay.
We got a service dog in there, beautiful dog. My daughter's in the front window right there.
So let me ask you this: when you came back, why didn't you just go to the home?
Because she told me not to come near it. All my stuff is gone.
Okay.
I'm not stupid. She could have done anything.
Okay.
I thought this would be the best way to do it. With what she's gone through and what Gabe witnessed with me on the phone today, I thought it was best to have her. She's psychologically, she's gone. Something's happened to her.
How old is she?
30, 45.
45.
Beautiful
So,
woman,
so if we talk to her, is she going to be able to have a rational conversation with us?
oh, she will. I'm sure she will.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
And you can hear how skeptical the law enforcement officer is. And I understand why. I mean, Charles is talking about some stuff that, probably does sound crazy, but it's just really a shame that nobody listened to Charles. He tried emailing and reaching out to Lori's family members. He was just dismissed, and nobody listened to him. And he was telling the truth.
just. You
She'll
never know what
probably
she's
tell
gonna
me
do.
I'm crazy, huh? Is that what you suspect?
Probably. You're a dark spirit, what she's going to tell you.
Okay.
I'm a dark spirit. Gabe's with me. He's our bishop. He's going to be a dark spirit, whatever that means. You're evil.
And you said this has been going on for like 4 years?
Well, it's to an extent, but it's gotten really bad the last several months. And I've been trying to ignore it because hoping it'll get better.
Is she on any medications?
No, she won't do medication.
Has she been to a doctor?
She won't go to the doctor because she's a translated being, and they would find out she's translated. She cannot be killed. She cannot die.
And that's what she thinks?
Yes.
Okay. And she's been telling you that?
Yes, and Gabe too.
Okay.
He heard this, not just me. This isn't coming. I love her to death. This is killing me.
Yeah, I want to make that really clear because Jane is right. This is not a represent. Charles is a great representative. Have been friends with people who practice Mormonism. This is not normal. This isn't part of Mormonism. I've heard people, that just, think that it is. It's not. She and Chad were just off on their own cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs tangent that doesn't have anything to do with religion.
Our 13th anniversary next month. We've been at a great marriage. All of a sudden, the last month it just blew up.
Mm-hmm.
She just lost connection.
Okay. So has she made any statements about wanting to hurt the children or anything?
Today she said with Gabe on the phone, "Come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them. Come take them."
Okay, but she didn't make a direct threat towards the kids.
No, not a direct threat.
Okay. And then she said that she would murder you through a spiritual.
No, she said, "I can murder you."
I can murder you.
And
she's talking in a
I will kill you.
Spiritual.
No, she's talking physically. I will kill you because you're not Charles, and nobody will care.
Okay. So she at this point doesn't think you are her husband?
She thinks I'm Nick Schneider.
Who's Nick Schneider?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's the name she used. I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I'm just like, I'm as bewildered as you are. This is so foreign to me.
I feel so badly for Charles here. He is telling the truth. He is sounding the alarm, and he is just being completely dismissed. I'm not blaming this law enforcement officer. I mean, he showed up. He probably hears stuff like this too. My spouse is irrational, this and that. But man, oh man, if somebody would have listened to him, because he was emailing family members of Lori too, to try for on behalf of JJ and Tylee. He was extremely concerned. Charles is a good man.
Normal people, as far as I'm concerned, that this happens, it just drives me. I don't know what to do. I need help, and she needs help. She needs help, and I'll go to bed. I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. I got to take my son.
And you just didn't want to go inside because of the statements that she made?
She took my car and I suspect she took my car and my keys. I had no keys to get in.
Oh, okay.
No garage door opener.
Okay.
She knows what she's doing. She took $35,000 out of our bank account today. I can't make payroll Friday for my company. She changed our bank account numbers. I had to change it myself to get back in, and I saw all the money's gone. I've got $7 in my name.
And she would have had Charles's life insurance too, after her brother did away with him, if he wouldn't have changed his sister to the beneficiary. So really, really scary.
So what's your first name again? Charles. Charles lives here with his wife and 2 children. Charles was away on business.
nephew upstairs. His name is Zach. He's 19. He's our nephew. He can stay with us.
Have you tried to call him?
But he won't call me back either.
Why won't he call you
I
back?
don't know.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I hope they're okay, but I don't know. It's valid.
All right. So his question is, he lives here. There's no orders against either one of them. If we can't make contact,
If he wants to let us in, how we're doing a 670 check. I don't know how to get in. I can have to break the window. I can try to.
where I was going with this, he was in Houston on a business trip, and then he flies back in to Sky Harbor, and his truck's gone. He suspects she went there and took the truck. He doesn't know.
My wallet in it, so.
Right. So, all right. Is it this house or the one with the flashing lights?
Right there. Yeah,
Oh, where those palm trees are?
and I can try the key code on the garage. I don't know if they changed it or not. I think I know the code. We just were good.
So I'm going to leave it there because if you want to watch the rest of it, you definitely can. That gives you a pretty good idea of. I just want to make sure you guys know I am watching the court. If they resume, I didn't want you to think I wasn't paying attention. But it is really, really sad that nobody listened to him. I mean, he was trying everything to try to get someone to listen to him about Lori. He was sounding the alarm. And nobody believed him. Nobody believed him. Let me see if I can grab Tammy's 911 call. Can you guys hear it?
What's going on? We just found my mom. She's on the ground frozen, or she's stiff, and I don't know. Are you in Madison County or Fremont County? I'm Chad, the husband. She's clearly dead.
You almost hear a little laugh there. Did you hear that? Duper's delight. You can't see his face. That's a laugh. She's clearly dead and a laugh.
She's clearly dead. I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. Are you in Rexford or? Because your address shows a Rexford address, but you're in Fremont County? Mile past. Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, but after hearing the laugh, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Okay, can I get your name? Chad Daybell. Oh, man. Okay, Chad, I'm gonna get somebody up to you right now, okay? Yeah, the corner of the blinking yellow light is the red house. Yes, sir. Red house on the corner. Yes. Blinking yellow light. Right. Okay. We'll get somebody up to you, okay? I'm so sorry. Okay. If you need anything else, you call me back, okay? Okay.
And look at Tammy. She just looks like such a nice person.
Okay, bye-bye.
So that's it. But just listen to this laugh.
What's going on? We just found my mom. She's on the ground frozen, or she's stiff, and
So that's the son.
I don't know. Are you in Madison County or Fremont County? I'm Chad, the husband.
Chad, the husband.
She's clearly dead.
Did you hear that laugh? I'm sorry. That's just.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay. Are you in Rexford Rexburg.
So that's the 911 call, you guys. Really, really creepy, in my opinion. Do you guys want to hear the 911 call from Tammy? Let me see if I can grab that.
Mother-in-law what had just got home about 10 minutes ago, was unloading her car, and she thinks the man, but she's not 100% sure she didn't see, because they were wearing ski mask, or came up to her with a paintball gun, but they sort of screamed at her, wasn't loaded, so she couldn't, she could see nothing came out of it. But she kept asking what he was doing with the phone, and then suddenly, after she pulled out with her husband, he ran off.
Okay, what's the address?
So let me just split it.
Suddenly,
So this is,
out of it. But she kept asking what he was doing with the phone, and then suddenly, after she pulled out with her husband,
so they think it's a paintball. I don't know. I'm not so sure. This happened 10 days before she was found.
he ran off.
Of natural causes, which they exhumed her, and it was not natural.
Okay, what's the address? Are you there? Hello? Are you still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. What's the address?
It's 199 North, 1900 East, Rexburg, Idaho, 83440. That's my address. She lives in the corner. I don't know what her address is.
Okay, I need her address. What's her location?
I think it's 201, I think is her address.
201 North 1900 East?
North, yep.
Does she know which direction he ended up running?
He headed east, back behind their house.
Okay, and did she give you a description of the clothing?
I didn't get one from her.
So dollars to donuts. This was probably Lori Vallow's brother.
I just know that.
And what is your name?
My name is Joseph Murray.
So let's listen to I think there's another one here.
Yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yeah. The corner with the blinking yellow.
49 minutes, 20 seconds, 19. 21 hours, 49 minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East. The corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I didn't step out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. and I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it, so I yelled for my husband, and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
That was north 1900 east. Yes.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
Do you know what direction he was going? He went behind my house, and it's so dark out here, and I just went in the house and got my husband and son, and then they went out and looked, and he was long gone by then.
Tammy Daybell sounds like such a nice person. She was the mother of Chad's 5 children.
So he was on the north side of my house, is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything, or he just kept like he was holding the gun, like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded.
I think it was. I just think something didn't go off. And she survived that. Unfortunately, she didn't survive. 10 days later, she was
Okay,
gone.
what is your name? My name is Tammy Daybell. Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now. Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lives diagonal from us that called you guys already. Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure it got reported.
You can hear how nice Tammy Daybell sounds. She just sounds like a really kind person. And then her reaction to this was to go onto Facebook to alert her friends. That's
Let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name? Joseph Murray. Okay, yep, it was him. Okay. So, all right, I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly.
all right. So those are the 2 calls that were made. One was the son-in-law for Tammy Daybell. If you're just joining us, we're on a break for lunch. It should be done pretty soon here. But really, really sad that nobody listened to Charles Vallow. He was trying to sound the alarm, and he didn't just stop with the law enforcement. He also was trying to sound the alarm through emails, because we know from the Netflix documentary that Lori's son, Colby, who was an adult at the time, that he had gotten an email from Charles trying to warn him, and he just dismissed it because his mom said, it was just a negative situation. So poor Charles, nobody listened to him. Tammy had that probably what was like a near miss, and unfortunately she didn't know what it was. That she said it was a paintball gun. I don't think it was. I think it was more than that. And for whatever reason, divine intervention, it didn't go off. But it didn't ultimately save her, because 10 days later she was found. And I just feel so bad. She just sounds like she was such a nice person. She was a loyal, loving, devoted wife. And I don't know why, if Chad and Lori wanted to be together, why they just couldn't get a divorce, except for that insurance money. And that's where Chad, playing the hapless, oh, it was the femme fatale. She, entranced me. It's just nonsense, because he was in there on the Monday. Tammy passed some over the night, Saturday night. So either Saturday night or in the wee hours of Sunday morning, somewhere in there. Monday, he's in the insurance office wanting that money. Money, money, money. And when the insurance lady testified at Lori's trial, she said that she told them she needed to have the certificate that proved, that Tammy was no longer with us. I'm watching my words. And he said, oh, don't worry, I ordered 8 of them. So for him, he ordered 8 of them. This again was Monday, and his wife was found on Sunday, and he's laughing. You can hear can't see his face, but you can hear the duping delight in the 911 call. That's why I wanted to play it for you guys. Yeah, poor Charles. Yeah, please give this a thumbs up if you're just joining me. You're with Reporter Room. We are airing the Chad Daybell trial, and this is really interesting because it's in Idaho. Once the trial goes, I don't talk at all, just so you know, if you're just joining me. I'm talking now because we're on a break, but if you want to watch it together, I'm watching it with you guys. It's just really, really a shame that nobody listened to Charles Vallow when he was trying to sound the alarm to protect JJ and Tylee. And when you listen to him, and that's why I wanted to play that body cam footage for you. When you listen to him on the body cam footage, you can hear that that's really all Charles is, cares about. That's his biggest concern. His concern is Tylee. His concern is JJ, and nobody was listening. Even the law enforcement officer sounded skeptical, like he just couldn't believe it. And maybe, I don't know how many stories these officers hear about, when spouses are, having marital issues, and they probably have heard it all, seen it all. So I understand why he was skeptical, because the stuff that Lori was telling Charles was crazy. So Charles literally probably sounded crazy from his point of view. But the sad thing is, we know in retrospect that Charles was telling the truth. And then Tammy, with her 911 calls, man, oh man, if only somebody would have listened. If only somebody would have listened and believed what they were hearing. So do you think that Alex, Lori's brother, who did do away with Charles Vallow, he said it was in self-defense, but I'm not buying that. And law enforcement isn't either. So he did do away with Charles Vallow. Do you think he also was the one outside of Tammy Daybell's house with that paintball gun? Because I don't think it was a paintball thing. I think it was real. But, she probably, just couldn't fathom that that's what it was. Because who would want to hurt Tammy Daybell? She was a stay-at-home mom. She had 5 children. Thought she was happily married. It's just really, really, the whole thing could have been avoided. So do you think that Alex has anything to do with what happened to Tammy? Let's check in with chat, see what you guys are thinking. $35K. Am I missing something? Let me see. I think my channel is coming up on that pretty soon. I don't know when, but soon. We are at, with our subscribers, 37,700 plus people. So yeah, we're going to probably hit 35,000 maybe later this month, beginning of next month, something like that. So yeah, help me out. Subscribe, share the video. When we get to 35,000, I think we should celebrate. So I was thinking about doing some kind of a drawing for everybody who subscribed to the channel, and we'll do like a random draw, and I'll probably do it by who subscribed, because I can look up who subscribed to the channel and pull comments up. So who subscribed and has comments, and then we'll put all of the comments into I think there's a way I can do it on the air so you guys can see it. And then I was thinking maybe just doing cash, doing a cash, because who can't use some cash, right? And for 35,000, so maybe 300 cash for a first prize and $50 cash for a second prize, something like that. What do you guys think? Should we do that for the 35,000? And we'll just I can pull up all the comments So you can comment as many times as you want to in the comment section on my videos. And then, so and then I can click the subscriber button so I can see who's commented and who's also a subscriber. And those can be selected out. And we can do like from all the videos from today or any of it, all the videos from like today or yesterday moving forward. We'll start yesterday moving forward. And I'll look up what all the rules are because there are rules on YouTube and make sure we're following everything according to what, YouTube's policy is. And I'll make sure it's all, so you guys can see how somebody's being chosen. So nothing's shady going on, and we'll celebrate the 35,000 when we get there. But definitely think we should celebrate. And I think cash would be I don't know who can't use cash. We all can. Yeah, it happened right in her driveway at the house. Right in the driveway at the house. Do you guys want to see what the house looks like? Let me see if I can pull that up for you really quick. Let me see. I'm going to just go off of news images so I don't get in any trouble. Okay, so this was the day that I think law enforcement showed up. Let me move myself out of the way here. So you can see that the house is got the front door right here where you see the big truck, and you can see I think that's the back door actually. And I think if you go around this way, it's the front door. Let me see if I can find another shot. This is what it looks like from the front. So that's the front door. So she was coming out of her front door. And this is when they were looking. They had a little cemetery for their pets. And that's where they ultimately found JJ and Tylee, the fire pit and the pond. And you can see the house here, and it looks like an outbuilding here. Just to give you guys an idea. And this is what they put up to try to, because helicopters were circling, and obviously they want to protect the victims in this. And Chad tried to run away. When law enforcement, they were at the house, they had a search warrant, they were there, they were digging. And Chad's response was he waited there, and ultimately he ran away. So the whole idea of I'm the hapless victim of Lori is crazy, because he knew if you weren't worried about what law enforcement was going to find, if you didn't know what they were going to find, why would you run away? Why not just stay there? So I think that's really interesting also. So that's the house. Let me go back. Just want to make sure you guys know that I am watching this to make sure they aren't starting without us. Let me grab it. Holly, I didn't realize I left you hanging up there the whole time. Sorry about that. Okay. Let me take that down. It is awesome. Yeah, at least we have positive stuff there. Okay, Pam, no worries. I know you guys are running your errands and doing your stuff. That's fine. I think the nice thing is that we're watching it together as a community. We're not just sitting at home. I think we would all be watching this anyway. And and you can watch it on your big screen TV and still join the top chat. Still join and still drop comments and interact with all of us. Just put your laptop on your lap or use your cell phone to join the chat. Sorry, I have to drink something. I just can't go hours and hours without drinking anything. This is the longest I've ever live streamed. I've never live streamed for 4 hours before. I think the longest live stream I've done was like 2.5 hours. But yeah, I think it's really interesting that Chad chose to run away. And let me see if I can find a picture of Lori's. In Idaho, because she moved into that townhouse. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. Yeah, here's one. So that's the exterior of the house. And then Lori's affect is so bizarre. She's just always so happy. Just, I wonder like where she is. That's Tylee. That's Chad's backyard. Where does she think she is? Like, why is she? And I think Chad, probably gaslit her. By, telling her that she was fine. Oh, here's them in Hawaii getting married 2 weeks after Tammy was done away with. Now, he is innocent until proven guilty. There's a townhouse where Lori was living. Her brother had a townhouse and was living there. So they were all living in that same complex. And then this is Charles Vallow. And this was posted by Kay Woodcock. And I believe she'll be taking the stand. He just, by all accounts, he was such a good man. He was a good family man. He was a loyal husband. He was a good provider. Lori was able to quit her job and devote her time full time to Tylee and JJ. Lori's adult son, Colby, had spoken very, very highly of him. He feels so bad he didn't believe him when he was trying to sound the alarm. And then here's the wedding photo of Chad and Lori. And I just think picture speaks 1,000 words. 2 weeks. Sorry, I'm just getting over a chest cold. 2 weeks after his wife was done away with, and he's there on the beach celebrating with Lori. I mean, I don't think he looks very happy to me. This doesn't look like a guy that was just dragged along against his will or somehow, enchanted. He looks like a guy who's fully in control and made his own decisions of what he wanted to do. He sat in on Lori's trial. He sat in the not the trial, but the hearing. And there they are. He's playing the ukulele. You heard him laughing in the 911 call with Tammy. This is not a hapless goofball that just fell in with the wrong person. This is somebody who, in my opinion, is very calculated, very dangerous, and coordinated with Lori Vallow. So let me say hello to chat. Oh yeah, I love these comments. Wait, let me pull some of these up. You guys are so awesome. Did that happen in her driveway? The 80s kids wants to know. Yes, it did. It happened right in her driveway. Hey, 1979 ACR. Roxy says, yes, I do believe it was Alex at Tammy's because of the message Lori left after he failed in carrying it out. Oh, that's right. Thanks, Holly. Yeah, feel free to take a stretch if you guys need to. Amelia's our head mod, if those of you that don't go. I do want to say I haven't said thank you to the mods. Thank you to our mods today. I see a lot of wrenches in here. Aloha. That's perfect, Mike. That is perfect. Perfectly summed up in 2 words. And the head of it was the one that instigated all this was Chad Daybell. Lori is into it up to her eyeballs too. She got what she deserved, but for him to play, oh, I'm the innocent one. Nah. But all they need is one juror. So I always get distracted by my pets or my phone. Well, yeah, and life keeps going on. Holly says, I used to think she was pretty, but after learning everything, I don't know. I think pretty comes from the inside. And that's why I think if you look at like Tammy Daybell, let me see if I can pull up a picture of her. I think she's really beautiful, naturally pretty, just a really sweet smile. Look at, she has dimples, just a beautiful, sweet smile. She just looks like a good person. Let me move myself so you guys can see her. Yeah, she just looks like a really nice person. I just feel like she deserved so much better than Chad. That's just my opinion. Okay, so yeah, I agree. I think Tammy was beautiful, and she was the mother of his 5 children. And I'm learning that 3 or 4 of the kids are going to take the stand and talk about Tammy's health issues, and I hope they don't, because I just think that would just be such a betrayal of their mother to do that. But if Chad Daybell was able to convince Lori Vallow and other people too that they were the chosen, then maybe his children are part of it also. Maybe they need to be deprogrammed. I don't know. This is just my opinion. Let me know what you think in the comment section. Yeah, Charles Vallow was amazing. Jody says, Roxy, that day Lori all smiles. Yeah, she's just so happy. Lori's always so happy. Please give this a thumbs up. Yeah, Amelia sums it all up, the 2 of them in one emoji. Perfect. How can they be happy after? Because they didn't care. This is why this is a capital case. He conspired with her. And for people to say that, he was so in love with her, he was literally laughing on the phone line in the 911 call. And he was after the money. It's Monday. This happened in the wee hours of Sunday morning or maybe Saturday night, somewhere in there. And it's Monday. And he's at the insurance company. He's ordered the certificates to prove that Tammy's not with us anymore. I'm watching my words, the D certificates. And he's in there trying to get the insurance money. Same thing with Lori when Charles was done away with. Just went after that insurance money. But Charles wrote her out. He put his sister in. I want them to play Summer's Call. I don't know what that is. Lori took, so this is the third. Oh yeah, the 35,000. Okay, so I thought you were talking about subscribers. I'm sorry, Desired. I'm really sorry. Yes, the $35,000 out of their bank account. Yes, Lori. So Charles had a business bank account. She was on there. He trusted her. It was his wife, and she went in there and took $35,000, emptied out the bank account. Yeah. And then the night, yeah, this is good. Thank you for bringing this up, Amelia. Okay, so the night that Alex's brother does away with Charles in self-defense, Lori throws a pool party at their house. So she's literally dancing over his grave. Tammy is beautiful. I agree. Tammy she's just a natural beauty, dimples and all. I don't understand why these 2, if they just wanted to be together, why not just get a divorce? She's gorgeous inside, beauty all the way. Yeah. And from all accounts, she's nice. You heard her on the 911 call, so polite. And this had just happened to her. She could have been irate or upset or short with the 911 operator. She was just so sweet. Maria says, I don't understand why Lori got life and Chad is asking for. I think part of it might be that Lori's mental state. Remember that they had to delay. Some of the delay was due to the pandemic that we're not allowed to really talk about on YouTube, but some of the delay was due to that in Lori's and Chad's case. But some of the delay was because she was just like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So, they may have just felt like, if we go after her with this, she's had so many mental health issues, and they had to wait for her to be well enough to stand trial. So maybe they felt like they couldn't get that. I'm not really sure why they made this choice. There may be evidence that we don't know yet, that we're going to find out, where that really does show that Chad was the instigator behind this, because we haven't seen his trial yet, have we? And Lori's wasn't televised. So it should, I think we're going to find out why they're made this one a capital punishment case. That's such a good question, Maria. Holly says, because prosecution didn't give discovery by the deadline, so Lori's was dropped. Well, I don't know if that's the case or not. I could try to find out. It could be, Holly. Let me see if I could just find a quick answer for you. Yeah, it's coming up as a top search. Let's see what it says. Okay, so I'm going to share this instead. Did you guys see it? Let me make myself small here. Okay. So it says, the attorneys filed for a motion earlier this month seeking the dismissal of the state's notice to seek capital punishment. I'm watching my words. And that it should be dismissed because of media saturation, multiple discovery violations by the government, Vallow's mental status, and the inability of the state to effectively administer the capital punishment should the jury decide to impose it. Remember, at this time, Idaho was having trouble getting the sodium pentothal, and that's when they decided, after we found this out during Brian Kohlberger, after he was arrested, they decided, well, if we can't get our hands on that, then we'll do a firing squad. So now that's in place. So it sounds like it was a multiple things. Let's see. So Judge Stephen Boyce ruled in favor of the motion to dismiss. Let's see what he says about this. So Holly, that's such a great thing to bring up. Thanks for bringing that up. He said that the court concludes here as an appropriate discovery sanction, the state will be precluded from seeking capital punishment, watching my words, at the trial, and the state's May 2nd, 2022 notice of intent to seek capital punishment will be stricken. To be clear, the court does not impose the sanction to penalize the state, but rather to ensure the constitutional right of the defendant is protected, allowing for reasonable defense to be prepared for this trial. So, Holly, I think you're right, because listen to this next part. Late disclosure of evidence by state prosecutors who failed to meet the required deadline could also lead to an appeal in the case, according to Boyce's ruling. First, with the defense having timely raised the issue, the court determines that if I were to fail to address this discovery issue, I believe this case would inevitably be reversed on appeal. If there was a capital conviction. So it sounds like it was a couple of things, and you're right, Holly, that was definitely one of them. Thank you so much. This is why I love reading your comments. We have absolutely the smartest viewers. Let me grab this. I just want you to know I am watching this to restart, and I'm going to refresh it. They were still on break. Okay. So we are still on break. Okay. So let's go through some more. So that was really helpful, Holly. Thanks for that. Maria says they don't love, it's all about control and money. Yeah, exactly. I think that they probably are sociopathic. They probably were enamored with each other, attracted to each other, but I don't think that they could truly love, because if you had love in your heart, you could never do that to your spouse, to Charles, to Tammy, to JJ, to Tylee, yeah, I agree, Maria. Holly says, summer shiftlets called with Lori while she was in prison. Have you not heard? That's just heartbreaking. I'll pull that up for tomorrow during the lunch thing. We'll pull that up. Holly says, maybe you could play it. Summer testified against her and her sister. I'll pull that one up tomorrow. And remind me tomorrow to pull that up for you guys, and we'll play that one tomorrow. Magical thinking, delusions of grandeur, entitlement, vindictiveness, false charm, narcissistic personality disorder. Yes, I agree, Amelia. Roxy said, I wonder if they'll bring her mental health up in Chad's trial. I'm wondering if she would testify in Chad's trial. Now, she's in Arizona now, so it doesn't sound like they're bringing her back. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Desired says he thinks that Lori thinks she is a goddess. Yes, I think so. I think she thinks she's a deity. Yeah, narcopath plus narcopath. Yeah, very, very lethal. Yeah, I'm pushing the fluids. For those of you that don't know, I just got over a chest infection, so I'm just going to keep drinking water and keep pushing the fluids. Okay, Amelia. Thank you too, Maria. All right, so we're just waiting on the judge. I do want to say thank you to our VIP red carpet, Jane J., and our producers, George, Brown, and Jazz, and for Amber. And thank you to our channel members. We have awesome channel members. I think we have over 50 now. If you want to be part of the reporter room, we have our own channel members live streams that we do. We also have a Facebook group that's open to everybody, but channel members have their own side chat as well. And you can come and hang out with us. We have a really nice group on Facebook. And just really nice people. So if you would like to have your name appear in live streams and all my videos, you can become a channel member, and you also get a check mark next to your name. And I also want to, just while we're on a break, do thanks for super thanks and PayPal gratitude, and also gifted channel memberships. Hush Pup gifted 15 and NJazz gifted 5 yesterday. Really, really nice. So thank you guys for that. If you haven't subscribed, please do. And we're just on a lunch break with court. Let me check in with Twitter and see what's going on there. Can you guys see that okay? All right. So I'm going to look up the Sebastian Rogers and just see if there's any news on that, as I am keeping track. There are no new developments. Okay. So this is no new developments. There appears to be a true pronged effort. First, there's a search. We know authorities and volunteers have done, this is by Nick Beers, have done a very thorough job, very organized search in the teen's neighborhood. They have done this more than once, most recently last week, retracing to see if anything was missed. They've also searched a landfill in Kentucky. Dogs, drones, and officers on foot have all been utilized, and nothing. Second, there's an investigation. This is where authorities are looking at the possibility of foul play. Sources are telling Nick Beers that Sebastian could not have just vanished without a trace by himself, that someone else is very likely to have been involved. Is there a criminal investigation? Not quite. Why? Because at this point, there's no evidence of foul play, no physical evidence, no security footage, no eyewitnesses, and they don't have Sebastian. So he is told that nobody has been cleared. So I think that's interesting. But the simple fact is there's nothing to link anyone to Sebastian's disappearance. His stepfather, his father, his mother all continue to cooperate. Contrary to some of the wild rumors circulating on social media, no arrests are imminent. So what is the truth? The truth, what is happening? Sheriff's detectives and TBI agents continue to vet tips that come in to the 1-800-TBI find. Sumner County EMA Director Ken Widener tells Nick Barris that his crews go where investigators tell them to go. Sadly, they don't have any confirmed sightings no indication whatsoever of what happened to Sebastian, but we will stay on this story. Okay, so I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update that I don't want you to feel like you're missing anything on that case, because if there is anything, I will bring it to you. So let me see. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else interesting going on that I can share with you. Just that's really, there is no new news. So by watching this trial, you're not missing anything. Nothing new on that. Let's see what's going on. If anybody has, I want to kind of curious what people have to say about Chad Daybell. Let's take a look. I know Pryor is doing his job, but he's making me quite irritated. I don't know. I don't see anything. Nothing. I don't see anything that's like adding to the conversation. I just see people deciding if they're guilty or not. I think this comment's kind of interesting. Let me see if I can make this bigger. So this one, let me just, can you guys see that? So this is Royal Correspondent Hawkins. She says that Chad Daybell, she thinks is guilty. This is her personal opinion. Lori Vallow has been found guilty. Blaming her is misogyny. I agree with that. It's kind of the bewitched, you know. They use the W word for women, right? Witch. Social media blames her as the temptress. They both did it, and likely Alex. Alex is Lori Vallow's brother. I'm not defending her. I'm just pointing out how society blames the fallen woman every time. I agree with that. I think that it is just straight up misogyny with their, but it may play with one or two of the jurors. So, yeah. Let me see if I can pull this up. I'm looking for a gift because I just really do feel like they're just taking this bus. They're running over Lori, and he ran over her with a bus and then backed back over her. Let's see what this one looks like. No, it's just a bus. I think this is the Chad Daybell defense team driving that big bus, running over Lori, and then backing back over her. Okay, that was probably a little bit lame, but hey, that's what we're doing on our lunch break. Hey, Anjaz. Roxy doesn't think she'll testify against Chad. Hold on one second. Okay. Desired said, just like Corey Richin, she had a party of the day. Yeah, Lori went out and threw a pool party that day. The grieving widow. Roxy says, get Manuka, honey, helps. Corey. Yeah, I knew you meant Corey. Lori's was audio only. Holly is correct. Yes, she was right. I wonder if Chad will testify or not. Yeah, will he take the stand? What do you guys think? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Chad will take the stand. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he will not take the stand. If you want to join us in the top chat, you can still watch on your TV or wherever you're watching and get on your phone and come join us in the top chat. Love to have you. So we're just waiting for the trial to be resumed. We're on a break. I was looking for bus. Let me see what this one looks like. No. But yeah, pretty much. I just thought that would be funny to have a bus image, but I got to be careful what I share because I don't want to really share something like that. All right. Let's get an update while we're sitting here. So let's see what CBS has to say about this. All right. So then I still have the court thing up. They are saying the desire for S, money, and power led to doing away with his wife, Tammy, and Lori Vallow, JJ, and Tylee. So the trial, let me close this out, of Chad Daybell. My source on this is CBS. Prosecutor Rob Woods told jurors Wednesday morning that Daybell had become obsessed with Lori Vallow Daybell after they met at a religious conference in 2018. Woods said that the pair had had an affair and came to see Tammy as, at the time, Tammy and Lori's children, JJ and Tylee, were obstacles to their future, and they were being referred to as dark spirits or zombies. So that's just a way to depersonalize or dehumanize someone, isn't it? Prosecutor Woods said about Chad, he said when he had a chance at what he considered was his rightful destiny, he made sure that no person, no law would stand in his way. His desire for S, money, and power led him to pursue these ambitions, and this pursuit led to doing away with Tammy, JJ, and Tylee. I'm watching my words here. Chad is now 55 years old. He is facing first-degree M charges in insurance fraud and conspiracy. And we're back. Here we go. Grab it.
Mr. Wood, before we proceed, is the state can be ready, before it's in the jurisdictions or anything for that?
Yes, if you would have a sidebar about the issue, the evidence issues.
You can see the judge is not in his chair, so obviously they're having some kind of a sidebar that we're not privy to. And the witness, if you're just joining us, he is in this lower box next to me. And if you look right here, you can see Chad Daybell sitting on his computer. Is he writing his next book? There's a court reporter. So that's the defense table. This is the prosecution table. And then the judge will be here. And then this will be our witness, who is the detective in this case. Roxy thinks he's so smart he can manipulate anyone. He probably does. Holly thinks it's a 1. Good to see you. He's playing solitaire on the computer. I check. Yeah, thanks for that. I'm checking too. I don't think we're going to have anything new though in the next hour or so on that case. If anything comes up though,
All right, we're on the record now.
I will bring it
This is
to you.
CR 2221-1623, State versus Chad Daybell. The jurors are not present at this time. At a sidebar with counsel, previously a few of the exhibits that were offered and admitted had some reference material on them, base numbers, etc., from the case that the court raised a concern. And I believe, Mr. Wood, what you've done is figured out a way to remove those references from the exhibits, and the court would know those references were not published to the jurors, and they won't be, so the court will permit those references to be removed from the exhibits before they are published or provided to the jurors. Is that how we're going to handle that, Mr. Wood?
Yes, that's my understanding, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Pryor, any objection from the defense to proceeding in that matter with those few exhibits?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure then that the original court exhibits to the jurors will have that information removed before the jurors are either published the information or receive copies of it. And with that, then I believe there are no other issues to take up before the jurors are brought in. Is the defense ready to proceed as well, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then we'll continue with testimony of this witness, and Mr. Wood, if you're ready, we'll have the jurors brought in this time.
Thank you.
All rise.
The jury is coming back in.
The jury is present and counsel.
Thank you. Please be seated. We concluded the lunch break. At this time, we're continuing with testimony of Detective Hermosillo and Mr. Wood. If you're ready, you can inquire. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, before we broke, we were speaking about the search of a residence. Can you remind us what residence that was?
I believe it was apartment 175.
And whose residence was that?
Lori Vallow.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7A through 7K.
The witness is handed state's exhibits, 7A through K. They've been reviewed by defense. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Detective, do you recognize state's exhibits 7A through K? Go ahead and take a minute and review them.
Yes, sir.
What do those exhibits purport to be?
They are photographs that were taken of Lori Vallow's residence in the morning of November 27th.
And were you present? You testified earlier you were present at the search of that apartment on that date, correct?
That's correct.
Did you walk through every room in that apartment?
Yes, I did.
Did you take these pictures?
No, I didn't.
Do you recognize them as true and accurate representations of what you witnessed in that room that day?
Yes, I did.
Or, I'm sorry, in that apartment that day?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, the state, moving for admission, states exhibits 7A through K.
Any objection from the defense?
Why do you native objection?
Yes, and use your microphone, please, Mr. Clark.
May I judge?
Yes.
Officer, what time were these pictures taken?
I don't know the exact time, roughly between 10 and noon, I would guess.
Are you guessing or do you know?
I don't know exactly what time, sir.
Okay, who took the pictures?
I don't know who took the pictures, sir.
What day did they take the pictures?
I believe I testified November 27th, 2019.
Well, if you weren't there, how do you know if you don't know who took it or who?
Objection is going to stay in the testimony.
No, I'll allow it. You can continue to work on it.
I never once said I wasn't there. I was there the entire time on
That's not what my question was. Question was, you weren't there when the pictures were taken, were you?
I wasn't there when they were taken. No.
You don't know the condition of the home when the pictures were taken, is that correct?
I was there when the pictures were taken, not standing next to the photographer.
So you were there when the pictures were taken,
That's correct.
but yet you don't even know who the photographer was who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't know a photographer who's taking pictures for a police investigation that you're in charge of?
I wasn't standing next to the photographer. I was inside the residence when the photos were being taken. At the same time they were being taken, I wasn't standing next to him.
Okay, but the question I asked is, why is it that you don't know the name of the photographer when this scene was closed off for investigation pursuant to a search warrant, and you can't tell me who the name of the photographer was who took these pictures?
There were a lot of people that were part of that search warrant. I can't tell you exactly who took the photographs.
Well, that's what my concern is.
Mr. Pryor, and we're getting speaking objections now. If there's a continuing objection, state the grounds.
Okay. Well, there were a number of people that were in and out of that apartment, is that right?
In and out of that apartment? No, sir. In that apartment, yes.
How many people were in the apartment at the same time?
Roughly 10.
And you would know all of the names of the people that were in the apartment, right?
Correct.
Yet you don't know the name of the photographer who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you, yes, sir.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Your Honor, I'm going to lay some more foundation.
All right, you can lay additional foundation, and I'll also note it is a group of photographs, so if you have to work through them individually, we will. I'll note just an objection on 7K, and Mr. Wood, you can seek additional foundation related before I rule on the objection.
Detective, you testified you were present that day,
That's correct.
and you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of what you saw in that apartment.
That's correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the condition you found the apartment in?
Yes, sir.
And as you look through these pictures, is there anything in there that is different than the way you found it?
No.
Your Honor, state moves again for the admission.
Objection again, Judge. There isn't a proper foundation. The officer can't even tell me who took the pictures. He doesn't know what time the pictures were taken. And the condition he's talking about is the condition that he saw, not necessarily when the pictures, in the condition when the pictures were taken. So there hasn't been a proper foundation here.
All right, I've considered the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection as it relates to photographs when the officer has personal observation of the location. The one exception that I'll consider a standing objection on is on 7G, which is different, I would say, than just showing the apartment. Not saying it's not admitted, but still under advisement, any additional objection or foundation. So photographs with the exception of 7G are admitted, and you can inquire further, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could publish those to the jury.
Yes.
Detective, can you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 7A?
That's the front door of apartment 175, front porch area.
And is this the apartment that you searched when you were for JK?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7B?
So as you walk into the front room of the apartment, that's looking towards the dining kitchen room area. There's a child's car suitcase sitting there. Like I testified earlier, it looked like it was lived in. There's still traps, things on the counter, paper towels, everything looked normal.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7C?
That's standing in the kitchen, facing the doorway, so the opposite direction of the glass door. You can see the stairwell going upstairs. There's still pictures on the wall, TV, papers on the counter. Everything looked normal at that point, so.
Observed in State's Exhibit 7D.
So when I testified about the crawl space under the stairs, and the 72-hour kits, those are a few of the 72-hour kits, along with the Star Wars suitcase that we had located.
When you, Your Honor, is the court have a pointer?
I don't know what stuff the bailiff from normally develops.
Can you point to what you're referring to? Describe the 72-hour kit.
So these black bags.
Mr. Wood,
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
These black bags with the 72-hour kits. There's some underneath here that you can't see. There's some here, and then that's the Star Wars suitcase that I was referring to earlier.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7E?
That's the top of the stairwell, looking down towards the bottom of the stairwell. This part right here goes into the front room, and the front door is right here.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7F?
This is the master bedroom. So when you come up the stairwell, immediately to your left is this entrance here. Like I testified, there was bedding, pillows, everything looked normal in the room at that point. This is a bathroom as well.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7H?
7H is what caused some red flags for us when we were searching the apartment.
Why was that?
Because of all these empty hangers. People go on trips.
Judge, I'm going to object as unresponsive. There isn't a question here, that's a narrative.
It's the same. Detective, I asked you why the empty closet was concerning to you.
Because when we made contact with Lori Vallow the day before, she had lived in the apartment. She was in the apartment living. The very next morning, when we served the warrant, this is what we found, empty hangers.
And Detective, why would empty hangers be concerning to you?
Because it appeared to us that she grabbed her clothes, left everything else, and took off.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7I?
This was a bedroom. If you walk down the hall towards the west, this is the bedroom on the right hand side. This is the bedroom we found Alex Cox, some of Alex Cox's belongings in. So this is the bedroom to the right.
And what belongings of his did you find there?
There was a plastic tub with some of his belongings in, some hygiene things that had his name on it, things like that.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7J?
This is the same bedroom. There's one of the plastic tubs that had some belongings of Alex. There's some prescription pills up here that had Alex's name on them. And then there was some white Tyvek suits that were in the closet area.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7K?
This is the room to the left. So the previous room was to the right. This is the room to the left. It had twin beds, bedding, everything looked normal in that room as well.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7G again for further foundation.
Very well.
That's if you recognize State's Exhibit 7G.
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
A rental agreement with the tenant of Lori Ryan.
And you testified earlier about finding a rental agreement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this the rental agreement that you were speaking about?
Yes, it is.
And where was that located in the residence?
In the master bedroom on a desk in the corner.
And you saw it there?
That's correct.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the rental agreement you saw?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for admission of State's Exhibit G, 7G.
Any objection?
No, John.
All right, exhibit 7G is admitted as well.
May I publish?
Yes.
Second, is this the rental agreement we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And you testified earlier about searching the storage unit, correct?
Correct.
Was this the rental agreement that led you to that storage unit?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8A through 8Q. Second, I'm going to ask you to take a moment and review State's Exhibit 8A through 8M.
So we're just on like a little bit of a pause here while they're labeling some stuff. If you haven't subscribed, please do. I am going to be doing a giveaway. when we reach 35,000 subscribers, which we're headed toward, and it's going to be based on subscribers and comments.
Detective, what do states exhibits 8A through 8M report to be?
Photographs that we had taken in number 175 in the garage.
And what day were these photographs taken?
November 27th, 2019.
And was this a part of the search that you testified to earlier?
Yes,
And you were present in the garage?
that's correct.
Were these items laid out in this manner when you got to the garage?
No,
Were they taken out to be photographed?
yes,
And did you observe that taking place?
I did.
Right. And other than moving those items to be photographed, are these pictures, are these items in the same condition that you observed them that day?
Yes, in the same condition, like I testified to, we manipulated some of them so we get better photographs.
And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed in the garage of that apartment that day?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 8A through 8M.
Or, you know.
I'm sorry. I should have said 8L.
Any objection as it relates to 8A through L?
Judge, what do you any objection?
Very well.
Officer, as before, were you present when the pictures were taken?
yes,
What was the name of the person who took the pictures?
Detective Daybell.
Were you present at the exact time that the pictures were taken of all of these items?
Yes, I was.
Who else was present at the time that these pictures were taken?
I couldn't tell you who else was in the room.
Well, we were in a garage, weren't we?
Couldn't tell you who else was in the garage.
Were there so many people there that you don't know?
No, I
Your
just,
Honor, this doesn't go to foundation.
I'll allow them more for dire few issues prior to continuing.
So many people in the garage, you didn't know who was there.
no, I just can't recall their names at this.
They're not officers that work with you.
They are.
How big of a garage are we talking about?
I couldn't testify to that.
2-car garage, 1-car garage?
As far as I think we're getting on costs here, is this a foundation objection still?
Judge, I'm trying to establish. Judge, I'll move on. Say that.
All right, the court's considered foundation objection as it relates to exhibits A through L, all over the objection, and those may be admitted.
Thank you, Matt Publish.
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So when I testified earlier about various magazines, weapons, there were knives, this is where we found those items. And
I
this,
just want to stop you real quick to clarify, when you say magazines, what type of magazine are you referring to?
magazines that go in rifles.
And you testified that you removed these items to take pictures of.
Correct.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So here's some of the various magazines that we took out of some of the tubs. There's some ammunition. There's a few suppressors that screw on to the end of a gun to muffle the sound. There's a ghillie suit. different items in this photo. Spots.
Could you tell me what you observed in States Exhibit 8B?
So these were items that were located in black plastic bags, which are right here that I'm pointing to. So we simply took those items out of these plastic bags and laid them out so we get photographs of them.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8C?
These are various caliber ammunition in plastic bags that were located in plastic tubs in the garage.
Didn't say ammunition, those are for bullets, correct?
Correct.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8D?
This was one of the rifles that we had located in the garage in apartment 175. It's got duct tape here. What you can't see up top.
Judge, unresponsive.
Mistake. I'm gonna move the picture so you can see the top. What did you observe at the top of States Exhibit 8D?
Like I was testifying to, at the top of this rifle, it's threaded for a suppressor to muffle the sound of a gunshot.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8E?
This rifle here is the exact same rifle from the previous picture. There's also another rifle that was in the bag, and that's this one here. This photograph was taken at the police department once we got the items back.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8F?
This is the rifle in the previous picture that was back here. It's just a close-up of that rifle.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8G?
Those are what I call the suppressors. From earlier that there was a photograph of these two men on the garage floor. This is just a close-up of both of those suppressors.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8H?
These are knives that were found amongst the ammunition in the rifles and tubs.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 8I? Okay.
This is just a handgun that was also located that was still in the case inside the garage.
Did you observe in States Exhibit 8J?
This is a Halloween mask, or what we think is a Halloween mask, that was located in a plastic bag in the garage along with duct tape and rope.
You described to the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 8K.
Once we remove the Halloween mask, this is the duct tape and the rope I was referring to in a Walmart bag.
Fine, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8L?
That is a passport that's located in belongings in that garage belonging to Alex Cox.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q. Very well. Briefly review State's Exhibit 810 through 8Q.
Okay.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to do?
These are items also located in the garage 175. What we go through each.
Not yet. Did you observe these items with your eyes?
Yes, I did.
And you saw these on November 27th during your search of apartment 175?
Correct.
I believe you testified they were also in the garage.
That's correct.
Are these true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q.
Any objection? Yes, to under your name of objection, Judge.
Go ahead.
Officer, you previously testified that I don't want to put words in your mouth, that you staged certain items. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
And some of the items that you staged, when I mean staged, you remove those from packages or boxes, and you laid them out to take pictures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take pictures of all the items in the garage, or are these just selected pictures that you've decided to show today?
We took photographs of the items in the garage, anything that we thought was evidentiary value. We took photographs.
Okay, so the question is, the answer is then that you did not take pictures of everything that was in the garage. Is that fair?
No objection, Your Honor. This is cross, doesn't put a foundation of these items.
Did you sustain that? We need to be on the narrow issue of foundation for admission or not, and we need to be allowed to cross later, of course.
So the question is that when I hear previously that you took items out of a package and you took pictures of select items, did you take all of these items out of some sort of packaging and take select pictures of these as well?
Yes, we took these out of tubs that were in the garage. They're closed.
So when you were there and present going through the garage, and we don't know how big this garage is because you don't know. You couldn't see these in plain sight when you went through them, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know what was in the garage and what wasn't. These were staged by someone else who took pictures, that correct?
We took these out of tubs and took photographs of them.
Who took them out of the tubs?
I couldn't tell you what officer took them out of the tubs.
When did they take them out of the tubs?
Are you asking for a time, sir?
I'm asking for a time, yeah.
Roughly 10 to 12, I would say.
In the afternoon, in the morning, when?
10 o'clock in the morning till 12 noon.
And you were present when they were taking these out of the tubs?
That's correct.
And who took these pictures of us?
Detective O.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, I'll rule an objection on foundation relating to exhibits 8M through Q, and those will be made.
Thank you. May I have a question?
You know,
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8M?
That is what appears to be an email printed item that was located in the garage of 175. There's some handwritten scribbles on it, some names, numbers associated with those names.
And at the time that you found those documents, did you understand what that meant?
No,
Were you able to determine, you said it was an email, who the sender of the email was?
yes,
Who was it?
Chad Daybell.
Were you able to determine who the recipient of the email was?
I don't recall the recipient, just
No.
who sent it.
Oh, I apologize, I didn't make that down.
I just remember who sent the email.
And were you able to tell what date it was sent?
I believe it was October of 2018.
Is there a specific date?
I would have to look at it a little closer. It's in the upper left-hand corner.
Second, I'm going to have look at State's Exhibit 8M, if you can describe what you observed there for the jury.
It's the same photograph from the last slide.
And State's Exhibit 8O. Presume O.
That's also more of the same email papers from the last slide.
Detective, if I were to have State's Exhibit 8M that, would you be able to tell the date of the email?
Yes.
What is the date on that email?
October 30th, 2018.
And then Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8P?
Those were also in the tub books written by Chad Daybell.
And then lastly, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8Q?
That was a cell phone that was also found in the tub in the garage.
Were you able to look and get that cell phone at any time?
As far as forensically,
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to tell you unless I looked at the report.
Detective, we've been talking about this search on November 27th, correct?
Correct.
And at any time that day, did you locate JJ Vallow?
No.
What was the next step in your investigation to find JJ?
Our next step was to talk to anybody that would take our phone calls. JJ was,
Judge, I'm going to object. This is again becoming a narrative.
Your Honor, you still just answering the basic question.
Call the roll without objection.
JJ was who we were looking for, and so we were exhausting every effort to find JJ. So we would call his siblings, family members, any family friends, anybody that might know whereabouts of JJ.
So who were some of those family members that you spoke with?
We ended up speaking with Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Boudreaux, JJ's brother, Colby Ryan. Gilbert Police ended up speaking with family members down there. That's who we spoke.
At any time during your investigation, did the scope of the search change into who you were looking for?
It did.
Why was that?
After we spoke with Colby Ryan, who is JJ's brother, he mentioned that he
Judge,
had,
I'm gonna object. This is hearsay.
Sustained. Detective, at any time did the scope of your search change to include the search for Tylee?
it did.
And so let's go back to your search very briefly on November 27th. Did you see Tylee Ryan at that apartment at any time?
No,
And during your intermittent surveillance you talked about in early November, had you seen Tylee Ryan?
no,
Did you ever meet Tylee Ryan?
no,
Did you become familiar with who she was through your investigation?
yes, we did.
How did you do that?
After speaking with Colby, our search encompassed JJ and Tylee.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 5. I believe this comes in by stipulation.
It does. Judge, we've stipulated the admission of this exhibit. The council would be so kind as to repeat the exhibit number.
It's 5.
Thank you.
All right, exhibit 5 has been offered and admitted. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a birth certificate issues out of the state of Texas.
Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
No objection.
Well, Detective, were you able to read that on the screen?
Yes,
You could point out with your pointer the name of the individual or who that birth certificate applies.
the name is Tylee Ashley Ryan.
And what was the date of her birth?
September 24th, 2002,
And where was she?
Travis County, Texas.
And just for purposes of the record, can you state who her father was?
Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr.,
And who was her mother?
Lori Marine Cox.
Through your investigation, have you learned of Lori Vallow's maiden name?
Yes,
What was it?
Cox.
Okay. So Detective, you testified that at this point you were approximately when did the scope of your search widen to include Tylee Ryan?
It was after we spoke with Colby on December 11th, 2019. We entered JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan into what we call NCMEC, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So on December 11th, 2019, we entered both of those children as missing and endangered.
How does NCMEC work?
It's a center where
I would object at this point on the foundation.
Mr. Wood, if there's any additional foundation or anything that hasn't been worked.
Can you restate again what the acronym NCMEC stands for?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And is that associated with the government entity?
It is.
Do you know which entity?
I don't.
Have you ever used NCMEC before in your job as a detective?
Yes.
How have you used it before?
When we have missing children, we enter and call NCMEC, enter the information, it goes into the database.
Mr. Wood, for the record, could you indicate what that acronym is?
Yes, Your Honor, it's NCMEC. Thank you. If you'd like the detective, can you just state what that stands for again?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Did you include any other law enforcement agencies in this search?
We did. After November 27th, we reached out for assistance from the FBI. We reached out through Fremont County. So we were in contact with Gilbert Police, Chandler Police, anywhere down there where JJ or Tylee lived or could possibly be at.
And did you ever try to contact Lori Daybell in regards to the whereabouts for children?
Absolutely.
How did you do that?
We tried contacting Lori by her cell phone. We also attempted to contact.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. Were you able to talk to her?
No, her cell phone was shut off.
Did you ever attempt to contact Chad Daybell in regards to the location of the children?
Yes, we did.
How did you do that?
We attempted to contact him through his cell phone.
And were you able to get in touch with him?
No, it was also shut off.
And at any time, did Lori Vallow ever call the Rexburg police to report missing children?
Judge, objection. Foundation.
Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, it's just a basic question. I think it's in line with the question we've been going through. I don't know additional foundation.
Upon foundation is overruled. Witness can answer.
Did you ask that again, please?
Did Lori Vallow ever contact the Rexburg police, to your knowledge, regarding missing children?
No, she didn't.
Did Chad Daybell ever contact the Rexburg police regarding missing children?
And I'll renew my objection, Judge. Knowledge foundation.
It's overruled.
No, he didn't.
Detective, when you place the children in the NCMEC database, you receive tips from that.
Yes, we set up tip hotlines through NCMEC, also through the FBI and through the Rexburg Police Department. So anybody with any information on those two missing children could call any one of those numbers and provide us with any information.
And did you ever receive tips through NCMEC regarding JJ Vallow, Tylee?
Yes, we did.
What would you do when you received those tips?
When we would receive the tips, we would assign it a tip number. And those tips were followed up on by detectives or other officers. So as soon as those tips came in, they were given a number and assigned to an officer to take it forward.
And would those tips, when they come in, do they have a phone number associated with them?
A lot of times they did have a phone number, a lot of them were anonymous, they didn't want to get involved. So some of them had phone numbers where we could follow up, others didn't.
And if someone submits an anonymous tip through Nicknick, is there anything you can do to follow up on that?
It depends on the information they gave us, but we would follow up with any information that they had put on the tip.
And when a tip comes in with a phone number, would you call those individuals back?
Yes.
Did you ever alert the public that the children were missing?
We did. We held a press conference on November 20th, 2019. And alerted the public that we had 2 missing children in our area.
And after that press release came out, did you receive tips after that?
Yes, we did.
And did you follow up on those tips as well?
Yes, we did.
Did any of those tips ever lead you to finding J.J. Vallow?
No,
Did any of those tips lead you to finding Tylee Ryan?
no.
Detective, regarding Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow, are you aware if a child protection action was filed in Madison County regarding them?
Yes, it was.
Were you involved with that?
I was the one who wrote the affidavit.
And what was the purpose of that action?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the officer's response is. I was the one who wrote the affidavit. Thank you.
You want to ask questions?
I will, I just letting the witness read the water.
Holy shit.
Detective, what was the purpose of that affidavit?
To get Lori to produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health.
And are you aware if there was an order issued in that child protection action?
There was.
What did it order?
It ordered Lori Vallow to produce her children within 5 days of being served at court effort.
Detective, were you ever able to locate Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
Yes, we were.
How did you do that?
A few different ways. Some of the tips that came in gave us location in Kauai, also through cell phone data.
Judge, can I have some foundation as to the time, date, location?
Are there foundational objection, Mr. Wood?
I'll just ask some more questions, Your Honor. Approximately when did you learn about the location of Chad and Lori?
Beginning of January of 2020.
And you stated earlier, but what kind of tips gave you that information?
Eyewitnesses that would call in that said they saw Lori and Chad on the island of Kauai.
And where is Kauai?
In Hawaii.
Did you ever write warrants to aid or apply for warrants to aid you in finding Chad and Lori?
Yes.
What kind of warrants were those?
We wrote warrants for cell phone data, geofence location, a few different warrants through cell phone companies to assist us in finding Chad and Lori or their location.
And did any of the data you received from those help you locate them?
Yes, it did.
Jacob, did you ever go to Kauai as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when did you get there?
I got to Kauai January 24th, 2020.
And once you got there, what was the purpose of going there?
We went there to aid and assist the Kauai Police Department in serving that court order to produce JJ Tylee to the Rexburg Police Department.
And did you see Chad and Lori Daybell in Hawaii?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned assisting the Kauai Police Department in serving that order. Are you aware if Lori Vallow was served with that order?
Yeah, she was on January 5th, 2019. Correction, 2020.
While you were in Hawaii, did you do anything else?
We observed the Kauai Police Department serve 2 search warrants. One on Chad and Lori's condo and the other on the rental vehicle.
Did you perform those searches as well? Or just observe the Kauai Police Department do it?
No, we just observed and let them serve.
Do you recall where their condominium was located in Kauai?
I don't recall the physical address, but it was Princeville.
And is that a town or city in Kauai?
Yes.
When you observed the search of the residents they were living in Princeville, after the Kauai Police Department did their search, were you able to walk through that residence?
Yes, I was.
All right. What did you observe at that residence?
Everything looked normal. It appeared 2 adults were living there. There were beach towels, 2 beach towels. Everything was in pairs. Food in the fridge, couches. Everything seemed ordinary.
Did you see JJ Vallow there?
No,
Did you see Tylee Ryan there?
no,
Did you see anything that would have indicated to you that a child was living there?
no, I didn't.
Did you observe anything that would have indicated to you that a teenager was living there?
No.
Detective, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health and Welfare?
No, she didn't.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 6. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It's a photograph of Tylee Ryan.
Did you, as part of your search, did you look at Tylee Ryan's social media?
Yes, we did.
To your knowledge, was this image obtained from her social media?
It was taken from her Instagram account.
And so as part of your search, did you personally observe her Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally observe this image on her Instagram?
Yes, I did.
Is this a true and accurate representation of what you observed on her Instagram?
Yes.
And also, as part of your investigation, did you see other pictures of Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
And is this individual, is that a true and accurate representation of Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for State's Exhibit 6 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 6 has been offered and admitted without objection, so it's in the record and will be published if you wish, Mr. Board.
Thank you. Detective, is this the exhibit we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
What was the username on the account that you found that picture in?
Tylee A. Ryan.
And this individual is the Tylee Ryan that you came to recognize through your search.
That's correct.
Detective, I want to ask you about the phrase proof of life. Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am.
As a detective, what does that mean to you?
Proof of life is any documentation, any video, photograph, anything that we can use to show the last time somebody was saw alive or seen alive.
Pursuant to your investigation, did you find a last known proof of life for Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
How did you locate that?
That was taken from Lori Vallow's iCloud account.
And what, do you know which iCloud account it was taken from?
Lori for style at iCloud.com.
And what was the form of that proof of life?
It was a photograph of Tylee taken at West Yellowstone.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the state or the witness behind State's Exhibit 29A, 29B, and 13, and I believe these come in by way of stipulation.
All right, take a look at defense me as well.
Judge, that's correct, by way of stipulation.
All right, I'll just review those briefly and then. Have a quick sidebar with counsel.
Sure.
Be submitted to the witness. And I will note that exhibits 29A and B and exhibit 13 are all admitted without objection. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 13? What does that report to be?
That is the photograph taken from Lori for Styles iCloud account. They testified to a remove Tylee and West Yellowstone.
If I'm in publish.
Yes.
You can just identify the individuals in that photograph, detective.
Sure. The little boy is J.J. Vallow. The Tylee Ryan's in the middle, and their uncle Alex Cox is on the right.
And as part of this exhibit, did it contain metadata?
Yes, it did.
And did the metadata in this instance, well, can you describe to the jury what metadata is?
Sure. Metadata is like a time and date, it has a time and date stamp with the photograph that's taken. So it's just data associated with the photograph.
And this photo was accompanied by metadata?
That's correct.
And what date was this photograph taken?
September 8th, 2019 at 2:49 p.m.
And you testified earlier that this was in Yellowstone?
Yes,
How do you know that that's Yellowstone?
I've been there.
So you personally recognize that location?
Correct.
Detective, revisiting this idea of proof of life. Throughout your investigation, were you ever able to find photographs dated later than that of Tylee Ryan living?
No.
And can you describe just quickly where you found that photograph?
From the iCloud account associated with Lori Vallow.
And I believe you already said it, but just for purposes of the record, what was the name of that iCloud?
Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
And how do you know that that account was associated with Lori Vallow?
The information attached to it and also the photographs that were attached.
And when you say photographs, what type of photographs led you to believe that that was attached to Lori Vallow?
Family photographs, Lori Vallow's photographs with her in the photos.
Detective, pursuant to your investigation, are you aware of a last known proof of life for J.J. Bell?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask this. The witness be handed States Exhibit 14, which I believe also comes in by way of stipulation.
From our record, again, Mr. Wood, it's been stipulated to, and more than if it is. Is there an objection to the 14 minute?
No, Judge, it was entered by stipulation of parties.
Or, 14 is admitted.
Detective, what is States Exhibit 2?
That is a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch in what appears to be the front room of apartment 175.
And where did you locate this picture?
That was also on Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
And you mentioned you believe you recognize the location. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, it appears to be the front room, same type of couch that was found in Lori Vallow's apartment, apartment 175.
And did this picture have, well, may I publish it for the jury?
Yeah.
Can you just describe to the jury what you observed in States Exhibit 2?
That's JJ Vallow sitting on the couch in red pajamas
And was this picture accompanied by metadata?
It was,
Is this the metadata that accompanied that picture?
yes.
What was the date of that picture?
September 22nd, 2019,
Did you know what time of day it was taken?
11:46 a.m.
And just to clarify, what iCloud account was that? Was that picture taken from?
Also, Lori for style.
So Detective, you testified earlier that, an order was served on Lori Vallow to produce her children.
Correct.
And I believe you already testified that she did not produce her children.
Correct.
What was the next step in your investigation after that?
Our next step in that investigation was to reach out to anybody that would possibly know where JJ was.
Who would you reach out to?
We reached out to family, the FBI, other agencies, anybody that would take our calls, tips that were coming in.
Detective, while you were doing this investigation, were you aware of any investigation in Fremont County regarding Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And what did you know? Were you a part of that investigation?
I was a part of it, but my focus was mainly JJ and Tylee.
And what was the investigation in Fremont County regarding?
A suspicious death involving the defendant Daybell's wife.
And as part of your investigation, did you know when she had died?
Yes,
When was that?
October 19th of 2019.
You testified that your primary focus was locating Tylee and JJ, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
I'm worried about this too. I'm worried it's about the money. Money, money, money. Okay, they're coming back from the sidebar.
to make every effort to be concluding trial each day at 3:30, including today. We are going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. And just for your reference as well, in case I forget to mention, we'll be going through evidence and testimony again tomorrow, scheduled 8:30 to 3:30. And then with some scheduling issues, we are going to not be holding court on Friday. And so we'll be back on Monday. I just want to make you aware of that schedule as well. So we'll go until 3:30 today, but at this time we will take our break. So if we can try to keep the break to 20 minutes, I appreciate it. With that, I'll apologize for the jury.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had I did turn my mic off, and I'm supposed to turn my mic around this way when I do it. Okay, so sorry about that, guys. Okay, so what I'm going to do, we're just on a break. He's coming back, and then we're not going to have court on Friday. But what I just went ahead and scheduled was I just scheduled up a Sebastian Rogers live stream for tomorrow. Since we don't have court on Friday, I'll go live after the live stream. After we're done here, we'll go live on Sebastian Rogers tomorrow. And I think we don't have, there's like not anything to really update today. But we'll have updates on that tomorrow. So I think it'll be good to just go ahead and get that organized. So that's going to be tomorrow, right around 5 p.m. Eastern time. And we can do that right after this is over, because it sounds like he's going to wrap stuff up. Tomorrow's kind of like their Friday. Okay, so I have Sebastian Rogers just set up. All right, so yeah, we'll do that tomorrow after the live stream here. We'll go live with Sebastian Rogers. I don't want to do it today. This is so weird. He put a different view of parties and pod. Yep, that's what he left up. Okay, that's all right. We'll do Sebastian Rogers tomorrow. And then I have a new Brian Kohlberger video coming out on Friday. Should we do a Brian Kohlberger video this weekend? Let me know. Drop me a comment today and just let me know if we need to do that. If we do, I will. Because we haven't done it. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. I'm sorry about that. Okay. I'm seeing the muted, but I should be off the mute now. You guys should be able to hear me because I have the mic on. All right. Yeah, they do. They used it as an excuse, didn't they, Maria? They really did. So what do you guys think about the trial so far? Mike can hear good. I'm glad I had it on mute because I don't want you guys to have to. I don't want to talk over when the trial is going on. I really, really hate it when I'm trying to watch something and somebody's interrupting. And I know if they're watching on someone else's YouTube channel, you have to add commentary, because if you don't add commentary, you can get into trouble with that. But in this case, this is the judge, and he's letting us all stream it. So I'm getting my stream from the judge. I don't have to add commentary. So to me, I just would rather just go ahead and not have, just not be talking over the trial. So yeah, thanks for everybody for being here. What do you guys think about this? I do feel like they started out, in my opinion, the defense is going all in on misogyny, in that they're just going to try to blame Lori for everything. And I'm not saying she isn't responsible, because she's responsible for a lot. But this whole, I'm like kind of over the femme fatale trope that we see being utilized, where somehow, she cast a magical spell and made him do it. Hold on one second. Anyway, yeah, I'm over that whole trope. I'm like tired of them constantly putting the blame onto the women, and it's just kind of like this witchcraft thing. So let's go into Twitter and let's see if we can find some good comments. Let's see. I'm checking in on the Sebastian case because I told you guys I would. If there was anything new to go live with tonight, I would. I just am not seeing anything at all. All right. So let me move myself. Okay. So let's see. Sebastian Rogers is an innocent young man. By those around him, I'm watching my words. His humble demeanor, in that I actually can't read that one on the air. But let's put this up. So, missing, he's 15 years old, male, white, brown hair. It's kind of a blondish brown. It's a light brown hair, brown eyes, 5'5", 120 pounds. Got just nothing new. It's just keeping his name out there, but no new breaks in the case. I was hoping we would hear something new. Let's see if we have any good Chad Daybell takes or comments we can enjoy while we're on this little quick short break. I don't have time to get into a whole article, I don't think, so that's why I'm doing this. People are upset about the audio quality. I just boosted it on our end so we could hear it. Judge Boyce says there will be no court on Friday due to scheduling issues. Today we have Detective Hermosilla. He's on the stand taking questions about the search for Tylee and JJ. I posted one. Let's see. I don't want to play somebody else's feed. Closed caption should have their own Twitter account. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, so not a lot of commentary. Gisela posted that she thought she's not airing the trial, she's just watching it, but she said that thought it was underwhelming. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I appreciated getting to hear it. I didn't have a problem. I didn't think it was underwhelming. I'm just glad we're not doing jury selection. That was like, for me, that was like watching paint dry. It was so slow. Yeah, I'm trying to. Tomorrow's Thursday, so I think I just went ahead and scheduled a Sebastian Rogers live stream for tomorrow. Right now it's scheduled for around 5 p.m. And yeah, I'll rest myself for tonight so I can get through to this trial tomorrow. And let's see. Yeah, I hope so too. Well, while we're on a little break, let me just say, let me put this up. Please subscribe. So we're getting close to the 35,000 channel members. So when we hit 35,000 channel members, I think we're going to celebrate, excuse me, with a cash giveaway. I think we'll do like a $300 cash giveaway and a $50 cash giveaway. I need to go through YouTube's rules to make sure that I'm following all of their rules and procedures. So I won't announce it officially till I go through and make sure I'm like doing everything properly. But I do know I'm going to pick a subscriber. So you will need to be subscribed to the channel because we're celebrating subscribers. And then we'll pick, you can comment as many times as you want on any of my videos, and we'll pick someone randomly out of the comment section. Now there's a way to randomly do it. There's like a group that will randomly do it. So we'll utilize them and have it done randomly, and then we'll just do cash. So I can send it to your Venmo or your PayPal or something like that. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do for the to celebrate, and it'll be total. Will be random, but you'll get entered as many times as you comment. So as I can hit subscribe, and then I can just select the comments from there. So we'll do like all the comments from moving forward. I'll announce it probably tomorrow on how to win it. I just need to make sure I'm following all of the rules on that. Wow, thanks Cirrus Black for the $1.99. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. I appreciate it. So let me go ahead and I do want to say thank you for your super thanks, PayPal gratitude. Let me take this down so you guys can, and also for gifting memberships while we're on a little break here. And let me just thank our VIP, Jane J, and our producers, George Brown, and Jazz, and for Amber. And we're over 50 channel members, you guys. So that's something to celebrate too. We had some nice channel member gifts, so we got some new channel members. We're really excited about that. And so just let me say thank you to our channel members and to our mods. So my channel members used to take me one of these pages, and I think I have 5 or 6 pages now. I might need to update how we do the channel members. But I really think this is pretty and it's nice. So if you would like to have your name appear in videos and have a check mark next to your name in the comment section, you can become a channel member. It's next to the subscribe button. And but you don't have to. If you just even subscribe to Reporter Room, that helps me out as well. We're not ending. We're just waiting for the judge to come back in. He's on a quick break. He said no longer than 15 minutes. So we're just on a quick break while we're waiting for the judge to come back. He probably is doing what a lot of us do, which is using the restroom. So I did go ahead and schedule up the Cirrus Black of Cirrus Black. I'm looking at Cirrus Black. You're in bright blue right in front of me. I'm gonna do a Sebastian Rogers live tomorrow. There's nothing new for me to share with you from what I shared with you yesterday till today. So we'll go tomorrow, and then I can make sure I'm in good shape for. I just got over a chest infection, and I'm almost there. But I just want to make sure I'm good for our live. This is like the longest I've ever streamed. I'm like doing a marathon today for me. I know some people just stream like that. Oh, okay, that picture changed. Okay, so maybe somebody's on this. Do not use Ann Taylor's people. No, I won't. So we're almost done with the break. Should be coming up here pretty soon. Roxy says, I will not be able to watch tomorrow. I have an appointment for my grandson. Oh, well, that sounds nice, Roxy. You can always watch it after too, and then you can scoot around how you want. Thank you so much, Micah. That means so much. It is a really nice channel. It's a great community. We have really nice people. You're blowing up. I tell everyone they need to be subscribed. Oh, thank you. Sirius Black was playing my video at work the other day, as she said. That was so nice of you. That's really nice. Lop. That reminds me of Riley Strain. Kate 8 Canary says, I'm an Okie following the two missing Kansas ladies. A couple of YouTube gals are streaming 10 hours a day. Way too much to follow. Yeah, that's a long stream. I don't think I could do 10 hours. Probably if there was we were going that long, like, if they, with breaks and whatever, it seems like the courts pretty much do mostly 8 hours. But if there was a judge that was like, you know what, I want to do 10, what you could do is just have the stream go. And I see a lot of the streamers are doing this. They're just playing it on the channel, but they're not actively on. But what I thought would be nice was because I want to watch the Brian Koberger case with you guys when that streams out of Idaho. So I thought it'd be nice to watch this Idaho capital case of Chad Daybell. And I thought it would just be nice to do it together as a community. So and be here and interact with you rather than just putting it on my channel. And then, I mean, obviously sometimes there's stuff that has to be taken care of, but it's just nice to be able to spend a little bit of time with you guys, get to know you guys a little bit more, and learn more about you. So I hope your appointment goes smoothly for your grandson. See, this is why this channel is like so nice. We have the nicest people on here. Everybody is so kind with each other. Okay, so I did just schedule up the Sebastian Rogers. So if you haven't hit your notification bell, go ahead and hit that. And then tomorrow with Chad Daybell, I think we're going to start at 11 a.m. if you guys are good with that, because what we can do is start like 30 minutes later and then fast forward through these breaks. I think that would be a kind of what do you guys think about doing that? Put a 1 in the chat if you're good with that. Put a 2 if you want me to just start when it starts. But I think it would be nice if we could start a little bit later and just fast forward through the lunch and the break, so that we're not just sitting here with downtime. Sirius Black is down with that. Yeah, so we could just start. We'll start at 11 tomorrow. So if you see other people, oh, we're starting at 9, that's okay. They might be doing a pre-show too, but we'll start at 11, and then we'll back it up and we'll just skip through the break. So we'll finish up at the same time as everybody else. But we'll just, when it comes to the break, I'll just keep moving forward on this live stream. All right. So I think everybody's good with that. All right. I think it's a good idea too. I don't want to start too much later than that, because then we could end up not getting to see the end of the hearing. Because once he takes it down, he takes the feed down. At least this is how Judge John Judge does it. Once it's over, it's over. So if you pause too many times and he doesn't have a pause and you can't catch yourself up, you'll just miss the end of the hearing. So this way we can we can still watch everything. I can just fast forward over the lunch break, and we won't have this big pause. Today it kind of worked out though, because we needed to go through the case. A lot of people weren't familiar with this case. So it kind of we were able to get everybody caught up. If you are just popping in now, I did during the lunch break and at the beginning too, I did a little bit of a pre-show. I did do an overview of the case on this video today. So anyway, I think that'll work out really well. And then tomorrow we'll start at 11. And then at the end, once we're done, we'll go into the Sebastian live stream at that point. And then would you guys like me to do another Brian Koberger live stream over the weekend at all? Let me know. I will be glad to do that for you guys. We still have some stuff we can dig into on that. I wanted to go through the warrants and then go through a couple. I mean, just in going through a lot of the technology that's going to be used. I mean, now we're hearing now in the Delphi case that they're using geofencing. So I do think it's really, really helpful to have all that information. I do think going through the warrants and then going from the warrants into some of the other stuff, like how these warrants probably will be utilized by either the prosecution or the defense. And keep in mind that the defense could also, in the Brian Koberger case, could also use, like, let's say he did, we know he has the Strava app on his phone. So, to me, why doesn't the defense use one of those apps if he was somewhere else at the time of the crime scene? Why not use one of those apps and just go ahead and show that? So, if I were Ann Taylor, I would be going through all that. Okay, so we are going to, thanks A1, unpacking. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we'll do a BK stream this weekend. We'll do a live stream so I can do like a nice dig into it live stream. I do need like a day to research it out. So I'll schedule, we're going to do the Sebastian one tomorrow. So I'll schedule the BK one probably for Saturday or Sunday. Oh, that's nice. And this is, for you guys that aren't aware, this is Autism Awareness Month. So if you don't really know that much about autism, and the reason I'm bringing it up in regards to this trial is JJ had it. JJ had autism. That's why he had the dog. That's why you heard Charles talking about having a special being able to park sticker for JJ. The guy who bought Chris Watts' house in 2022 is selling it for oh wow, he made a big profit. He'll pay real estate fees, but woof, that's still a nice chunk of change for just a couple of years. Thanks for sharing that, Chris. Yeah, so let's see if I can find something interesting on autism while we're waiting for the judge to come back. So this is from the Mayo Clinic. I don't want to share the tab because I don't want the judge to come in and then I'm not on. Then he's going to be, he said 15 to 20 minutes. It's been about that time. So autism spectrum disorder is a condition that's related to brain development, and it impacts how someone perceives and socializes with other people. It can cause problems with social interactions and communication. So people who are autistic, now autistic used to be called autism, Asperger's syndrome, and then childhood disintegrative disorder. These are all the same thing. Now it's just all called autism spectrum. It's all, so you're on the spectrum, and Asperger's syndrome is actually considered to be part of autism. So JJ had this, and then we know Sebastian had this, and it usually starts showing up in around the time the child is a toddler. It can impact how they function in society. They can be socially awkward. So usually it shows up sometime between 18 and 24 months, right around the time they're starting to move around. But early intervention and assistance can really help. But some things you can see right away. Usually, even when they're younger, they show reduced eye contact than a neurotypical, and then lack of response to their name or even an indifference to their caregivers. So everybody that's on the spectrum can be really, really different. There's not like, I mean, it's a reason it's called a spectrum. It absolutely is huge. But I think that some of the signs are like failure to respond to name being called, so they seem like they're not hearing you, resisting cuddling and holding, prefers to play alone, poor eye contact, less facial expression, doesn't speak or has delayed speech, or can lose the
Thank you.
ability
Please
to
be
say
seated.
words. Oh, we're back. Okay.
We've got the jurors returned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Council, while we're waiting for the jurors, we will take up on the record at the conclusion of today, after the jurors can dismiss, the issue of further.
So nice
stipulated
that you could
exhibits,
share
and
that.
I'll bring that up before we conclude for the day.
All rise.
We've got the jury coming back in now, and that should be the last break. The next break, we will be done. Oh, yeah, every person is different and
Jury
unique.
present and accounted for.
Very well. Please be seated.
Thank you, Sarah Black.
All right, we're back on the record after our mid-afternoon break. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue the examination of the witness, and I'll remind the witness, of course, you're still under oath. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And I need to just take up a couple of issues for clarification of the record. Detective, you spoke earlier about searching Lori Vallow's residence.
Correct.
And yeah, you stated the address. What city was that address located in?
Rexburg.
And what state is Rexburg in?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you ever help execute a search warrant on the Daybell, on Chad Daybell's residence?
I did. I executed a couple of warrants.
Okay. When was the first one?
January 3rd of 2020.
And Chad Daybell's residence, what county is that located?
Madison County.
Is what, so what's his address?
202 North, 1900 East.
And is that, and what city is it listed as?
It's listed as Rexburg. It's actually in Fremont County, but it's listed correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, did you just misspeak when you said it was in
I did. I'm going to say it right.
Okay, and it's what county?
Fremont County.
All right, thank you. And you testified that you did a search there on January 3rd.
Correct.
Was that search in aid of another investigative agency?
It was
Which agency was that?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And do you recall what the purpose of that search was for?
I don't recall what the probable cause or the reason for the search was at that time.
So you didn't write the affidavit.
So,
Did you have any other occasion where you served a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
yes, June 9th, 2020.
When you served that warrant on June 9th, 2020, what time did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly about 7 in the morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 10A. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 10A?
Yes, I am.
What does it purport to be?
It's a aerial image taken from Google Earth of the defendant Daybell's property.
So, do you know who prepared that image?
I did.
Right. But you didn't take the picture
No.
because it's a satellite photo, correct?
Correct.
Have you been, I believe you testified you have been to Chad Daybell's residence.
Yes.
Have you walked around the grounds of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
And have you been inside his home?
I have.
Are you familiar with the landmarks of that residence in the yard?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the general layout of the yard and what's located in it?
That's correct.
And is this image an accurate representation of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state moves to admit Exhibit 10A.
Any objection?
Objection, why do you remain objection?
Right.
Officer, approximately how much property are we talking about?
I couldn't tell you the amount of property.
And the prosecuting attorney mentioned the yard. Now, I believe the yard usually means where there's grass. So you're familiar with what's on the grass, is that right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, and I'll represent to you that there's about 4.5 acres out there. Does that sound close to me?
Okay.
Okay. And I'll represent to you that there's an area that's known as the yard, that's a lawn area, that you would mow with a lawnmower. Are you following me?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is testimonial.
Judge, he says that he's familiar with the yard.
Well, I understand. I think we're going into cross-examination now, which will be permitted. The question is on an issue of foundation or other objection, whether or not the exhibit gets admitted. So, Mr. Pryor, what would be the foundational objection?
He hasn't testified, Judge, that he's familiar with the pasture, 3.5, 4 acres of property that go beyond the yard.
All right, response, Mr. Wood?
I think the question is adequate.
All right, based on foundation and with the testimony of the witness about his knowledge of this property, court will overrule the foundation objection, allow the exhibit 10A to be admitted, and you can go into those issues by cross, Mr. Pryor. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll publish that shortly.
Detective, so you testified that you executed a search warrant on June 9th, 2020.
Correct.
What time of the day did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly 7 in the morning.
And was it only the Rexburg police or were there other agencies involved?
At that time, there was Fremont County and Rexburg City Police that went to his house at 7.
And did any other agencies help you that day on that search?
They did.
Who were they?
The FBI ERT team, which is the evidence recovery team, the Attorney General's office, Fremont County. I believe that's it.
Okay. And you testified you got there about 7 o'clock.
Yes.
When you first arrived, who was with you?
So I do apologize. Could I have a quick sidebar with counsel? I'd like to discuss this exhibit briefly.
Oh, sidebar. Wonder what that's about. Very interesting. I wish we could hear the sidebars, you guys. Jane says, my oldest daughter has mild autism. It's a challenge day to day to have special needs. Family, for sure. Lots of patience. Yes. Lots of patience, lots of love, lots of kindness. If you haven't subscribed, please do like, share, leave a comment. Welcome to Reporter Room. And we are coming up sometime in the next few weeks. We're going to come up on 35,000 subscribers. We're going to celebrate it with a cash giveaway, and I will share with you more details about that tomorrow. I just want to go through the YouTube rules on that to make sure I am abiding by them. But we're going to do a $300 and a $50 to subscribers, and we'll probably use a group to randomly pick the comments. There's a way for them to do it because enough YouTubers have to do it. So you can leave as many comments as you want. So though each comment will be a chance for you to win in the comment section below. So I'll give you all the details on it tomorrow. Oh, good. I'm glad. Yes, lots of love and patience. Your earbuds are. Oh, yeah. I did that the other day with my headphones. I didn't realize my headphones had volume here, so I'm plugging and unplugging it, and turns out I had turned the volume down. So anyway, yeah, I get it. I get it, Jane. No worries. Yeah, so we'll do more. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. I just need to. I know there are like specific things you have to do before you can offer something like that. So I'm not offering it, but I will as soon as I understand. Make sure I understand all the rules. Yeah, BK, I'll schedule that up tomorrow. So I'll do it either Saturday or Sunday. I'm leaning toward probably Sunday, but it might be Saturday. We'll see. We'll see. I just need time to research it. I cannot do a BK live stream without some serious research. And I'm just talking because the judge is not even in his chair. He's over doing a sidebar off camera. So as soon as he comes back, obviously I will mute my mic. Because I don't know about you guys that are watching, but I cannot bear it when somebody is talking when I am trying to watch a trial. So sometimes they have to, especially if they're using somebody else's live stream, you have to provide commentary for it to fall under fair use. But in this case, because it's the judge himself streaming it, I have the option. I don't have to be talking. And the same thing when Judge John Judge does it. So when we did the hearing for him, I don't have to talk. So now he's talking about doing weekly hearings. So that should be interesting. I don't know. if it's something we need to do every week. I just wish he would set the trial date and start holding the defense and prosecution according to the dates that he wants to have set. This is the biggest trial, the Brian Kohlberger is the biggest trial in the United States. So it just seems like they can move their schedule around to accommodate this trial, I think. Yeah, JJ was autistic, which is why I'm bringing it up during this trial. And I just wanted to share with you a little bit about what it was. Okay, that sounds good, Sirius Black. Mine told me she would be with me forever. She's welcome to do that. Aw. And Jess's are great kids. Yes, they are. Jade says mine is in spectrum. She's low, but still special needs. Well, you guys sound like you're great moms. Really great moms. That's important. So we're just waiting on the judge. There's some kind of a sidebar happening. And it seems like everybody ran up there, but it seems like he just maybe wanted to talk to one prosecutor and one defense. And now he's resuming. I'm going to mute my mic.
All right, Mr. Wood, apologies for the court's interruption, discussing that last exhibit. You can continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Your Honor, could I have the court reporter read back the last question I asked?
It's kind of a half question. When you first arrived, who was, the question before that was, and you testified you got there about 7 o'clock, answer yes.
That's right. Thank you. May I proceed? Yes. Detective, when you arrived around 7 o'clock, who was with you at that time?
There was myself, Lieutenant Ron Ball at the time, Detective Kai Kamani, and Detective Bruce Mattingly, and also Detective Dave Stubbs.
All right. So can you go back through those individuals and say where they, who they were employed by real quick?
Lieutenant Ron Ball with Rexburg Police. Detective Stubbs is also with Rexburg Police. Detective Kai Kamani and Mattingly are both Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And just for clarity of the record, is Detective Ball still with the Rexburg Police?
No.
Okay, and what organization is he with now?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
And Detective Kai Kamani, was he still with Fremont County?
No, he's also with Madison County Sheriff's Office.
All right, that's just clarity, thank you. So when you got there, what did you do?
Initially, we knocked on the front door. We made contact with Mark Daybell, who's the defendant Daybell's son. He answered the door. He was eating a bowl of cereal. It was early in the morning. We informed Mark of why we were there and that we needed to speak with his dad. He stated his dad was still asleep, and we showed him a copy of the warrant, and he proceeded to let us in and show us where his father was.
And did you make contact with Mr. Daybell that morning?
We did. He showed us that he was sleeping in bedroom above a loft, above the garage. So we walked up the stairs, just a few of us. Detective Kai Kamani and Mattingly stayed back. We informed Chad that we were there and needed to speak with him. He was still asleep. He asked if he could get some clothes on. We allowed him to do that and came downstairs with us.
And did you provide a copy of the warrant to Mr. Daybell?
We did.
And what happened next?
Mr. Daybell asked to speak with his attorney. We were standing in the kitchen area. He had a seat in the kitchen. And his attorney at the time was Mark Means. So we allowed him to speak with his attorney. At that time, Mr. Means wanted to speak with one of the investigators.
Judge, I would object at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor. We'll stop that. Very well. After Mr. Daybell spoke with his attorney, what was the next step in your portion of the investigation?
I allowed Mr. Daybell to sit in the front room. He sat on his recliner closest to the door. His children sat on the couch in the same room. I gave Mr. Daybell a copy of the warrant, and he read through search warrant while sitting in his recliner. He asked if he needed to leave the residence while we conducted business. We informed Mr. Daybell he didn't need to leave the residence, but if he chose to stay, he would be accompanied by an officer just for safety purposes.
After you had that conversation, what did you do?
Mr. Daybell asked if he could make a phone call. And at that point, he was allowed to go outside and make a phone call.
And where did you go?
I went outside with him.
And what did you do after that?
Mr. Daybell wanted to sit in the vehicle that was parked backed in on the west side of the house. There's a west driveway. So I allowed him to sit inside the vehicle, windows rolled up, and make a phone call. I stood in the grass area close to the vehicle.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 10A.
You may.
Second, do you have that pointer?
Yes, I do.
Can you point out where the front door of Mr. Daybell's residence is? In that image, or where it would locate?
There's two doors. I don't know which one Mr. Daybell used as a front door. I can tell you there's a door right here and a door on the back side. So Mr. Daybell was roughly, that's not the vehicle he was in, but it's roughly parked in the same area. And I was standing here in the grassy area.
Earlier, there was some talk about the yard or the grassy area. Can you just outline for the jury where, I'm going to call it the grass area of the yard, is located on that image?
The grass area is right through here.
And is that a driveway behind the house as well?
Yes, there's a driveway here.
And to the just east of that, what is that? Is that grass as well?
There was grass here. There's a little shop area. There's a shed here. And then this is, I guess you would call it pasture area.
Did you observe any livestock there?
No.
Detective, you testified. If you can show again where Mr. Daybell was and where you were in relation to him when he went outside to make a phone call.
So Mr. Daybell was sitting in a vehicle fairly close to this location. He was sitting in the driver's seat. He was backed in. I was standing here just observing Mr. Daybell make a phone call.
And did you observe his behavior while he was making that phone call?
I did.
What was the nature of the behavior? What was he doing?
Initially, he was just on the phone, and I was watching him. But as the call progressed, he had the phone in his right hand and was intently looking over his right shoulder. And so I found it odd. I wanted to see what he was looking at. So I maneuvered myself to see what he was so intently looking at.
And when you did that, did you attempt to orient yourself so that you would be looking in the same direction you perceived him looking at?
That's correct.
What did you see when you did that?
So with the vehicle backed up here, he was looking over his right shoulder in this direction. I stood over here, kind of in front towards the roadway to see exactly what he was looking at. When I looked that way, I saw this area, this pond area.
Now, let's look at that pond real quick. If you can just kind of run the pointer around it so the jury's sure where it is. Right here. And
There's a tree right here
thank you.
and then a pond.
And when, at the time, you noticed Mr. Daybell living over there, was there any activity going on over there?
There was, so like I testified, we got there about 7 o'clock. When we made contact with Mr. Daybell and the scene was secure, we radioed for the other units that were staged about a mile and a half down the road that they can come start marking things off in the search warrant. So as time passed, Mr. Daybell was reading the warrant on his recliner. While he was doing that, there were ERT members and other officers that started marking off different sections in the backyard that we wanted to search.
Now, Detective, when, just for clarity of the record and for the jury, I believe you defined ERT earlier, but can you tell the jury again what ERT is?
Evidence recovery team
And who are they associated with?
with the FBI.
Now, Detective, were you the lead of executing the search warrant that day?
I wasn't in charge of the search warrant.
So, and just for clarity again, what did you see when you looked in the direction you thought Mr. Daybell was looking at? Or I guess, what activity did you see?
There were some ERT members marking off a section under this tree right next to on the east side of the pond area. So right in this general location.
What did you do next in your part of the search that day?
I was tasked with going into the backyard and sifting through what we determined was a fire pit.
Can you show the jury on that map or on that picture where the fire pit is located? And you said,
I apologize, but for the record, would you have the witness please reference where that pointer just went somehow, so there's a full representation?
yes, Detective, if you can point there again and describe what it is you're pointing at, where it is you're pointing.
The fire pit area, which there's like a little tree here. It's just to the north of the tree. Yes,
Is that adequate, Your Honor?
it is.
So you said you went north of the fire pit. Exactly what did you do?
So a few of us were tasked with getting dirt and anything that was in the fire pit and putting it through a sifter. So that's originally what I was tasked to do by the team leader of the ERT team.
About approximately what time were you doing that?
I'd say roughly probably 9 of them that one.
Who was the team leader of the ERT team?
His name is Steve Daniels.
And how long did you sit in the fire pit?
I would say probably 35, 45 minutes.
And so when you sifted, what kind of tool did you use to do that?
It was a wooden sifter. We would scoop shovels full and put it in the sifter, and wooden handles. You would just shake back and forth. And any larger debris would stay on the top of the wire screen.
And did you find anything of interest while you were sifting through the fire pit area?
Not at that time, no.
Did you move to another area of the search?
I did. Well,
When approximately did you do that?
You asked for a time,
Approximately, yes.
probably 10-ish maybe.
And why did you move?
There were ERT members and some other members of law enforcement that had marked off a place under this tree next to the pond. They had called and wanted some other people over there to help with that area, so I left the fire pit area and responded to this section right here next to the tree and concrete.
And what did you observe when you got over there?
I observed ERT marking off, they had already marked off probably a 6x6 section. The best way I can describe it is there was taller shrubs. In the middle of the 6x6 section, it looked like there was just a little bit of grass, probably the length of sod, and some dirt protruding through the grass, but there were no taller shrubs like on the outside of the section.
What happened next?
The ERT team began excavating that site. They removed a top layer of soil, took off the shrub and the top level of dirt.
And what did you see under that?
At that point, you could see what appeared to be 3 large white rocks. And as soon as they did that, we could start to smell the odor that, through my training experience as a decomposing body.
Let's talk about that. Have you, on other occasions through your work, smelled the decomposing body?
Unfortunately, yes, I have.
And is there a distinctive smell to you that you associate with that?
There is.
And it's your testimony that as that first layer of ground was lifted off, you began to smell that.
That's correct.
What did you observe next?
After they slowly and methodically dug around the white rocks, they were removed. ERT took pictures and measurements. They continued to dig down. Right below the layer of rocks were 2 pieces of thin wood paneling. Just right below the rocks.
Were you still able to smell that smell you had described?
Yes, as they dug down, it got stronger.
Were those boards removed?
They were.
What did you observe after that?
So after the boards were removed, you could see the discoloration of dirt. So you had dry dirt, and then underneath the boards was like a wet, moist type dirt. So it was pretty obvious there, the distinction between the soil.
Then what happened?
They continued to brush away the wet soil. And at that point, you could start to see a black round object start to protrude through the dirt.
And describe that object. About what size was it?
Initially, it just looked like a littler black round object. They dug down further carefully and it appeared to take shape of the crown of a human head.
What did you do after that, or what did you observe once that was uncovered?
So once the black round object was uncovered, at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, got a small, sharp instrument and made a slit in the black plastic. You kind of open that up just a little bit, not to damage or manipulate any of the evidence. But underneath the black plastic was another white layer of plastic. So he used that same instrument and cut a slit down the white plastic and kind of opened it up. And at that point, it looked to be brown human hair.
After that was discovered, what happened next?
As soon as that was discovered, we received information on the radio that the defendant Daybell was leaving his daughter's residence, which was catty corner to his residence, at a high rate of speed. And at that point, Mr. Daybell was pulled over and subsequently placed in custody.
Did you go back to the site where what appeared to be a human head was located?
I did. When I got back to what we ended up calling burial site, they continued to excavate around that black plastic. And after they excavated and took the dirt off the plastic, it revealed what appeared to be a small body wrapped in black plastic with duct tape around it.
Thank you. Your Honor, I know time.
Yes.
This would be a good place to stop for the day.
All right, we are going to try to adhere to this court schedule, so it is 3:30. This time then, I am going to complete trial for the day. I've got one additional issue I'll take up outside the presence of the jurors. However, the jurors will be excused here momentarily. As you're leaving for the evening, then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I will try to remember to tell you each and every day, or when we leave breaks, longer breaks, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate this case. If you see any media coverage of the case, please try to avoid that so you can remain impartial. And with that in mind, that will conclude our first day of evidence. So we'll allow the jurors to be excused at this time.
All right, please.
Okay, guys, I think that's it for today. They're rising the jury, so we're going to be back tomorrow. But tomorrow we're going to come back at 11 because we're going to fast forward through the breaks and the
Thank you.
lunch.
Please be seated.
And then we're dark Friday. Let's listen to the judge.
Detective, if you want to go ahead and step down off the stand, we're going to just argue with this motion. Council, this isn't necessarily a motion, it's just what I want to get on the record in terms of stipulated evidence the parties have agreed to. I'll note that back on February 27th, the court received a pleading stipulation on introduction of specific evidence. The list contains 74 separate items the parties have determined will be admitted at trial by stipulation. And let me just first begin there and inquire from the state, is this still an accurate representation of evidence that's going to be proffered and admitted by stipulation to your understanding?
To the state's understanding, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Pryor, you did review that before it was filed. You signed as well. Is it still your understanding that those listed items on the pleading are not going to be objected to if offered by the defense?
And by the state judge, that's correct, yes.
Very well. All right, so counsel, I am going to then indicate on the record that those particular items of evidence are to be admitted by stipulation. The one thing in keeping our record straight is that those are listed out in a 1 through 74 listing, but those do not correspond with the evidence markings in the case. In other words, those are not the exhibit numbers or letters that will be admitted in trial. So I'll keep the list running, but each one of those, of course, needs to be independently marked and admitted with independent trial stickers, so the exhibits are kept straight in the record. And our clerk will assist with that as they come in, but I assume all of those are going to be pre-marked and admitted. And if you wish to reference them on the pleading throughout the trial, you can do that, but we need to make clear that all those exhibits are not, in other words, the pleading does not correspond to the actual exhibit numbers on the trial. Is that the state's understanding?
Yes, Your Honor. And maybe if I may ask for some clarification from the court.
Yes.
We do have in here, one of the stipulations covers essentially documents that are in relation. If we have a business record affidavit or a custodian of record affidavit, then we would stipulate that the documents covered or the exhibits covered would be admitted. Does the court want us to introduce those business record affidavits or custodian of record affidavits as their own exhibit?
I'll let defense weigh in, but I think that makes the most sense to me. Separate affidavits should be admitted as separate exhibits, so those can be tracked down later if someone's referencing the record.
Judge, they're stipulated exhibits, so I'll let the prosecutor decide how they want to handle it.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor, because I think at the end of the day, the affidavit itself is stipulated to, but really what matters is the content and documents covered by that affidavit or what's actually going to be admitted as evidence. So, but we have those if the court would like those admitted as well for the record.
Yeah, so they'd be separate. The affidavit itself, laying foundation for the other exhibits would be a separate exhibit.
And Judge,
Yes.
Judge, you will note that of my 54 exhibits that the state has agreed and stipulated to admit, the individual exhibits are the same numbers as the stipulation that we put on the record. So in other words, number one on the stipulated list makes mention of some phone cell right information. The actual exhibit itself is the same number that I've been offering. It just happens to be the contents within that phone celebrate. So my numbers match up corresponding to the stipulation that the court has exactly. And I did that for ease of convenience for everyone, Judge.
Okay, and if they do match, we'll just reference that. If they don't, I guess the point is the stipulation itself is not any kind of controlling document as to what the exhibits actually will be marked as in the record. So we'll mark each one as it comes in on the record and make clear that this is simply a reference, basically. If they correspond, they do. If not, clarify that and it should be admitted in terms they're offered. Your evidence is introduced. So that will conclude then my concerns on stipulated evidence. Is there anything else we need to bring up this afternoon before we break for the day from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anything further from the defense?
Judge, just briefly, the state and I will meet about that issue that we had at the sidebar, just the last one, to discuss the parameters.
Okay, I would suggest counsel will want to start with further testimony at 8:30. So if parties want to be available at 8 tomorrow morning, we can take up any matters outside the jury's presence before we get the jurors back in the court tomorrow morning. So that'll be our schedule for tomorrow. Okay, thanks everyone in attendance today for complying with the court's conduct order. You can be excused and we'll complete our call for the day. Thank you. All rise, please. Folks, make sure you take all your things with you.
Okay, so tomorrow we are going to, they're starting on Idaho time at 8 a.m., which is 11 a.m. Eastern time. And we are going to start here on Reporter Room at 11 a.m. And what we're going to do is we're going to just skip the breaks. That way we'll just skip the lunch break, the morning break, the afternoon break. We can just fast forward and just get this done in a little bit of a shorter amount of time. I think so. That's what we're going to do tomorrow here on Reporter Room. I know other channels might do it differently, but I just think I respect your time, and that will leave me something in my gas tank then to do the Sebastian Rogers live stream that I have planned for tomorrow once we're done with this. So with that being said, please subscribe if you haven't already. Like, share, leave me a comment, and thank you to our VIP, Jane, Jay, our producers, George Brown and Jazz, and for Amber. And also to our awesome channel members. If you would like to become a channel member, you can hit the join button. It's next to the subscribe button. I also have a great Facebook group. It's Reporter Room. And if you type in Reporter Room and Chad Daybell, it should pop right up. I have it linked in the description below. And come on down and join us if you're a channel member. We also have a side chat that's for the channel members. And then we have side chats for everyone too. So it's a really great, very kind and caring group. If that is something that interests you, we would love to have you on Facebook. Welcome to all our new channel members. So tomorrow I'm going to be going live on the Sebastian Rogers case. Look for a Brian Kohlberger live. I'll be scheduling that tomorrow. I will be going live on the Brian Kohlberger case this weekend, probably Saturday or Sunday. And I have a new Brian Kohlberger video coming out this Friday. So be on the lookout for that. Thank you for your super thanks and your PayPal, and also a thank you for gifted memberships. And with that being said, pardon me, I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Thank you for spending the day with me today. I really enjoyed getting to know you, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. So 11 a.m. Eastern time.